Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. I decided to do a small, quiet video this morning about prepping and borderline personality disorder. I woke up, I decided, you know what, I gotta get my bed made, and then I gotta get my videos watched, some more of them. Because it's Sunday, I decided to take some time out of my busy schedule. I watched two, or was it three? I think it was two Christmas movies, and Chloe was complaining and griping about and Chloe's borderline personality, by the way. She was griping about how I was a piece of crap for catering to her. Borderline personality, by the way. She was griping about how I was a piece of crap for catering to her. You see, she was talking about, oh, there's not many movies that are Christmassy that show shopping. I got to get a little bit motivated. She was complaining about a movie that she wanted to watch after, in between the dishes, which I put in for her and told her to take care of. Well, apparently Chloe woke me up to call me a piece of crap, being borderline personality, and she said, look, you're a piece of crap, is what she told me. I'm a piece of crap, and I got to live with it. Well, borderlines do that when they don't get their way. It's you're the evil one of the world. So we're going to tackle borderline personality, but this morning we're going to tackle something important too. I want to share with you something. Okay. Now, I have a couple of things to share with you that is really important this morning. Something very important this morning. Something super important this morning, okay? And that is about prepping, first of all, okay? And I chose Sunday morning because no one's going to be up this early in the morning to wag their finger and be like, oh, yeah. You see, if people comment, that's fine, but it's Sunday morning. I figure no one's going to comment because everyone's going to be asleep. So I figured this would be the perfect time to have myself a discussion. I want to tackle the prepping first. Let's get that done first. Okay, so a lot of people are now forecasting things that are BS. I'm going to call it out. You can say I'm calling out BS here this morning. You see, here's these guys, right? These Republican white boneheads, right? And they turn around and they think they know everything. So this morning I'm going to talk about prepping first and then borderline personality second, okay? So one of the things Fanny and I were talking about the other day was a guy who I consider to be a complete butthole. All right, now I'm going to go through three preppers channels this morning. And part of my prepping thing this morning is Fanny and I dislike CP. Okay, we're going to basically say CP, codenamed CP. All right, money-making turd nugget that makes money. Okay, so first we're going to go through CP's channel. Okay, CP's channel. China versus Russia versus the USA. That's what he keeps saying. So if we're going to all die, don't worry about prepping. Just prepare to die, okay? See, there he goes. He's trying to sell some crap here. Then on this one here, master troop buildup. It's bad. It's real bad. Really, it's bad. It's real bad. Really. You know what's really bad? You, the folks that I love dearly, who tune into my channel, who says, Rita, I love your channel because you're no nonsense and you're no BS. All right? Well, we're about to get wiped out. Oh, wow, wiped out. Wow, really? Hopefully they take CP first because The guy's got too many people living in his head rent free. Now this is totally terrifying. You see, hold on, the next 6 months will be chaos. Really? That's funny. I think he's got so much paranoia built up in his head. He's literally letting someone rent free. There we go. A good cold glass of milk helps it out. All right. World War III, World War III, World War III, bunkers, 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 everything bunkers, nuclear bunkers, blah, blah, blah. See, this is what we call prepping with fear. Let me tell you, prep with fear, you prep with this SOB. Let's throw it out the window. Next, SP1. All right. Let's see. Food prices are high. Everything's costing more. You know what? At least this guy isn't basically doing fear tactics. I'll give him a little credit there. It's not fear tactics. It's not like we're all gonna die type person. Yeah, CP is basically trying to take over the entire prepping community by saying it's his way or the highway. Okay, now then you have PP. PP is going the way of CP. Let me tell you. Okay, so. Well, you guys know, you guys can figure it out if you work hard enough. I, for one, am not going to waste my time this morning with it. By the way, remind me, everyone, not to do polls because my frozen chicken is still frozen, by the way, as of right now. So I'm going to have Cornish game hens for Friday or Sunday night's dinner, little chickens at Brussels sprouts, and then Monday I'm gonna have manicotti. I guess it works that way, right? All right, so let's get on with Borderline 101 in a second. So usually I watch videos from time to time from PP, but I don't watch PP because, again, the difference between me and others, like Higgins, let's just say my brother Higgins, found PP, okay? I thought Higgins is interested in doom and gloom. I think he wants the entire world to collapse. Well, just let me reiterate to you loving people that tune into my channel. If you want the world to collapse, you want the entire banking system to collapse, which means no Social Security for you. So think about it. Do you want the thing to collapse? No, because then you'll be the first to go because people are going to say you're a burden because you don't have an income. Think about it. So let's just go through the news real quick. I like these morning editions the best, by the way, because I can get everything done. Make my bed, turn on YouTube, and watch television. All right, so I'm here only temporarily for a while. You know, temporary as I'm here just to give you guys the news updates. Okay, so on PP's website, you got to prep because when everyone around you hates conservatives. Oh, really? That's funny. You know, conservative. You know what? Another better look outside the box moment. Now, how about this? Prepping the depopulation choice. Prepping. Eliminating the competition. Oh, yeah, that's if you want to murder people. You see, these people here, they're always talking about murder and killing people with their guns because they're proud to own a gun. Gun doesn't make you mighty. God will sit there and say, why'd you do it? Well, it was my food or theirs, God. Hell. Inflation, foreclosures, and Social Security. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that. I talked about Social Security and I'm tempted to watch that one just because, you know, I'd like to know why he's complaining about that. Let me just put that under my save to watch later part. All right. Corruption, yeah, corruption is got no bounds. That's something, you know, that this guy is talking about, but he's still putting fear. Planning for the future, feeding the beast. The world is waking up. The world is not waking up. The problem is the world is hoping. everything gets better. I mean, look, let me put it to you this way, okay? All you preppers out there, okay? Let me put it to you this way in easy terms, and then we can move to borderlines this morning, okay? Utility bills. I already talked about the utility bills getting higher in the wintertime because everyone got a cost of living in January, okay? Then it's the Great Recession, Depression. Look, let me put it to you this way. When people turn around and they want to listen to some guy who gets free money off the people and use his status to make a living, leaving it as codes, and then lies, cheats, and steals about something. Let me just tell you a little secret, all right? The preppers, they're letting people live in their head rent-free. They probably got all these paranoid people living in their head rent-free. Yeah, think about it. We should talk about that one of these days. Preppers 101. They're living rent-free in their head. Yeah. The problem is I'm still prepping. But I'm not prepping like everyone else, and going out and being like, oh, look, these people need to realize here where I prep. Let me put it this way. Here where I prep, right? We look after each other, but I'm not training anyone new. I'll tell you, okay? You see, Chloe doesn't care. Most people don't. Okay? They're in their own agenda, their own thing. See, let me tell you how prepping is. Prepping is like borderline personality disorder, the side order of narcissism. You can sit there and say, I don't get it. I'll tell you. You see, when you have people with narcissism, you have them only thinking about their own agenda. Now, let me put it to you this way. All these people, I'll tell you how a lot of preppers work this morning here on the Rita channel, okay? Prepping is like a cancer, right? You go in, let me give you a better example, okay? Everyone in the past decided to discuss stimulus checks. Everything but stimulus checks when they're coming out. When the stimulus checks petered out between January and March of 2021, petered out by June, let's say, because everyone was basically counting on their 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th check, okay? What happened? I love this. Turns out this girl, right, decided, back to the drawing board we go, right? Gaming and everything else. But I couldn't do gaming because no one wants to watch me play games. Excuse me, where the hell is that thing this time? Not here it is. So, early morning, I have an allergy. Could be actually my nose is lightly clogged. I'm starting to wonder if, here we go, if alcohol plays into it. I had like 3 drinks last night. 3. I stopped at 3. you know. Of course, Chloe was complaining, you shouldn't be drinking, blah, blah, blah. You know what? It was Saturday night, okay? Saturday night, and I don't give a crap what she thinks, okay? All she wants to do is sit there and throw a fit, right? So last night, right? I'll get to that story in a minute. So, the preppers, right? They decide, we have a old senile man in the White House. Old senile man in the White House. He's going to either get us killed or sell us up to Taiwan or Thailand or China or whatever, right? Well, let's put it to you this way. People started prepping. They're like, there's no more stimulus checks. Oh, we better start a new channel. So they started making prepping channels. And finding out, right, and starting to make BS, all right, BS in the comments, the content, right? For me, of course, I was doing everyday videos, and then I'd stop, then I'd come back, then I'd stop, So, but meanwhile, as Fanny said, you have to be diverse, right? So 2 topics today: borderline personalities, number 2. You'll know when I get into that. So what happened exactly? Well, like I said, people started running out of topics. And when you run out of topics, you got to come up with something to make a living. Now you could sit there and say, I don't get it. Don't you? Let me explain it to all you beautiful people out there this fine morning. While I'm sleeping later tonight, you guys will be watching the Rita show. Yeah, so here it goes. People started not seeing stimulus checks being printed. And the only thing they were doing, extended food stamps, right? Yeah. Now, a lot of people are sending me email this morning when I was sleeping about other prepping tools. Oh, well, you got... So I went in, analyzed it, did what I could, and then I said, nah. That was my modification of, we'll see what happens, okay? So there's a lot of people out there now going to make this Fear Tactic 101, all right, for preppers. If you let fear rule your life, then you're a moron. Plain and simple. Think about it. I'm not going to sit here and use swear words early this morning. I'm going to tell you, you're a damn moron. Plain and simple. Why? You're allowing fear tactic. Fanny preps, moderator Fanny. She has her own prep channel. She preps because she has to, because of all of where she lives, right? She doesn't sit there and say, oh, I'm living in fear. We have to worry about China and Russia and no, she's prepping because prepping saves your life. I mean, look, I live on an island. The only thing we got to worry about is earthquakes and tsunamis. That's it. And the power going out. Personally, I've been testing a theory to see how long in between, naps and everything, I on the internet thing. But I figured, this morning when I woke up, it felt pretty damn good. Why? Because it's quiet this morning. You see, usually my Sundays consist of listening to some dirtbag bark up a tree. But, or bark at me. But today's video was brought to you by God told me, get off my butt, make it, since it's quiet this morning. So this is what I love, okay? Always out and about. You might hear a squabble on the radio or call me. This is the peace I crave right here. Quiet. A bunny making a little noise in the mornings. I love him so much. All right, so And yes, we're getting the cage taken care of. Chloe was so bitchy last night, and this is borderline, but before we change topics from prepping to the only thing I will agree with on the preppers is the two preppers, CPs. We won't go there. SP and PP really do know what's going on, all right, to a point. They're still making you live in fear. You go to my channel, you ain't gonna see fear tactics. I'm questioning everything. I am questioning everything. I'm not saying, oh, don't prep. I'm saying prep. Prep for emergencies, natural disaster. Keep prepping. But I'm also telling you, keep shopping for groceries. Without shopping for groceries, let me tell you this, okay? People are living in feared times, all right? Feared times. That's all they're doing. They're making up stuff, okay? They read a newspaper and they say, oh, look, China's going to kill us all and make them slaves. Or China's going to take all our land, right? Or China's going to do this and make their army number one. The only way to make China number one in the army is go and declare war on every country for their oil. You see, it's going to come down to war against other countries. Eventually, I am theorizing here for oil. I mean, look, without oil, no technology can fly planes. Are they going to power a plane with rocks? Think about it. When everyone around the country is draining the oil, the OPEC people have to raise it. Eventually, the OPEC people are going to say, look, $100 is too much. They might take it off the free market and say, look, you want our oil, it's going to be $150. And then when they see so many people buying it at $150 a barrel, they might say $200. Eventually, it'll be $300 and then $400. You see, theoretically, that's the only thing you got to think about worrying about is your fuel. Because, they're like, oh, well, I'll go to electric cars. Well, you guys might. I walk everywhere, or I try to walk everywhere, but a lot of people are believing the BS about so basically, what does that tell you? So everyone is living in fear. That's the truth. You guys want to live in fear? Go watch those prepping channels, all right? Because I'm tired of it. Because that's all fear. We have, 25 days, I think it is, until the election, 26. Do you really think you got to prep like crazy till then? Yeah, maybe. Maybe nothing will happen either. What if nothing happens, huh? I mean, look at it. As long as you follow these prepping channels saying, oh, well, maybe they're head by QAnon people. Have you ever thought of that? I mean, literally, people need to realize I'm not in any party, okay? My prepping channel is all 100% logic. I don't believe in putting fear tactics. Which brings us to narcissism. They want the money, okay? They found a niche. They found the clientele, you, the idiots on YouTube, and they're preying on you to put in fear. And they're praying that everyone in the country buys every piece of ammo so you can go and follow their commands and kill the trannies, the gays, the lesbians, the bis, the hobos, the elderly, everyone. And then you're sitting down with a country that you depopulated for what? And then what if the banking collapse happens because the governments of the world shun you for crippling your country and closes up everything, and everyone can't get anything because you decided to murder your own grandma because, well, some crony on YouTube said so. Look, people's lives are important. You live, you're born, you live, you die. So the wheels in the bus go round and round. But do you want to take someone's life early? No, you don't. But these people are trained to get rid of the wasteful people. Oh, we're going to eliminate all the people that are on welfare. Really? No, that's nice to know. So you want to murder people on welfare because, you've been told to. The governments of the world can condemn it, and the next thing you know, you have nothing. You're waking up in the morning basically finding out that no country in the world wants to deal with the corrupted Yankee bastards because you decided to put your own grandmother to death. I mean, come on. I mean, think of it. This is pure fear. You got to sit back, prep like your life depends on it, prep in secret if you have to. And then at the end of the day, if nothing happens, you can chuckle along the way going, well, that was a thing. See, this is the thing. When preppers wake up, okay, when the massive true army members that suck up every MRE and every canned good and every dehydrated good and keep sucking it up, going, oh, we're going to get it so the poor can't get it. And then when they turn around, the only ones they're hurting is them when they massively buy too much crap. And then they raise the prices for the elderly to kill the elderly off and the disabled and, by raising the prices. Then what? Then what happens? I'll tell you what happens. They're the fools one. They're looking out their window and they see peace on earth, goodwill to men. The world didn't collapse. President Xi Jinping says, look, we're going to work with the people. We're not working with the government, right? Because Xi Jinping knows that the only way he's going to conquer America is by basically sending in shock troops. I'm saying this jokingly here, stormtroopers, and he's going to come in and wipe out everyone that has a gun. Now, if you don't have a gun, the Chinese might just be nice to you. They're not going to sit there and be like, blah, 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 blah. Instead, you'll be like, hey, dude, I don't own a gun. And they'll be like, oh, or they'll speak English. A woman will be like, first of all, do you own a gun? No, ma'am, I don't own a weapon. I'm one of these people that believe in peace. Well, most of them believe in peace too, but they're believing in communism too. So Russia doesn't believe in communism. Russia believes in imperial or capitalism, but there's a few countries in the world as of today that are still communist. But communist is a failed idea. All right, so all these preppers are prepping for the U.S. going communist. We're not going communist, I don't think. But until we turn around and we do what's needed. You see, a lot of people don't realize that China's financing us, right? Financing and giving us loans to the U.S. What if the United States goes to war with China? They don't get paid. So what do? They wait for the land until everyone dies off, and then they move into the land. But what if every country gets nuked because of Russia? Russia tax, America tax, China tax, India tax, Pakistan tax, all these people tax. Countries supposedly nuclear radiated, right? What then? Then nothing you can do, right? So think about it that way. So everyone is living in a fear. This is why you got to debunk things. And the way to debunk it is break yourself away from and take a internet cleansing thing, okay? If you're going to do a video, right? Do a simple video, okay? Simple. Stay away from your tablet. Stay away from your, you guys saw me a little bit ago playing with my tablet too, but that was only because, of issues, right? Now, I was playing with my tablet this morning, checking for email, because I turned it on. I was like, oh look, email, right? I was like, oh look, email, right? I try to avoid um, the tablet this weekend. I've been actually avoiding it for the most part. I turned it off again, but you get the idea. So, why am I talking to you about this? Because sometimes you need to take a cleansing time, all right, away from what's important. Now, I have a Roku, okay, so you could say, oh, but you're not taking away technology. Look, slowly but surely, I'm the prepper that eats one meal a day. Actually, last night I ate some popcorn for a snack. And, of course, Butthole, who's borderline narcissistic, had to have some too. So it's almost time for the borderline personality 101 information. Okay? So it goes like this, people. Don't live in fear, because every one of these people is trying to make a living off of you. Sorry, I sometimes get a sensitive ear or two. Yes, it's nothing. Okay, so shall we continue? So what these preppers are doing is they're making you live in fear. Fear for your safety, where you're going to go and buy and buy and buy and keep prepping. But when it doesn't happen, they'll come up with a new prepping plan. Think about it. You wake up in the morning. And they are. Well, one anyways. Where the heck did Chloe put the other one? She's always throwing stuff away. And then she says, oh, I'll buy you some more. Really. I like reusing these as bottles. Oh, see? Here she goes again. Through the sound again. Turd nugget that she is. Okay, so... See, this is part of prepping, by the way. These get re-rinsed, and cleaned. So, don't live in fear, people. Let's get on with Borderline Personality 101. So, for you people tuned in this morning for Borderline Personality, a lot of people out there, borderlines, realize that a lot of preppers out there are wanting to stay home and work from home, so they're lazy. And they think they can make a living off of YouTube. There you go. So, and that's why they keep changing the channels and saying, oh, well, yeah, I was wrong about Civil War, but we're going to have a nuclear war. When that's wrong, they're going to say, oh, well, it's going to be something. They're going to change it, right? Borderlines are the same way. They change their tune all the time. Grape juice. So the other day, right, Chloe's borderline, my roommate, she says, do you want... I said, give me some grape juice. She thought that was code word for wine. I said, no. Not grape wine, grape juice. And you see, I've had all the grape wines in the world. Concord grape and, that white wine's made with white, and then you got red. I like wine to look like this color, but What's better in the health benefits? Wine with alcohol or ethanol or grape juice? The other day, Chloe's outside having a smoke. She's borderline. And sheriff pulls in, right? And Chloe's sitting there, and the sheriff's asking a question, just trying to locate someone in the property. And they say, "Oh, Rita, don't see much of you." And I turned to Chloe and I said, "Can you bring me some grape juice or pick up some grape juice?" The officer thought she was like, "Oh, you want some code word for red wine?" He's looking at me thinking I'm a drunk. I said, "No, I want grape juice." She says, "Oh, you want wine?" I said, "No, I want grape juice." The officer is looking like, and Chloe goes, "Oh, you mean?" I said, "Grape juice has the benefits of everything of wine, but it's healthier. It doesn't have ethanol." He looked at me. So, Chloe said, "Oh, I ran into that officer the other day when I was getting you grape juice." He says, "Is that for Rita?" "Yeah, it helps her with her heart." "Oh, wow." You see, grape juice has a great thing of antioxidants. So, yeah. So what you do is you drink down the one juice, then you drink down the other juice, and so how did we go from juice, from prepping to juice? Well, simple. This is my quick break in between the two subjects. So let's get to it, people. BPD, or known as borderline personality disorder. It's a disorder of a cluster. It's part of the cluster B family. There's cluster A, cluster B. If I remember correctly, it's cluster B. Borderline personality disorder is borderline between bipolar and the borderline of schizophrenia. People with borderline personality are and will be paranoid. Give me 1 second. Severely and thoroughly paranoid. All right, 1 second. Okay, so I'd like to share with you a big hello and look at the timestamp. So let's just say about 39 minutes in. Okay, so I'm going to make a note. 39 minutes in. You're asking why. Well, when I edit this for you all, it's going to be edited with a timestamp, give or take. So the timestamp will be 39 minutes in, give or take. So, why do I say this? Because this, everyone, is where we're going to be. 39, let's see, 39, 30. So 39, 3, 0. Okay, so, all right, we got it. So, hey everyone. So, as you all know, welcome. Timestamps 3934. Borderline personality disorder. I'm going to break it down for you, okay? So, borderline personality disorder. What is it? Who does it affect? Why is it so bad? And is there a lot of stigma from it, etc.? I'm going to talk about it in general this morning, okay? First of all, welcome. Yeah, I better take this off because you guys want to see me kind of semi-professional. So, for you borderline people out there tuning in this morning, I gave you guys a timestamp so it would be easier for you to watch. Now, borderline personality is a cluster B personality disorder, all right? Basically, it's one of those things, all right? So people say, well, why is it called borderline personality disorder? Well, it all started a long time ago. Like, I think in the 18th century or 19th century, give or take. And basically, someone came up with the idea of the name borderline. They couldn't say, oh, this person has this or that. So they came up with borderline. What is borderline? Borderline is like a flat line. The flat line represents one point to the other. Now, on one side of the borderline spectrum, you could be schizophrenic. But they can't say, oh, you're schizophrenic because, whatever. So then, on the other side of the spectrum, the other end, you could be borderline bipolar. You see? So instead, they're like, well, we can't diagnose them bipolar, paranoia, and etc., or borderline for schizophrenia and paranoia. So they just said, well, they're borderline, on the border of either or. Does it ever turn into someone who was diagnosed borderline and turns out they're schizophrenic? Yeah, it's possible. So far, I haven't read anyone with misdiagnoses. Has it been diagnosed borderline, hit the full bipolar? Well, again, it could be. Why do I say that? Because frankly, let me tell you how doctors want to treat borderline personality disorder patients. I like my hat. Let Santa wear. Oh, there's a hole in it. See? There's a hole in this. You see, I just realized that. But you know what? This hat's been in the family for 50 years. So, as you can see, it's not bad for 50 years. Little repair. She's good as golden for another 50. Yeah, a lot of people think, okay. So, how does doctors treat borderlines? They don't. You see, a lot of borderlines can't be on meds. And if they find meds that work, usually it's schizophrenic or bipolar. And usually by that point, they change the diagnosis to either bipolar or schizophrenic. You can sit there and say, oh my God, is that true? Yeah. I mean, Chloe's been on a lot of meds. Doesn't work. Now, you're probably wondering how bad is borderline. Borderline goes way back for the diagnosis, but you ask, what's the trigger? How come there's a trigger? Trigger is usually broken family. Say the dad doesn't want to take care of. Let's break down Chloe's borderline. Chloe claims that supposedly mom doesn't believe in stepdad sexually assaulting and abusing her son. Didn't happen, right? So Chloe claims it doesn't happen, but if it did happen, hypothetically, what does that mean exactly? Mom didn't want to believe it. She believed her husband. I believe her husband too, because why? I can't see from my own perspective of being raped and abused as a child that she went through the same thing. Yeah. That tells you something right there. You see, partly it's sexual abuse, physical abuse, child neglect, child abuse. Now, I don't like talking about those words, but in a general context, it's that breaks the kid that has a fractured relationship with their parents, which then causes later in life for them to be needy, demanding, and claim that they're entitled. Now you're asking how, what, when, where, and why. Well, I just told you the specifics. Bad family, fractured family causes borderline personality. But what else does it cause? Strain in everyone. You see, person that's borderline can also develop side development disorders like ADHD, ADD, can do an anger or temperament disorder, intermittent explosive disorder, ODD, oppositional defiance disorder, which means they'll get mad and they will literally physically take it out on you. That's ODD, by the way. It's really, really bad. If you're on the autism spectrum disorder, you have ADHD, you have ODD, and they're lumped with the people with borderlines or the mentally whacked out. All right. Now, there's a lot of side issues there. Now, Chloe was diagnosed with 27 different diagnoses. One being schizophrenic, one being bipolar, bipolar 2, bipolar 1, bipolar 3, which is dicythylamine, borderline. Eventually, all of the hospitals got together in this state and said she's got more symptoms of borderline. How are you going to contain it? Chloe can't. She won't. The borderline person believes that they're entitled. Plain and simple. They are entitled. Look at Chloe, for example. So I literally turned around and told Chloe I can have this kitchen cleaned in about 30 minutes flat. Just give me a pail of water and a bucket and I'll get everything done. She can figure out how to clean the stove. She got mad. That's my effing job, you see. This is a borderline. You see, when you challenge the borderline's authority, they'll freaking try to put you in your place. And if they can't, you sometimes end up dead because of their temper. And then they're in jail being like, oh, well, I did it because, for example, I'm giving you an example, like in like the Polar Express, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it, In the end, the judge is going to throw away the key in a mental hospital for life because they're unstable. Why? Well, because they think they're a princess and they're entitled. But a princess shouldn't be entitled, then you're in the wrong house. You're in the wrong house. I mean, think about it. Think of it this way, for example. We get it up in the mornings, right? I'm up at a different time. I'll be going to bed between 8 and 9 hours from now, right? That's fine. She'll be up, I go to bed. Why do I do that schedule? Because I don't want to deal with her. Truth is in the pudding, people. But for a Sunday morning, I figured this would be a little bit of fun. You see, let me tell you about borderlines for a bit, okay? So you can understand the overall. Their life's fractured, right? A lot of borderlines end up homeless. A lot of borderlines do destructive behavior. A lot of borderlines destroy property. Let's tell a story about a young woman. My sister, Tara. Tara M., or as we know her as Cactus Blossom. She got fed up taking care of a worthless sponge's freeloading lifestyle that she put them on a bus and sent them to California, saying they're better service. There would. But the problem is, I think that my sister Tara regrets, a.k.a. Cactus Blossom, was that she didn't know that this would have triggered Chloe extra borderline personality. Not just one personality, but an expert. What does that mean exactly? It means Chloe got more violent, more hate towards Chloe's dad and Chloe's ex-roommates. And anyone in Arizona who agreed with Cactus to send her off on a bus to. Eventually, Chloe got home, right? Again, her mom was actively participating in therapy. They kept saying, your child's bipolar. Mom kept saying, oh, apparently no, my kid is autistic. Well, they couldn't find anything in the spectrum disorder, so what happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. So eventually, they decided to lie to me. I'm going to be homeless. They're going to throw me out of my grandmother's house. So I decided to be a nice Christian woman and say, well, I can't allow homelessness. Not knowing the whole story between Tara, a.k.a. Cactus Blossom, and the rest of her made-up, taking up rent space like the preppers. Oh, we got to prep because we're all going to die. Personally, I think if anyone's taking up rental space, CP needs to basically go to a mental hospital because intel says, really, the only intel I could say is he's got paranoid delusions taking up residency in his brain or in his head. All right. Now back to the joke, okay? So Chloe goes to live with her mom. 7 months. Oh, my mom's gonna kick me. I don't know anything about mom. I don't plan to know anything about mom till, a year later? When finally we got to the big picture. Chloe didn't want anyone to talk to her. We finally spoke on Zoom. Chloe didn't want Zoom. I finally had a heart-to-heart with her mom. Her mom and I found out that Chloe lies, cheats, and steals. Mom didn't tell me they steal food. That's one thing her mom told me recently. Her son, as she put it, is a food thief. So let me tell you, what is borderline and put together power borderline and narcissistic borderline? Well, power borderline was full control of everything. Now you can be power narcissistic borderline. They exist. But what happens? Well, it's not a big, pretty sight. Some of them end up in jail, some end up in a mental hospital, and some end up living on the street selling themselves because they think everyone's against them. Most borderlines think everyone's against them. See, I'm not against people that are schizophrenic. I'm not against people that are bipolar. I'm not against people that are schizoaffective disorder, schizophrenia and bipolar. I'm not against any of those. What I'm against is a borderline. You see, borderline is not only a liar, a cheat, and a thief. You see, the borderline, for example, who's narcissistic, only talks about themselves. Not in third person, but themselves. They say, oh yeah, I'll go and buy you some gems if you want to play with me on Guild Wars. Or I'll give you crowns if you play ESO with me. Now it's crowns. Do I look like I want an ongoing game with a narcissistic punk? I'm not going to call them names. I'm not going to call them names. Not on this channel. Not tonight. Not this morning. Sunday. But do I want to try to take someone's bribe? That's the key word here. Bribe. No, Borderlines try to bribe. Now, I bribe all the time. But you know what the problem is? The borderlines, what really upsets them is borderlines like to do a half-assed job to get paid. They like a half. Let's just say they like a half-butted job. We're going to try to keep this clean as much as possible, okay? A half-butted job. And they don't want to earn much. They want to hand it to them on a platter. Now, I've tried to teach Chloe, for example, you got to earn something. They don't want to earn it. They think they're entitled. Borderlines think they're entitled to everything because their entire brain's fractured. They think one way, black and white. They think they're entitled. They've been raped. Maybe they've been abused. Maybe they've been clunked upside the head. Whatever, Chloe said she was assaulted in California. Then she comes out here and she's dealing with someone who assaulted her out here, where we live. A former neighbor supposedly did it. She filed a police report. Now this lady who's getting off of drugs, we call her meth head, literally is trying to butter up to Chloe. Sorry to say, but there's a problem. You know what the problem is? Chloe literally attacks her in my presence. But I never flinched or budged. That's what did she do to you? Oh, well, you know what she did to me. Well, now it's all goody-goody. So you got someone who's trying to sit there, oh, they want you to help with disability. I'm not going to help. I'm not going to help them with disability, supposedly, because they stole from me because they're supposedly schizophrenic and on meth. And the second thing, no wonder why. See this? Keep telling Chloe, I really need to get a trimming. Every time I try to set up his trimming, borderline personality just sort of takes over and wants to take my trimming. Literally. You see, a narcissistic borderline like Chloe only thinks about themselves. Yeah, think about it. You see, borderlines are, if their treatment works, they're the nicest people in the world. If their treatment doesn't work or they refuse, they're hell on wheels. They're hell, not wheels. If they had wheels, it'd be running everyone over out of anger. They could be hell on two legs, okay? And literally, I've seen narcissistic borderlines do some crazy things. Think about it. Crazy things. Yeah. Calling up supposedly government agencies. I've heard her talk about her doing this, calling up government agencies. Never thought she would do it, but she did. Government agencies get even with people. What? And then, like I remember a sheriff knocking on my door once. Borderline, her mind. Asking me questions. I said, I don't know. I'm in my jammies here, and I'm like, what do you guys want? You want to arrest me? Well, they turned around and told me that it was about neighbor A, neighbor B, neighbor C, and neighbor D. And they're taking a report for, I think it was the U.S. Capitol Police or some stupid thing. I can't remember. It's been like 4 years, 5 years ago. I'm going, dude, you're dealing with Chloe. They literally were like, oh, Chloe's been kicked out of several stores dressing like a whore. I mean, literally. No trespassed. This is the stuff. Threatens. I've had to disarm her because she wanted to kill people because the neighbor next door is black. Literally. I've had to disarm her. I've had my head slammed in the refrigerators. I've had concussions. I've told this to the people. They mark it as borderline rage, but because she's a tranny with a willy, they can't touch her. Woman was something special. Yeah, but we'll get into that discussion later. Tonight is about borderlines. Borderlines will punish you to no end. Power borderlines and narcissistic. They do. Like, let me give you an example, okay? So last night, I'm sitting there, right? And they are getting angry. Angry. And I said, what's wrong with you? She said, well, I'm angry. I said, why? She said, because I'm angry. I said, why? That device I just put away was my 40-year-old popcorn maker. She demanded that I give her popcorn because, well, I'm a real woman. I need popcorn. Then, right after the throwing a temper tantrum for popcorn, you know what else happened? She turns around. I gotta clean that floor up tomorrow. She turns around, and you know what she does? She says, as in borderline narcissistic, I think I'll make you hamburgers. That's her way of saying, I'm getting your fucking hamburger meat. If you don't like it, fuck you. So, sorry. This is how she put it, pretty much body language. I'm making you hamburgers. You're going to like it. And if you don't like it, you can fudge off. Yeah. And I'm taking it because I'm entitled. That's what she's in her body language. Right? So basically, our frick off. Our frickin'. Right? So, sorry, I still have to keep it kind of clean, okay? So I apologize. I'm trying. So, what happens? I turn around and decide I'm not going to let her win. I went and had cheese, sausages, cold. Her answer, how could you eat something like that that's not heated? It's already fully cooked. Secret is in the pudding. What did she do? She did up her chores, what she wanted, went back to her room to go to bed. She's angry. She's like, you costed me a dinner. No, you costed yourself a dinner when I decided to eat sausages. Why did I eat it cold? Because I'm not letting her touch my frickin' hamburgers. I'm not a charity for someone who thinks that everything is theirs. Last night, I finally went ahead and cleaned the fridge. Fridge cleaning. Look at this. Fridge cleaning. I just gotta wipe it down, but I can see what's in there now. Of course, Chloe would throw a fit. Why? Well, because fridge cleaning. Yeah. So, why? Because I can. And I did. But you're asking. So, you see, borderline people have a plan. They always have a plan. So, for example, a borderline is told to go grocery shopping. They go grocery shopping. But they come back with stuff that they wanted on your dime. Then you realize it's considered thievery. Yeah. One of the things Tony really hates about, he's from England, by the way. He hates it. He literally hates that some person steals. Yeah. We went through the receipt last night. Tony didn't know. Last night, I actually took some time last night. And I marked on the receipt. I circled on the receipts what was stolen from me. Let's see. Circle. 1. Salt and pepper I didn't authorize. Dish detergent and bath tissue. Aloe vera drink. Now I authorized the toilet paper and the dish soap. But you know why I circled it? I'll tell you why. In red, which is Christmas red. Christmas red. Why did I circle it in red, you ask? To make a point. You see, red means thief. And when someone steals, every month, right? A narcissistic borderline, for example, has a plan. You see, it goes like this. Plan goes like this. You wake up in the morning. You get up. You have a plan. You're a normal person. Let's just say you're normal. Zoe says, I don't understand how therapists can't say you're not normal. Well, to them, they think I'm not normal because I don't think of sex, all right? Fortunately, being a woman that I am, I think of other video games, music, movies, books, semi-prepping, and ham radios, hobbies, and scanners. Police scanners. Radio scanners. Right? That's my expertise. Chloe, on the other hand, thinks she's an expert in everything that she wants to educate herself to. But narcissistic tranny woman, that's what I'm going to say, tranny woman, has a plan, you see. First, they say they're going to be kicked out. Their family doesn't want to put up with their borderline, bipolar, schizophrenic tendencies. They drink too much, end up in the emergency room. Mom's pissed. Mom finds out why. Well, you shouldn't be drinking a gallon of Jägermeister. EMS take them out. Grandpa wakes up, finds himself in his boxers on YouTube, turns the computer off. That's it, right? We don't know if Grandpa got her drunk, sexually assaulted her, or nothing. That's all. Grandpa was in his buck naked pretty much, except for his underwear on YouTube. I just left it go until that Grandpa turned it off. Turned off her computer. She was in the emergency room. She didn't call me. She was there. Over a drink, Jaeger and Dr. Pepper or something. Mom gave her yelled at everything. Eventually, Mom says, you don't know this Rita. You shouldn't go out there. Chloe said, F you, Mom, I'm going. Eventually, when the first time Chloe went to mental hospital, me and her mom bonded and said, look, this is what I was told. She says, you've been filled with lies. Child's lying. Well, that's the way Chloe lied. Oh, I'm going to be homeless. Comes out here, right? Her plan was to get on the public dole to get a free sex change off the Medicaid of Washington, which they cover. 6 years later, no sex change. What's tunes the state playing? They know what she's playing. So, they say she's borderline. A lot of people sit there and say, really? Wow, that's amazing. Borderline. Excuse me for a minute. So, while Chloe is diagnosed borderline, she lied. You see, when she came out here for 3 months, she tried to put on a show that she's a good person. But then she couldn't handle it. It was good. Cooking, cleaning, everything. She did it a lot, right? No responsibilities. Her mom said, be careful. What you're getting isn't what it's always cracked up to be. Family said the same thing. I didn't listen. I thought, this is cool. Soon as she went to the mental hospital first time, I kept a documentation diary. Videos were all over the net. Chloe's doing this, Chloe's abused, Chloe's this. She got out, she was medicated. Didn't work. Then they tried putting her on other. But meanwhile, she was going to mental clinics. She don't, I'm transgendered, I need my letters. Not going to happen. Eventually, emergency room visits, trying to convince him to go back to a mental hospital. Because every time, see, the first time I turned around, right? And I was misguided, you see. What about Chloe in 2017? I was misguided. You could say, how was I misguided? My sister used to say, if you can't get it done in one clinic, you go to Harborview. I told Chloe. So Chloe started going to Harborview. That's in Seattle, by the way. She'd get on a train, 8 hours there, get off, go to Harborview. They took her in every time. Now they won't. She walked in the other day and they turned around and kicked her out. They said, oh, you're from Central Washington again, Chloe? Grow up. She said, no, I'm from Skagit. I'm going to go to Skagit. Out they went. I mean, literally. You see, for 6 years, she refused to do chores. She said after she got into the door that she was entitled. That was her plan. When I had corrective surgery down below, I was being punished because they didn't have it. Then they found out their dad had surgery. Supposedly their dad had a sex change. Started punishing their dad. Then they started going ape. Eventually, I had enough. All right. I had enough. Let me tell you. All right. Enough of the abuse. I broke down. I ended up in a mental hospital myself in Oregon at the time. Nothing wrong with me, just basically broken. Dealing with someone who's borderline, who is severely abusive. I had an entire team at that hospital say, if Chloe comes back, which Chloe had to, she was on the lease. Manager wasn't going to allow me to not live by myself. Chloe destroyed me. Right? Came back, was hell. Police all the time. I didn't care. Finally I said, you know what? You drive me over here and then you leave. Okay. What happened? We left. Since then, sheriffs think I'm the problem. If I'm not showing myself, they say, Rudy, where have you been? And I tell the officer, hopefully dead one day, then I won't have to worry about you buttholes pestering me. They think, oh, you want to kill yourself? No. But I'm saying, hopefully dead next to in heaven with my husband, because she's driving me to, she's killing me either with stress, heart attack, or whatever, And Chloe could be trying to kill me. I'm not paranoid. The other day I told her one package of sausage links. One, right? They're like one package. Borderline decides I'm going to overload them with food, right? One of the weaknesses of life is food. Which reminds me, when do I need to freeze these? So, let me tell you what happened. She turns around and she cooks 2 packages of maple flavored sausages. You know what happened? You could probably guess. Chest pains and everything else. Yeah, that tells you right there. borderline only has their own thoughts in mind. Now you can ask, food thieves? Yeah. 6 years they would add stuff to my bill without me knowing. They got mad, they would do things. They'd yell and scream, call on the phone. You know why they got rid of their phone? They got rid of their phone because... By the way, has anyone seen my phone? No, it's in Chloe's pocket. Again. See, the son of a bitch took it. And because I went to sleep early, they probably went outside and gabbed on it for a long time. You see, the longer Chloe keeps my phone, so she lies, she cheats, and she steals. Lying is whatever, Cheating and stealing, it's in the pudding on the receipts. She got disability, and then she doesn't want to part with any of her money. She wants everyone to spend their money, but not part with theirs. And if you want something and you demand something, say, I want a bottle of booze on my dime, they will argue that that money is wasted on the liquor. And then deep down in their heart, they're angry because you're spending it on yourself. Maybe you want to have a drink or two, or a good toot, as they call it, Rudy toot with your booze. And they think that's less money going into their pocket. You say, I'm disabled, so I like a good drink now and then. But they don't want you to have anything. Then they get combative with you and violent when you won't play their online game. Maybe you don't like it. You tried it and you said, oh, this ain't my cup of tea. Then you have to walk on eggshells on the paranoia part. Or what about the triggers, everyone? The word no, N-O, the word no, K-N-O-W, triggers. All because apparently a police officer told them to wear a gown. Police supposedly said no. And supposedly the police officer, in Chloe's own words, clubbed the crap out of her. Would have made news if a trans woman got clubbed. Yeah. An officer with the Moses Lake PD supposedly clubbed her. Right. The son of a bitch lies, cheats, and steals. And gets away with it. And yet, here we are on a Sunday morning talking about a hobby that's very important to me. Trying to teach you all about Borderline 101. You see, borderlines will lie to get what they want. They will manipulate to get what they want. They will cheat, steal. They will do everything they can. That's the truth. You see, usually I check email from time to time. So basically, in terms of borderline personality, they lie, they cheat, they steal, they try to control. For example, they get mad when you sit there and they think you're trying. They want you to cater to them. But when you sit there and you don't cater to them and you just basically make it a subtle remark like the manager is telling us to conserve water due to the fact that water tanks are getting harder to get a hold of in this day and age. Maybe they're made in China, right? Joke aside, okay. So what happens? She turns around and she gets mad. No. Borderlines are the type of people that they demand what you have, okay? For example, I was at a restaurant here on the island once. I wanted to go out to eat by myself. You know what'll clear my time? My personal boundaries space, right? What happened? Chloe turns around, screams and yells at every car on the set, calling everyone names because I wouldn't take her to lunch. I remember when Shelly and I went to lunch, Moses Lake, and dinners. Chloe threw a fit all that. Finally, one day, I had mobile Skype on my phone. So I Skyped Chloe. Chloe's like, hey, what do you want? I was like, I'm going to bring you home real authentic. Because she was nice that day. She got the place clean. Real authentic Mexican. What would you like? So I read her the menu. She tells me she wants 3 things. I said, okay, no problem. That's payday for me. I got paid. She eats it, right? She knew his sister Shelly was home, but she was jealous that Shelly went instead of her. So what did she say? Oh, I had regular Mexican in Arizona. Well, the entire place is Mexican descent. Their skin tone, everything. They're the most loving people in the world, and they always asked about Aaron. You know what? Chloe, of course, didn't like it. They didn't like it one bit. Yeah. I love my taco food. One of my favorite foods in the world? Cameroon's a la plancha. You know. I wonder if that one place is still available. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, I see. I was hoping to see this. They have a website? Or do I gotta go on? Oh, yes, they have a website. Yes. Do they have a menu? Oh, here we go. It's been a while since I looked at the menu. It's a real Mexican place, but Chloe had a problem with it, you know. So apparently, $4 street taco. I'm not really a taco person myself. Beers and ciders. I'm more of a. So apparently, they don't have a big menu anymore. Hmm. So apparently, they got rid of their. See, this is what I was curious about because I don't mind Mexican from time to time, but apparently their menu sucks now. Anyways, so basically, like I said, borderline people are the type of people that would literally do anything and everything, and they worry. All right, they worry the worst. I'll tell you, they worry the worst. You mind their own business, and literally, they don't want to cook unless they have to. They don't want to clean unless they have to. They think they're a pretty princess, but they're entitled to make everyone else's life hell. For example, you say no, they throw a temper tantrum. They want to have your head on a pike. Pretty much. They will literally turn around and belittle you. Belittle you. You could be walking on eggshells. There's books out there I recommend if you ever want to know more about this disorder. You know. But the secret is to handle it with kids' gloves. Yeah, pretty much. So, you say to me, what's your plan? Well, I try to teach Chloe there's boundaries. My boundary is my living room where I live. Her is in her room. If she cleans it up, I might put a microwave and a refrigerator and then tell her to stay in there. Why? Because I don't want to see her. You see, somebody steals from me and literally goes off the deep end, right? Well, you're probably wondering what happened to Cactus Blossom. She lost the weight because Chloe kept calling her fat butt, rump butt, wide bump, wide butt, wide load, whatever, She went and lost it all. Now she might have some surgery soon. Good for her. Of course, Chloe's pissed because everyone around her apparently has breast implants except for Chloe. Because Chloe wants bigger hooters so she could sell her body. She can't. So, thing is, you have to work for it, you see. And Chloe's just like the rest of the borderlines. They don't think they have a mental illness. They think it's everyone else around them. They're fine. They're normal. But they don't get what they want. They make the person closest to them that's trying to look after them to a point. The one, as Tony would say, would put a roof over their head. More their life's in the gutter. For what? They make my life hell. They throw my life in the garbage. So, Chloe turns around, she says, what do you do? How come? Why? I'll tell you why. You see, she wants it her way or the highway. I won't budge. You see, Chloe's one of those people, and most borderlines are like this, that they want it their way. They don't want to say they have mental illness. They want to say, I have mental illness. The APS lady has mental illness. Her mom's got mental illness. Her dad's got mental illness. Cactus has mental illness. Her ex-friend Paul, she calls him Paul, has a mental illness. All these people have mental illness, but Chloe doesn't have mental illness. Chloe's normal and fine. You see, borderlines, all of them, unless they accept they have a problem, they will run everyone into the ground. Now, let me tell you what Tony thinks. Okay, I love Tony dearly. Tony was making a comment the other day. Doesn't realize borderlines, right? We had great fun, but still pissed what Chloe has done. I'm here for you, Rita. Much love. Wish I could be there to help you put Chloe in her place. Evict her and move in. Can't evict a borderline person who's a woman with a dong. They're untouchable, pretty much. Chloe, Rita, hold on. Move in with you and pay my way and keep the house in order. Sorry, but I gotta say. Then was rude to Chloe. Then says, I feel so bad for you, Rita. Well, I'm explaining what borderline is this morning. What you have done everything for Chloe. She's pinching off you, lying to you. Yeah, she is. She's literally stealing. It's right there in the receipts. Every time I go to the store. What the fudge, Chloe? Rita puts up with you, saved you from being in the gutter. Well, Chloe was going to put herself in the gutter. She claimed she was going to be homeless. That was a big, fat lie. From being in the gutter, you fucking mess. I hate what you've done to Rita. All she's done is help, and you cared for you, and you steal from her. You low, very low. Please get in touch with Rita if you need me. See, literally, this is the stuff that I have to deal with on an everyday basis. I mean, literally, I asked for receipts. She hid the receipts. Now she's afraid she will go to jail because she's stealing. She's panicked. She's paranoid. That's part of her borderline. She's paranoid. She's paranoid that the entire world's going to collapse. We're going to either die of civil war. We'll know after the election what happens. Till then, don't dwell on it. She's always talking about, apparently, her favorite topic, politics. You get how taxing that is for someone like me, who wants to sit back, put in a movie, have a drink, maybe relax, toot. And yet, tonight, seeing Sister Fanny, my beloved adopted sister Fanny, who has her own preppy channel, she says, damn. See, a borderline will take what they want. Literally. Let me tell you. Common sense for me, I don't take what I want. You see, I gotta go through this bag here on the floor. See? This bag has all the stuff she got from the food bank a couple weeks ago. I've eaten what I wanted out of it, but you know what? She takes what she doesn't need. That's a borderline. Borderline will take what they want. You go through the food line. Do you want eggs? Okay. Goes in the fridge. Do you want hamburger? Okay. No pork. Is there any pork chops or burrito this week? Oh, no. Do you want another thing hamburger? Okay. Comes home. Because she spends her food stamp money foolishly. Then she goes and she makes hamburgers for herself, whatever it is, ground meat with her own seasoning. Trust me, don't want her tacos. She puts so much seasoning in it, as Cactus says, that it stinks the house up. And then if you do eat it, you'll end up having IBS really quickly, irritable bowel syndrome. And then you'll be sitting on the toilet for 4 days because you ate her Mexican that she loves so much because she's an expert Mexican with extra over things. Instead of one package of taco seasoning, she might use 2 or 3. And then when you eat it, you think it's tasty, but then you're sitting on the toilet for a month. Actually, 4 days. Why? Yeah. You try to teach her things and she gets mad, combative. You try to teach her, conserve your money, she gets mad. Every time, she's like, oh, I'm going to get you some milk. Goes out, right? Like last night, right? I get up. Story for you. I get up. And I'm being a witch. A witch. What was I doing? I just got out of bed. Shower was going like crazy. And then she's calling me a piece of crap. And I'm sitting there thinking, why do you want to go? Oh, well, we don't have any food. I need to go to the store. Finally, she calms down, goes to the store. I call her up. Don't forget the milk, dish soap, and toilet paper. I'll come back and get it, right? And she belches right on the road. Brrr, at the borderline. So I said, did you buy something? Then last night, this is the borderline. Oh, I only spent $5 at the hot bar at the deli at the grocery store and got something to eat. $5. Didn't tell me it was my money or her money, but it was $5 or more. That's her way of lying about the price so she could have it lunch out. She could have shrimp for all we know, right? And then she runs out. And then when you sit there and you try to have a heart-to-heart with her and say, you need to save some money, you need to prep, she snaps at you and says, well, I don't want to hear this BS crap about prepping. You buy everything that you prep that I can't eat anyways. Well, that's the point. But then she gets mad because she's hungry, and yet she goes out, right? And then, lo and behold, what happens? She comes back after a full belly. Then you're having a discussion with your moderator and Sister Fanny about, I like my my Thousand Island dressing warm for my burgers. I like my thing. She says, oh, just leave it warm. Well, I tell Chloe, okay, you want to make me dinner? Fine, I'll take some burgers. She decides, Oh, well, I'm going to help myself to your burgers again. So what do? I eat cold sausages. Cold, already heated, cooked, better cheddars. I did a Higgins. I didn't heat them up. I don't have a microwave and I ain't going to heat them up. Eat them. Chloe's watching TV and she says, how can you eat them cold? It's food. I already had popcorn before then, so I was like, you know what, fine. What does she do? She turns around and she gets mad. Like, you don't want me to eat. No, I don't want you to eat my food. You see, anytime you buy something that you know she can't eat, she gets mad. And when you do buy something you want to eat for yourself, she gets mad because if it's hamburgers, she's entitled. Like the other day, she made bacon burgers, right? Took my burgers, pissed off Tony. Took my cheese, took my lettuce, took everything. Made a sandwich, burgers for herself. I told her, when you get done making the burgers, you put the sauce on the top. She didn't do it till later. And then, out of 4 pieces of bacon, one of my bacon pieces fell off onto the floor. Moppy goes, by the way, Moppy's my service dog. He's a little shih tzu. What happens? She doesn't care. With multiple packs of bacon in the fridge, 4 packages. She cooks 3 packages. Borderline 4. What does she do? Gives me 4 pieces of bacon. It's small. Cooks up 3 packages out of 4. Eats all the bacon for herself. And says she's entitled, even though my receipt says I paid for the bacon. Then Cactus, love Cactus, says, because one day I was telling Cactus a story where I wanted club sandwiches and I had a Ziploc bag and I put in, and I was cooking bacon. I had a coffee can, right? Full coffee can. One of those large coffee cans. So I was going to make up 3 pounds of bacon. I got all put in the Ziploc bag, everything good. Chloe says, can you cook this? For once, Chloe bought 2 packages of bacon for herself, 2 3-pound blocks for herself. Okay, I'll be nice. I'll cook it for you. Cooked it up, cooled it down, put it in a Ziploc bag on the thing as I did everything, and I drained the bacon grease. I kept cooking, and finally, the can's full of bacon grease. Chloe turns around, right? Because she bought it herself. As I told Cactus Blossom, many times she'll eat not 1 package, but 2 packages, maybe 3 packages like the other night. Or she'll eat the whole 3 pounds of thick cut bacon. Then the next day she says, oh, I got some peppered bacon for myself. Will you cook it? Oh, okay. So in 2 days, 6 pounds of bacon inhaled. What's Cactus Blossom say? She's going to kill her stomach or have a heart attack. Yeah. That is an unhealthy diet. Like trying to kill me the other night, I tell her and she doesn't listen. Borderlines don't listen. They want to be the rebel. I say 1 package of sausage links. Take a few for yourself, being nice. Leave me the rest. She cooks up 2 packages of sausage links. And then I ended up eating all of them, basically. Literally dying from chest pain because the sausage links are too much bacon. Yeah. Little guy's eating again. If you didn't know, I had a bunny in there. His name's Ebo. So, borderline people will lie, cheat, and steal. How do they lie, you say? Well, let me give you an example. Borderlines are the type of people that have problems also. Some have problems with sex. Their erratic behavior. They have to have sex. And then one day, some borderlines out there end up with AIDS because they're horny. They're too horny. Another type of borderline is spending, like Chloe. She can't stop spending. She goes to the store, thinks, oh, it's only $3. Oh, it's $4. Oh, it's $6. Who's paying for it? Me. And then she lies about it. Then, to hide her thievery, she doesn't send receipts until I demand it. Then the sheriff stops her and says, if Rita's buying, you give her the receipt, or we'll arrest her. We find out you're stealing from her, we'll arrest you. Chloe's panicked, so she brings me the receipts now. It's like one time, there was a charge on my card. Chloe told the sheriff she doesn't remember what she bought. She admitted right there she stole, but she says, I don't remember what I bought, right? So the sheriff and I talk. The sheriff says, does she buy anything for herself? And, making a case against her. Well, yesterday, for example, I went to take a bath and shave my legs. All right? I sat there and I said to Chloe, where the hell is the shave gel you gave me? A can of shave gel. Oh, well, I don't know where you put it first. Then she says, oh, that? I think I used it for myself. I have to shave every day. I'm a woman. I don't want to be hairy. You shave every day, your legs. You shave every day on your chest. You shave your arms, your legs, your face, everything. And yet, the story goes, she's abusive. Then she says she got mad. Why am I being a witch? Well, you gave me something, then you take it away and use it yourself. And then she goes down to the store and buys 2 cans and says, this one's mine, this one's yours. Why? Don't touch mine. I put mine in my little toiletry bag. I keep a toiletry bag with old used razors. Why? Because when I was buying razors, she'd take them. Oh, 7-bladed razors. I stopped and I went to 6 blades. Oh, 6-bladed. Now that there's no 6 blades, I've been ordering razors and putting them in my office because I'm not letting her steal my razors. She won't go in my office. She never does. But that's another thing. A borderline will steal from you. It will literally steal from you. Yeah. They will steal from you and then lie about it. Another lie they tell, they think because they've been so abused, they can't trust anyone. They have trust issues. Yet, brand new laptop in front of her. All she had to do is get this place clean before Christmas. She didn't. She said, hell with it. Why? Because she did not want to do it. She's like, the hell with it. So I had a new laptop. I had to wait 6 weeks to open my presents up. And my laptop set up because she had to have her own. Otherwise, borderlines like to punish people. They don't get what they want, they punish. They do things differently. They'll go off island, buy a disposable phone, and they'll call people. APS, CPS, Secret Service, Capitol Police, whatever, And then when the sheriff shows up in the door investigating, you're like, meh, I don't know what's going on. And then they realize, oh, it's Chloe. Then when you tell people your story, therapists call APS, Adult Protection Service. They come out every time Chloe gets combative. APS lady's a pig. Her name's like something, right? So Chloe changed the name to Tin Pig. Because she's angry. And then she's like, oh, Lori Tin Pig hates me. That's her code name, Lori. Courtney Cow, my advocate. Courtney Cow hates me once, does all this. But Chloe doesn't sit there, and borderlines won't do this. They'll look at their life and say, I better be good. They don't get what they want, they throw crap fit. They make promises. Oh, I'll get this done. But they're lazy. They're only interested in what they can have now. You interrupt them in their computer game, they throw a fit. The internet goes down, they think that terrorists took over. The power goes out, terrorists take over. You got a police scanner, you listen to it. Police scanner says, quote unquote. Give me 1 second with you, everyone. I gotta use the restroom. Thank you. I was gassy, so it turns out I had diarrhea. So the bottom line is popcorn does that to help clean irritable bowel syndrome. Apparently your body can't process popcorn. So when it does come out, it's usually diarrhea. So I'll probably have to do it 2 or 3 more times before I take a nap. So the bottom line is, for all of you tuning in this morning, just remember, borderline people don't think that they're the problem. They don't have it. But when they do go to get help, it's usually someone pushing them to get help. Like Chloe's trying to get help, but for example, therapists ain't doing anything. Always about crisis management. Then, when you do hear a little bit of tidbit from the therapist, it's, oh, if you cause an argument, take a nap. Chloe causes arguments so she doesn't have to do anything. That's her way of getting away with it. Then when it gets up, usually, it's like YouTube, right? She doesn't like me talking about sorry, I'm just so happy to see him playing, Yep, that's one thing I truly love. Playing, huh? I should get you a toilet paper roller too. We have a whole bucket of them. Toilet paper rolls, by the way, everyone, is a cheap toy for Bunny. What? You want something? Yeah, he's like, I want some attention, Mama. Attention? Huh? Is that what you want again? So now he wants the attention by being on video, see? So, let's talk. Borderlines think that they're not they're entitled. They're entitled to do nothing and get paid. And then borderlines also think if they do a favor for you, they're entitled to take from you. What? Every time I turn around, you're looking at me, huh? What do you want? What do you want? So, you got to understand, borderline people, they want what they want. They don't care about anyone but themselves. They have their own agenda. Or something you do they don't like, they'll basically say it's the stupidest thing in the world. For example, a borderline will try to be nice to you and try to buy you, but their lies really get to someone at times like me. Why? Well, let's look at it from my point of view. You see, borderline will sit there and say, oh, I'll get better. I need a furry companion. So I went out of my way to get her a rabbit. Instead, hold on a sec, just to be on the same page as you guys, I got her a rabbit. What happened? I look after him. I feed him, I water him, and I hold him, I cuddle with him. She doesn't cuddle with him. She'd rather cuddle with the dog. Hi. So, for some of you out there, got him Easter Sunday in 2019. He's been my friend since. Apparently, he doesn't like Chloe holding it for some reason. But me, he doesn't mind. Do you, Ebo? Yeah. See, you're shedding again, though. You're always a shedding. Always a shedding. I call him the Pillsbury Bunny. See? And just so you know, on this channel, that's a face everyone can love. And that is why I took the vows not to ever eat another rabbit again in my life. They're humans too. In my opinion, they have feelings. Animals have feelings. Probably the cows do, but you know me, I like a good steak now and then. Hi. Hi. He's smiling. You can know when a bunny smiles. Hi. He's got that little smile. Look at that. So, what is it, little? Come to the dark side. We have cute Ebo bunnies. Just joking. So, once in a while, you kiss the bunny enough, you end up with hair in your mouth. It's okay, though. So, bottom line for all you people out there, it's simple. Let me tell you. When you live, you got to ask yourself, how much do you want to take on if you know someone's borderline? My opinion, visit them once a month and let them be on their own. Now, with me, a lot of people ask, well, how come you can't get rid of her? Well, she's a tranny with a dong, untouchable, mentally ill. In this state, the mentally ill come first. Now, because they're mentally ill and tranny, they get extra protections. Now, what type of lies do they make? Well, for example, promises. You see, when they make a promise and they break them because they think, well, you're not serious on yours. Truth is, when I make a promise, I always keep it. Just like I told Zoe when it came to the Christmas stockings, right? Well, I had this great idea for a Christmas stocking. Unfortunately, yeah. So it was like, we have to do a Christmas price limit. Well, figure it out. Let me know, honey pie. But Chloe, like, she made a promise, right? I made her a promise. Okay, I said, you get this place clean, I will buy you that hard drive you want so you can put more games on your computer. External hard drive. She won't even try. She thinks she's 6 years, she's entitled, right? Entitled. To me, you're not entitled. So I told her, and she got mad. Okay, this is borderlines talking, right? Borderlines get mad, right? I said, you clean the kitchen up and you tidy up the bathroom and stuff. I will go in there and wipe the floors down and wash the counters. Well, that's my job. Well, if it's your job, why aren't you doing it? You see, when you have a heart-to-heart with a borderline, they literally throw it back in your face. For example, had a heart-to-heart once a week about cleaning. She doesn't get it. Right, I'm a princess. I should be taken care of. No, you're a freaking man in a dress that wants to be taken care of because you want to have a sex change and probably want to use your cooter, no offense, I'm using that as a clean word as possible, to get what you want by having a female pair of reproduction or fake reproduction, or those trannies can't give birth and they can't have babies unless they're born both. So, think of it. She got mad. It's all about her. If she cleaned her room and helped me organize a few things, we would be in better shape. I even offered to help. She doesn't like that. She wants to live like a pig. A pig in slop. Yeah, that's a borderline for you. They don't care. They think they're entitled to live in pig side. They're entitled to be lazy. They're entitled to play their computer games. And for example, this is a borderline narcissistic, okay? They turn around and they walk out. You could be waking up, right? Coffee cup in your hand, rule at 1 when you wake up. Like my mom and I. I'll tell you about my mom, okay? My mother might have been very stern with me growing up, but my mother growing up, I remember one time, I wake up. It goes like this. Power's out. Wood stove's going. Nice and toasty. Storage room's open. Second bedroom's open. My bedroom's open. My mom's bedroom's open. Right? I left the door open for her. She's like, why you can't open it? Instead of having her first cup of coffee, I said, well, she'd be like, oh, power's out. Wood stove's going. I'd ask my mom, because my mom's got a rule, don't talk to me. I said, because she talked to me first, I said, hey, Mom, yes, my daughter, would you like a hot, steaming cup of black coffee? I brewed it myself in the percolator. Oh, don't mind if I do. I'd go in, and I had this little portable cooler. My milk's in there, and my cream's there, and I go like this. I'll show you. I'll give you an example. Coffee made. I'd be like this. Mom would say, first cup of coffee of the day. I'd be like, because, I sleep in the daytime, or, daytime anyways. At that time, stove was going. I'd get up every couple hours, stoke the stove, go back to bed. Or I would sleep in the living room temporarily to make sure that the stove kept. So I have the stove going, door open. Mom would be like, yeah, there's too much snow outside. I can't get in. And they'd be like, okay. My mom's name was Laura. No problem, at her work. She'd sit there. So, kid, you going to sleep soon? Yeah, you want to man the stove for a couple hours? Of course I will. Mom would sit there. Kid. So, later in life, when I had to be on a different schedule at times, power would go out, fireplace is going. I'd be sitting there. My mom would sit there. We'd sit there looking at each other. We'd be like, finally, after 4 cups, Mom would say something. I'd look at her and I'd be like, I haven't had my 4 cups. She says, kid, you're just like me. I'm like, don't talk to me until I have 4 cups. She's like, kid, you're too old-fashioned. Yeah, okay. And that is what me and my mom, we didn't say much during coffee time. My mom would read in her room, power's out. I'd be like, oh, hey, sis, what bring her? Wow, I had to drive out here 4-wheel drive to get some stuff, and I figured I'd see if Mom's got money for gas. Don't bother her. Why? Because she's reading. She doesn't want to be bothered. And what is your lazy job, wood stove? He's like, maybe I'll stay here for a few days. Spare bedrooms in the back. You know where it is. You and your kids can stay. Just don't bother her during the time. Mom would come out finally after like 2 hours. Oh, didn't know you were here. Rita said not to bother you. Well, Rita's good. She knows when I'm reading, it'll bother me. Like Poppy. I'd be sitting there, don't bother me, didn't have my coffee yet. Yeah, that was it. Plain and simple. Don't bother me, I haven't had my coffee yet. Plain and simple. But Chloe should come out in my living room where I sleep. It's my bedroom. And go on and on and on with all my coffee in me while it's still brewing. On about politics. And I would sit there and I would go, don't talk to me. That was my motto for you don't bother me. Plain and simple. Borderline people, they think that they're the height of the party. It's all about them and their fears. My motto, don't talk to me. Plain and simple. Why? Because it's the way they are. So, you got to understand borderline people because they feel fully 100% neglected as children, that they cling on to people. Borderline people are clingy. They cling on to the people that they feel cares for them. But at the same time, they don't care for them. They think of you as a borderline person thinks of you as a tool that they can use. That's what a borderline thinks. It doesn't function around them. They don't care. Literally, if they come out in your personal space and start in about politics, and you're just waking up, and you're like, it's too early. I don't want to hear it. Well, actually, it's like 4 in the afternoon. 4 in the afternoon is my morning time. They don't want to hear it. Then you bring up, like they turn around and they say to me, right? Borderlines do this. Well, when someone's depressed, I feel it. Well, I'm sorry if I'm depressed. Why am I depressed? Well, let's see. I told you. So, like yesterday, right? She's watching me on YouTube. She gets on the radio. They don't want me to help you. What am I doing? Hurting my back. Loading up garbage cans. And Sister Fanny's on YouTube. I didn't recognize her being on YouTube. And what is she doing? Oh my God, effing God. There's like 12 plus dozen egg cartons there. Chloe grabs eggs from the food bank and then doesn't use them. And Fanny says, well, teach her to boil them or scramble them and freeze them. Freeze scrambled eggs. I could probably see myself doing that. Scrambled eggs. Chloe won't touch scrambled eggs. So, preppers, prep your eggs. All right, I'll boil them. Can we actually boil hard-boiled eggs and then freeze them and then reuse them later? That'd be a good question for Fanny. She wants to teach me how to freeze scrambled eggs and boiled eggs. Oh, I bet you I could take hard-boiled eggs and freeze them. Freeze a whole bunch of them before holidays. Think about it. From the food bank, hypothetically. And then defrost them and make deviled eggs out of them for Chloe. If that could work, that would save me a lot of time. You just defrost them and, that'd be a good idea, as a prepper. But, she's sitting there and then she gets mad about 5 bags of garbage fully filled. I went through the 13 bags, 13-gallon bags right here. Those are the box right there where my finger's pointing of garbage bags. 5 of them out of 120 was used for. And then I tell Chloe, kitchen could be done in 30 minutes. Bathroom could be done in 30 minutes. Hallway could be done in 30 minutes. So I'll help. She got mad. Why? She thinks it takes away from her hard drive she wants to earn. But she's not even trying. Borderlines think they should just be handed to it. And if they don't ever carry on their agreement, you've kept your promise. But they don't have to keep their promise of cleaning. The laptop, of course, is somewhere else right now. The secondary laptop, they didn't earn it. Why? Because they didn't earn it. No Ernie, no Giddy. So Chloe said, "The hell with it. Mind my own. You don't open yours because I'm jealous." Borderlines get jealous very easy. Think of it. If it upsets you, they're fine with upsetting you. Like last night, belching in my ear on the phone, going, "Oh, I'm sorry, you had a snack. Oh yeah," and then when she comes back, "Oh, it was only $5." That's her way of hiding how much she spent, really, because she went and had something to eat because she has a problem going out. Like the other day, I finally asked her. Right, this is borderline personality disorder. So the other day, as you all know, I'm a cherry school person. I sent her to a cherry school. I got the bill. I said, "What is this bill?" "Oh, well, I needed to have something hot because I was overheating, so I got me a slushie on your dime." Borderlines will do that. They'll basically spill the beans and spend your money for a freaking slushie. Yeah. So, what is a borderline? Someone who's fractured, who supposedly was abused as a child, neglected as a child. Well, Chloe, of course, her brother, her brother is the golden child from her stepfather. So her stepbrother is the golden child. No mental problems, nothing. Just the golden child. They swept Chloe's supposed autism and borderline and ADHD or ADD under the rug and pampered the golden child. Chloe got Chloe got everything handed to them. Again, they were handed. Mom wanted to make sure that they had a car. They went through 6 or 7 cars. When the golden child was getting up there where Mom would tell, "You got to take your kid brother to band practice. You have to take your kid brother here. You got to take your kid." Chloe got angry. Chloe's like, "Do I look like my kid brother's slave?" "Well, we supplied you a car. You do what we say." Eventually, Chloe left. Chloe decided she wanted to go to truck driving school to be a truck driver like her dad. As soon as she finally had it out with her bigoted uncle, supposedly by her standards, she walked out and found a homeless place, and then this place, that place. Eventually got a job working in a phone call center for a blood bank. That's where she met her roommate. She could have lived in a studio apartment. She should have. Then she would have been in Arizona, but she took a roommate on. Then she started being discriminated, supposedly. Got mad, got fired, and then her borderline kicked in over time, and she started freeloading and sponging off of Cactus Blossom, my moderator, her ex-roommate. So eventually she got mad at me one day when I finally looked her up on Instagram. All right, I emailed her and I said, "Hey, how are you doing?" She says, "Oh, hi, who are you?" I explained my situation. She's like, "Oh my God." I said, "Chloe's supposedly borderline." Well, we tried everything to figure out how to get rid of Chloe. It never worked. Chloe's untouchable. But then when Chloe attacks her, she says, "Message me again. I'm pressing charges against you for harassment." Chloe's like, "Oh my God, I'm going to go to jail." So Chloe leaves her alone. But what's Chloe do? You get angry. Who's she attack? Either the APS lady, Courtney Cow, in her opinion. Courtney's a sweetheart. Courtney Cow, the APS, makes threats sometimes against 2 of the other advocates of mine because they're helping me. Or once in a great while, once a year, she makes a stupid comment that she would love to control everything. So Hill Jacks, like my family, in her opinion, can't talk to me. Hill Jacks. They, my family, tried to be nice to her, but they realized someone like her with that many mental illnesses aren't willing to be worth it. And they're right. So when I write notes to my cousin in a letter, I tell her everything that Chloe's done. For records, in case something happens to me, I die of something or I get attacked or whatever. But Chloe, of course, violent. Some borderlines are violent. That comes to the violent part. How violent? Well, let's just say, let me tell you a story. One time, she wanted to leave. I said, "Go for it." We each have our own estrogen. And not just any estrogen. In vials. I gotta check the dates. Okay, so I gotta use this one soon. These little vials, right? Best used refrigerated. Refrigerated. See? Refrigerated. So the story goes, she's afraid that I'm going to let her masculinize. So I get my head slammed against the fridge and I pass out. I didn't call the hospital. I didn't do anything. She, of course, gets mad and leaves, goes up to the top of the hill, starts screaming at the top of her lungs, and then tries to apologize. Thing is, as at the time, transporting it in a backpack with her in the hot heat would break it down. They say it's better, your life stays, even semi-expired estrogen's better in the fridge than keeping it in room temperature or higher. Because in this room, sun hits the room here, it'll heat this room up 40 to 50 degrees hotter because of the windows. And then, best way to cool it down, open the window, turn the box fan on or leave the box fan on, and the box fan cools things down. So, what's that tell you? She's only worried about her hormones. She's worried about her eating. She's only worried about what she can think. Think of last night's example. When I said, okay, I'll have some hamburgers, I'll cook them myself. She said, oh, I'll take some too. I didn't offer her hamburgers that I paid for. She is already out of money. And this is the problem with borderlines. They spend everything they have. And then they expect people to bail them out. Do I look like a saint? Well, by my advocates, they think I am a saint. By Zoe, the love of my life, she thinks I'm a saint. Patience, she doesn't know how I am. Simple. I've built my own way of handling Chloe. 1, talk about what she does on YouTube as a therapist. 2, I've learned that if you guys want to get through borderlines or people with borderline, you can come to me. You don't have to sit there and worry. You can come to me. Plain and simple. You can come to me. I'll even leave my email address at the end of the show so you can email me in live chat. Why? Because you can come to me. Borderline people, there's people out there that have borderline, and they'll say, oh, well, you must be wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. Really? 6 years I've lived with someone with borderline. You can't tell me in 6 years I'm wrong. You see, a borderline that attacks someone like me, they'll defend someone with the borderline because they might have gotten treatment, but secretly, they're just basically defending their supposed friend because, they think that, oh, we're borderlines. We got to stick together. A borderline once in town met Chloe. They became friends, somewhat friends. I'm going to give you guys my email address now. What happened? She said, you can't treat Rita like crap. And you frankly need to realize you need help. If you don't get help, here's my email address, 1 or 2, then you should be living by yourself. But there's a housing problem. See, Chloe's got this idea that she can just force the advocates to give her a house. Give her a house. Or an apartment. But the thing is, we're in a housing crunch. You can't just rubber stamp a house, right? Or an apartment. I mean, look, let me tell you a story, right? There's 2 openings right now for 3 bedrooms here. 3 bedrooms. Old Denise's place and Meth Head's place. They're cleaning them both up. Next door neighbor just gave birth to her 2nd kid. She's a hermit like me. I like her. She's a great person. Jehovah's Witness or not. The Mormon managers decided to discriminate and say she didn't put her application. The advocates are willing to work with her to get the 3-bed, but they can't get in touch with the manager. The manager doesn't want to do jack diddly poop for anyone here. They think that Meth Head costs them so much money in repairs that there's no repair money to repair anything else. So if the walls fell out, rotted out, well, blame it on the management company and the owner for not giving them enough money for repairs. You see? So, what does that mean exactly? It's an example. Borderlines are narcissistic people. Now, I make jokes all the time on YouTube about if you like my content, you can always send me a gift card to those email addresses. Appreciative too. You see what me and Piper, or not Piper, me and Fanny were talking about the other day was, that there's people out there donating $300-$400 for content, thinking these people are the greatest people in the world. But if you keep donating your money to these people, it's their money, let them do it, right? Then what happens when they don't have any money for bread because they gave their money to some guy who just milked them for what they were, breezed out of there like the wind? Or what if the preppers, for example, preppers are like borderlines, I'll give you an example. They turn around and what do? I'll tell you what they do. They turn around and they donate money. They make the money. They lie about making money. They cheat about the money. But when the context fails, okay, for example, people say to me, what if the prepping thing is a fad and it goes away? Someone emailed me this morning this. Well, let me explain what happens if prepping is a fad. You got to diversify your channel. Now, I live with someone who's borderline, so I can tell you everything about borderline, how to handle it. I keep a log of everything Chloe has done to me, financially, physically, mentally. But being Chloe with a borderline tranny with a dong, untouchable. Now, if she had a cooter, touchable. But because of it, they don't want to claim that they discriminated against them because they're mentally ill because they got a dog. They're a woman with a dog. And women with dogs apparently are special people. That's why the Republicans, quote unquote, want to get rid of them. And I don't see why not. If you're post-op and you got a cooter and they want to, and you don't pass well or whatever, they say, oh, well, leave this one alone because they're cool. That's great. But someone with a dog, oh, borderline, possibly schizophrenic, bipolar, oppositional defiance disorder. I can't remember that other disorder they gave Chloe, but she's literally got it too. It's intermittent explosive disorder. That's what it is. Intermittent explosive disorder, IED, I believe it's called, or EID, right? Same with the ODD. All right, so intermittent explosive disorder. I had to think about that for a minute. I was going to Google, but so you guys say to me, what is borderline? Well, let me show you by Google standards. All right, what is borderline personality? Symptoms and causes. All right, because we were talking about this earlier. Symptoms and causes of borderline. Borderline personality is a mental health disorder. It impacts the way you think and feel about yourself and others. They basically either love you or hate you. There's no other way to put it. Self-image issues, difficulty managing emotions and behavior, and a pattern of unstable relationships. Right. Look at her mom, for example. Her mom wants her to get symptoms. Signs and symptoms are included. You got to meet the criteria. 1, an intense fear of abandonment, even going to extreme measures to avoid real or imagined separation or rejection. See, Chloe's always like that. She claimed, I keep telling her I don't want her living with me because she won't get help. And 2 is she won't realize that she's got money problems and everything else. And 3 is she thinks she's entitled princess who deserves to be pampered and taken care of. Most trannies think they're entitled. That could be part of the lazy class of tranny, or as my husband would say. But a pattern of unstable, intense relationships, such as idolizing someone one moment and suddenly believing the person doesn't care enough for his cool. You see, this is Chloe's personality. One minute she idolizes me. Oh, let me get your coffee for the next minute. She can be such a witch. See, I'm trying to keep it clean for if children are watching. Or then because an advocate's helping me, she'll turn around and start attacking my advocate, saying the advocate's going to have no job, blah, blah, blah. 3, rapid changes in self-identity and self-image that include shifting goals and values and seeing yourself as bad or as if you don't exist at all. Well, half the time Chloe says she's Satan's daughter. Other times she claims she's a demon spawn from hell. And when she goes to hell again, she's going to be the demon spawn that punishes everyone as the Punisher or the Overseer or her goals, for example. One minute she wants to go to Seattle, next month put in application for housing, but she doesn't realize it's grandiose idea as part of the borderline schizophrenic part where it costs her $40 per application for applying for places. You got to pay $40 up front, so she'd have to go to the post office, come back, put her application in, be background, and they could say nope. Periods of stress-related paranoia and loss of contact with reality, lasting from a few minutes to a few hours. That's her every day. Think of it. She's basically paranoid to the point that she thinks, quote unquote, that Uncle Sam's watching her. The flies are robotic. Little flies that buzz around the place are drones. Blah, 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 she also is paranoid. There's a red wave and she's going to lose all her rights as a woman. And, look, she was so paranoid once she literally made threats against our former president. And Secret Service was investigating her. They went through me first, But, see, this is borderlines for you. The next one is impulse and risky behaviors. Again, remember I said, as in gambling, she doesn't gamble. I just found out someone won the lotto, so it's back to $20 million. I was hoping for that $500,000 or $500 million for myself. Maybe next time. Reckless driving. She doesn't drive that much, but when she does, she's basically focused on the road. Unsafe sex. Again, she does like to talk about sex with black people. That's part of borderlines. Spending sprees. All the time. Think of it. Spending sprees include but not limited to buying food out. Like last night, she bought food out, and then while I'm hungry, and all the dishes are dirty, I can't make my own ramen lunch. She goes and eats out. So my dinners or lunches, as Fanny's now learning, and Tony's learning, and Zoe's learning, is coffee. Binge eating. Again, think of it. Binge eating. That's her way of binge eating. She goes out. Sometimes she'll go out 2 or 3 times, and every time she goes out, she gets a slushie and something to eat. And honestly, let's talk about the binge eating part for a second. You see, I don't know how someone could sit there and literally inhale, mind you, 3, 4, 5 meals a day with no trouble. Me, I eat 1 meal a day. Last night, I had after my video, I had food, popcorn, and then cheese sausages. Why? Because, as Fanny said, my chicken was going to take till 5 in the morning to defrost. Now it's 5:30 and still frozen, so it's in the fridge. Drug abuse. Chloe doesn't really talk about drugs. She claims she's had alcohol in the past and she binge alcohols. I've seen her binge alcohol all the time. Rum. Sabotaging success by suddenly quitting a good job or ending a positive relationship. Yeah, you see? They do that. They throw away things. I mean, look what they did to me once. They literally thought I didn't care. So I went to a Mexican restaurant with Chloe once. This is before she was sexually assaulted by meth head. Meth Head and I were talking once in a restaurant. Meth Head was the head chef. And we were shooting the shit. Well, she started buying food for this person. Meth Head said, hey, watch for Chloe. She's going to basically hurt you. Because you're friends with her, she doesn't think you care. She's going to try to latch onto this black kid who's like 12 years younger than her, like 18. Well, they started making out and walking everywhere, doing everything, talking and everything else. Well, eventually, she ends up in the hospital. Doctor says you're borderline. You were going to buy a rope. You're going to do this. She says, I hurt Rita. I hurt Rita. Well, I was drunk at the time, so I told the doctor to kiss off, and I left. Ended up like walking 20 plus miles. Got home early, like in the afternoon, took a shower, took a nap, got up, had to go to deliver her purse to her because the hospital wanted her insurance info, you know. She's always doing suicidal threats or behavior or self-injury. She always cuts herself or hits herself in the head, physically in front of me. Often in fear and response of separation or rejection. She does this every day or every other day. Wide mood swings lasting from a few hours to a few days, which include intense happiness, irritability, shame, and anxiety. She flips through those four like rapidly, more so than a bipolar person who will be either happy, sad, super sexually horny, or other activities of bipolar, right? Ongoing feelings of emptiness. She does that. I mean, look at her. She's so empty that borderlines don't know what to do. When you give a borderline instructions, 30 minutes, kitchen done, I'll finish cleaning it for you. 30 minutes, get bathroom done, I'll finish cleaning it. Get vacuum prepared, I'll vacuum. You just tidy the floor up a bit and tidy up the kitchen table. You give them instructions, they know how to follow it. But what do they say? I don't know where to start. When you guide them, then they still don't know where to start. That's a form of emptiness. Inappropriate, intense anger, such as frequently losing their temper. 1 minute they could be happy, the next minute they could be flipping their lid because you use the word no or KNOW. Being sarcastic, they're always sarcastic, making threats against others. Or bitter or having physical fights. All that stacks up to Chloe's borderline personality. Now, we're going to look at two other disorders, for example. Symptoms of ODD. Occupational defiance disorder. All right. Another one that Chloe's got. Mood or anxiety disorder. Yep. Conduct disorder. Chloe did. And attention deficit hyperdisorder. ODDs. All right. This is child, but ooh. Damn it. This is for children. All right. In adults. Okay, here we go. In adults, often loses temper every day over the stupidest stuff. I can have my coffee. They get mad at me for not wanting to listen to them. I want to watch a movie and I pause the movie. They gripey. Let's just say gripey about it. Gripey. Often argues with family and coworkers. Yeah, or argues over anything. Anything. A pin drops and they're arguing. You tell them to pick up a bottle of Evan Williams cherry bourbon. Oh, but that takes away from me and what you eat for growth. But you buy your food out every day of the week, it seems. And now you're telling me I can't buy a bottle of bourbon for the weekend because it takes away from you. The arguments ensue. Actively defies or refuses compliance with rules and law. Look at her. Think of ODD, what Chloe has, right? Including borderline. A rebel. You tell her, our drive on table, clean it. What does she do? Goes in her room, closes the door, wanks off, and plays her computer game. Demands you to play with her. Don't want to do anything. Screams and yells. You tell her, calm down. She tells you to F off, etc., etc. Deliberately annoys people. Think of it. There's an old saying, okay, in a TV show, right? It's called 1776. And the guy that plays the voice of Kit in Knight Rider, the car, he plays John Adams. And they always say, sit down, John. You're disliked and annoying. Pretty much is what Chloe is, disliked and annoying. Blames others for his or her mistakes or behaviors. Think of it. This is something that Chloe does all the time. For example, this is what ODD people do. They sit there and they'll blame the woman who sexually assaulted her. It's her problem. She's mentally falling in the toilet. It's her fault. It's the advocate's problems because they can't find her a house. It's the advocate's problems because they won't help her with food. It's the advocate's problems because of this. The advocate sees right through it, saying Chloe's too mentally ill. ODD. Easily annoyed by others. Yeah, literally. Annoys everyone. Angrily and resentful. Really, think of it. Last night, she literally was sitting on the toilet while I was in the tub, the curtain. I got her calmed down. She's like, I need to make sure Cactus Blossom, her ex-roommate, went by her first and last name, should live and be fired and become a whore on the streets. That was Chloe's spiteful and vindictive side. That's the last one. Spiteful and vindictive for ODD. Think about it. ODD are more than just aggressive and irritating from time to time. They feel mad at the world every day. Chloe believes the world owes them a living. Verbal abuse or road rage. Well, she has verbal abuse. Adults with ODD defend themselves. Relentless when someone says they've done something wrong. Relentless when someone says they've done something wrong. They feel misunderstood and disliked, hemmed in and pushed around. Constant opposition to authority figures makes it difficult for adults with ODD to keep jobs and maintain relationships and marriages. They are practically quick to anger. They're impatient. They have low tolerance for frustration. They see themselves as mistreated, misunderstood, and unappreciated. They see themselves as a victim rather than the cause of the pain in the family system. That's what they do. They blame their mom for, oh, my golden child brother. We blame them. I blame my mom. I blame my dad for having a sex change. I blame my stepdad. I blame my grandparents. I blame you, Rita. I blame Poppy. I blame Dinky. I blame Zoe. That's what Chloe does. She blames everyone. Causes an ODD patterns of rebellion against adults and their roles. Yeah, Chloe's always been that way. Half of them continue to experience symptoms of ODD through adulthood. 40% of them become progressively worse and develop antisocial personality disorder. I'll explain anti-personality disorder. There's two more I want to show you. Okay, so all right, so intermittent explosive disorder. All right, symptoms and causes. All right, this is the other one. She was diagnosed. Rage, irritability, increased energy, racing thoughts, tingling, tremors, palpitations, and chest tightness. This is the aggressive episodes. The explosive episodes, temper tantrums, tirades, heating arguments, shouting, snapping, shoving or pushing, physical fights, property damage, and threatening or assaulting people or animals. That's all Chloe right there. Literally. Temper tantrums and she doesn't get her way. Tirades, always going on tirades. Heated arguments over the stupidest stuff, politics or whatever. Shouting, always shouting. Slapping, shoving, or pushing. Usually shoving, pushing, or restraining someone from trying to escape for their safety. Physical fights. I have not seen her fight except for threatening to kill someone, which I've had to disarm her a couple times with a knife. Property damage. Look at the door in the closet. And threatening to assault people or animals. Threatening to get Cactus Blossom fired. Threatening to get Courtney Cow, as she called it, Courtney fired and homeless. Threatening to get Ashley and Melissa fired. Threatening to get her mom fired. Threatening to get her granddad fired. Threatening to get Dinky and Corey fired. Threatening all these people. This is part of intermittent explosive disorder. Now, you guys are wondering, what is this antisocial personality disorder? Symptoms of anti-personality disorder. Chloe's been given that one too. She had 27 diagnoses. They couldn't figure it out, so they put her on disability. Now, antisocial personality disorder, signs and symptoms: disregard for right and wrong. Think about it. Persistent lying and deceit to exploit others. Well, as Tony would say, that second one, lying. $3.50 for an aloe vera drink. Bath tissue. Well, we need butt paper, right? Crap paper. But who bought it? Me. She doesn't buy it. That's considered exploiting others for her to have a free ride. Being callous, cynical, and disrespectful. She's always callous, cynical, disrespectful. Look what she does. Up a lady and across the water to the other town where the ferry terminal is on the other side of town. Water. We're on an island. And threatens them and disrespects them for giving them a no trespass order for a year. Using charm or wit to manipulate others for personal gain and personal pleasure. See, another one of her traits. Think of that. Makes promises she doesn't keep so she can get what she wants for personal gain. Like last night, you heard it, Tony heard it. I'll pay you back for the $3.50. She owes me like $70,000. You think she's going to pay back? No. Arrogant in a sense of superiority, being extremely opinionated. Yeah, think about it. Very opinionated and thinks she's more superior than her man in a dress dad who has the surgery, had the work done, had everything done, and she calls him a deadbeat dad that doesn't pay child support because he wanted a sex change, now claims that he's a real woman. And Chloe's like, a real woman is her. Yeah, and Chloe's got to tell everyone that she's a woman, and everyone around her who is a genetic woman is not superior to her. Recurring problems with the law, including criminal behavior. Yeah, think about it. Police come out. They ask her, did you spend $3.50? She says, yes. Have you even made restitution for the last time you stole? No. Then they send it off to the prosecuting attorney officer. But then they think too mentally ill, you see. Repeatedly violating the rights of others through intimidation and dishonesty. Think about it. Tony, you're getting a lesson in mental illness today. Sorry if you're watching this later. Mental illness. Think about it. Intimidation threatens people to get what she wants. All I ask for her is for two things. A clean apartment. And if she can't keep up her clean apartment and she wants to make my life hell, then she should just pack up and leave. Yeah, that's all I ask. For her to leave. Take your money and leave. I'll pay the bills. Impulsive or failure to plan ahead. I plan ahead, prepping all the time. But she doesn't want to hear about prepping. She thinks every prepper is a bunch of moron idiots. Hostility, significant irritability, agitation, aggression, or violence. Think about it. Remember I told you about the hormones. How the neighbor across the way in our apartment complex, we had all halls connecting to the units. And then we had our own outside balcony. So we had our own sliding glass patio so we could smoke out there. We can also have a lock put on our patio door so we can actually use the patio to come in instead of going through the halls. What happened? You ready? She literally flipped her lid at 12:57 in the morning, getting ready to murder the neighbor. What did the neighbor do? I don't know, but she was planning to kill. From her agitation caused her aggressiveness to cause violence. For what? Lack of empathy for others and lack of remorse about harming others. Let's break that down for anti. Do you think she has any remorse? What is her answer? Tony heard it last night, since we're talking about mental illness. I'll pay you back. She's like Wimpy. I'll gladly take your money today and buy me an aloe vera drink and pay you on Tuesday for an aloe vera drink today. But at least supposedly Wimpy paid it back, I think. She just uses that card so she could cheat people, steal people, and have lack of empathy. She has no empathy for anything she does. Puts a hole in the door, don't talk about it. She threatens people, don't talk about it. I bring it up on YouTube to share how I deal with this, don't talk about it. I'm an evil person. I'm a bad person for talking about Chloe on YouTube. See, all this. Let's see. Unnecessary risk taking or dangerous behavior with no regards of safety or self of another. Mostly it's spending spree. Yeah. And then hope like hell everyone will bail her out. Poor or abusive relationships. Yeah. Think about it. She has a poor relationship. Meets friends, then messages them. Oh, I'm having problems with Rita. Then they get on YouTube and they see what I'm talking about. They say, oh, so Rita's talking about your borderline. You can't handle it, so you want me to intervene for you. Nuh-uh. Then Chloe gets mad at them and don't talk to them again. Failure to consider the negative consequences of behavior or learn from them. That's the thing. Chloe thinks that she would be better suited with a cooter. If she had a cooter, she'd be better. But they're not giving her a cooter because they claim she's not tranny. Well, maybe the mental health people know what they're talking about. I don't, because, I'm, in my opinion, a normal woman, and I see myself as a normal woman. Being consistently irresponsible and repeating the failing to fulfill work or financial obligations. See, she doesn't want to fill her $70,000 debt. She just keeps racking it up more. And then says, oh, they want to put me on antipsychotic meds, but yeah, I need a psychiatrist, and I don't think it's going to work, so I'm going to throw away the therapist because they want me on meds. I'm not going to go and look for a doctor. Oh, that's your opinion. Maybe you should pack up and go somewhere else where, then she talks about going to California, be 5150. That's involuntary. Wow, you're going to go all the way down there to be involved because you don't want to deal with people. See, before 15, aggression towards people or animals. Chloe's already shown aggression towards animals. Destruction of property. She's shown this. Deceitfulness. Shown this. Theft. Shown this. Serious violation of rules. Showed this. Kicked out of school. You see. All these. Oh, here's the causes. Okay. The exact cause of antisocial disorder isn't known, but genes make you vulnerable. Changes the way the brain functions. Risk factors. Diagnosed in childhood conduct disorder. She has one of those. Family history, being subjected to abuse or neglect in childhood. She claims she's had that. Unstable, violent, or chaotic family life during childhood. She claims she was abused, mistreated because dad wanted to sex change, didn't pay child support, treated them like garbage. Stepdad treated them like garbage, and everyone basically worshipped her stepbrother. There's nothing out there. What the hell is he barking at? Sorry about that, everyone. He triggers sometimes. I should have turned the camera on, but my tablet's charging. So, also abuse or child abuse or neglect, Chloe claims that. Problem with alcohol or substance abuse, Chloe has that. That's why I try to keep her away from booze. She claims I have it. But you know what? I don't drink that much anymore. Being in jail or prison, never had that yet. Homicidal or suicidal behaviors, Chloe has those. Definitely, I had to disarm her. She's always talking either suicide or homicide. Having other mental health disorders, such as depression and anxiety, she has both. Low social and economic status and homelessness, she's been there, done that. Premature death, usually as a result of violence. More likely is the complications of that. So this is all the stuff that she has right now, you see. Those are intermittent explosive disorder, ODD, oppositional defiance disorder, borderline personality disorder, and antisocial personality. You want me to continue because, you guys are wondering. Borderlines is between borderline and bipolar and schizophrenia. Excuse me. So let's go over schizophrenia, which is borderlines from schizophrenia and bipolar. Okay. Again, because we're talking about this morning, and this is this morning's mental illness talk. Delusions. These are false beliefs that are based not in reality. For example, this schizophrenic being harmed or harassed. She's always claimed she's being harmed or harassed. She claims her ex-roommate Cactus Blossom's harassing her. She claims her mom's harassing her. She claims everyone around her is harassing her. Certain gestures or comments are directed at you. You have exceptional ability to or fame. Or fame. Another person is in love with you. A major catastrophe is about to occur. Delusions occur in most people's schizophrenia. Think of it. Think of it this way, okay? You want to look at the delusional part of schizophrenia, okay? That could be between borderlines and bipolar. We'll get to bipolar soon. One, let me just throw it out there for poops and giggles. A lot of preppers have delusions of grandeur that think that the entire world's going to go down the toilet. Think about it. They think that we're going to have a banking collapse. They think we're going to have civil war. They think we're going to have World War III and we're all going to die. That's a grandeur idea. Just keep prepping in case something happens. If it doesn't, so basically hallucinations, seeing or hearing things that don't exist. Well, Chloe, I've heard her talk to herself in the shower. And when the second person dropped the razor, she'd hit the third person or second person on the head like this. I've heard her hit her head while being on YouTube while she's whacking herself. So, So basically, disorganized thinking speech. Disorganized thinking is inferred from disorganizing speech. Yeah. Extremely disorganized or abnormal motor behavior. Goal. It's hard to do task. Behavior can include resistance to instructions, inappropriate or bizarre posture, complete lack of response, or useless or excessive movements. Yeah. Negative symptoms. This refers to reduced lack of ability to function normally. For example, a person may neglect personal hygiene or appear with a lack of motion. Doesn't make eye contact, doesn't change facial expressions, or speaks in monotone. Also, a person may lose interest in everyday activities, social withdrawal, or lack the ability of experience in posture. Yeah, so, that talks about symptoms of teenagers and when to see a doctor. So, now, what's symptoms of bipolar? That's part of it. Borderline is borderline between schizophrenia and bipolar. Symptoms of bipolar. You're going to love this one. They claim I am bipolar. I get depressed, okay? My doctor says I have major depressive disorder. When I talked to her the other day on Zoom, she said, no, you're not bipolar. They want to do that. So there's three different types of bipolar. Bipolar could be reduced by caused by certain drugs or alcohol due to a medical condition. Then there's cyclothymic disorder, which is bipolar 3. There's bipolar 2 and bipolar 1. So let's just go over bipolar 1 and 2 and 3. You've had at least one manic episode that preceded by followed by hypomanic or major depressive. In some cases, mania may trigger a break from reality, psychosis. Bipolar 2, you've had at least one major depressive episode and at least one hypomanic episode. You've never had a manic episode. 3, cyclothymic. You've had at least 2 years or 1 year in childhood and teenager periods of hypomania and periods of depressive symptoms through less severe than major depression. So, let's just show mania and hypomania and then major depressive episodes. Hypomania and mania. Both manic and hypomanic episodes includes 3 or more of the following symptoms. Okay, all these hospitals claim bipolar for me. Abnormally upbeat, jumpy, or wired. I'm always abnormally upbeat, jumpy, or wired. Usually, because I'm depressed, and I explain why I'm depressed. Usually, increased activity, energy, or agitation. There you go. Exaggerated sense of well-being and self-confidence. Euphoria. Exaggerated sense of well-being. Decreased need for sleep. Yeah, I take naps, 4 hours here, 6 hours here, 7 hours here, 10 hours there, etc. Unusual talkativeness. Yeah, right now I'm talkative. Racing thoughts. My thoughts aren't racing. Sorry to say, my thoughts aren't racing. Distractibility. The only time I'm distracted on this is either I'm distracted by looking up radios or ham radios or Zoe's picks or whatever. Gotta make my bed up soon. You can see I can use another nap. Poor decision making. For example, going or buying sprees, taking sexual risks, or making foolish. Well, I don't have foolish shopping sprees because I don't have enough money to spend because Chloe spends it all. Major depressive moods. Okay. Major depressive episodes include symptoms that are severe enough to cause notable difficulty to day-to-day activities, such as work, school, social activities, relationships. An episode includes 5 or more of these symptoms. 5 or more. Depressed moods such as feeling sad, empty, hopefulness, tearful. Depressed mood can appear irritability. 2. Marked loss of interest or feeling no pleasure in all or almost all activities. Oh, well, Chloe thinks I'm in that phase right now because I'm not playing my game. But you want to be technical, the server keeps kicking me off, so I've been watching movies. So, significant weight loss or not dieting, weight gain or increase in appetite. Well, like I said, last night we were arguing about dinner. Like Chloe, I told Chloe after I got off YouTube, I don't want to eat. She got mad. She's like, you got to eat. Well, I'll eat, but as long as you don't touch my food. When she found out she wanted to touch my food, I changed to cheese sausages and ate dinner. So technically, I had dinner. So does that increase? No. Either insomnia or too much. Usually I sleep very little. That's the truth, And when I do sleep for 10 hours, Dad thinks, I have something. Chronic fatigue syndrome. CF, chronic fatigue syndrome. Yeah. Either restlessness or slowed behavior. The only time I can slow down, they say, as I told my doctor, my slowing down of my bipolar is what I joked with her is by having a few drinks. It just slows down everything. Fatigue or loss of energy. Yeah, that's why Dad calls it chronic fatigue syndrome. Feeling of worthlessness or excess or inappropriate guilt. I don't have guilt. I just feel useless at times. The fact that no one wants to help me get rid of this piece of work. See, I was going to say something different, but you get my idea. Decreased ability to think or concentrate or indecisiveness. I have indecisiveness. I try to make choices, but at the same time, I can't make those decisions because, frankly, I don't have money to make those decisions because someone keeps spending the money. Thinking about planning or attempting suicide. Never have thought about suicide. I keep talking about if I'm going to die, it's more likely going to be my heart failing because I have too much grease in it. Even Dinky knows that one. Otherwise, I don't think about death. So, otherwise, like the other day, Dad was talking about, we were joking about death, right? He's like, he asked a question, do you feel suicidal? No. But if I was going to do myself in, hypothetically, I told Dad, I'll just eat to the point where my heart closes up from too much grease. He said, that'll work. But I said, everyone loves their food anyway, so if you die from it, then you just enjoyed your food intake too much. That's what I said, Otherwise, no, I'm not suicidal. He just joked, said, well, that's a good way to get to your husband, So, here's the two types of bipolar, okay? On one side, symptoms of manic several days or weeks for longer periods. So, for example, bipolar, right? During an episode, the symptoms last every day for most of the day. Episode may also last for longer, severe days or weeks, depending on either if you're in manic or hypomanic or depressive. So for one, on the manic side, feeling very high, elated, extremely irritable, and touchy. Feeling jumpy or wired, more active than usual, decreased need for sleep, talking fast about a lot of different things, flight of ideas, racing thoughts, feeling able to do many things at once without getting tired, Excess appetite for food, drinking, sex, or other pleasurable activities. Feeling unusually important, talented, or powerful. No. A lot of those aren't me. That's the thing she said. You know. Now, on the depressive side of things, feeling very down, sad, or anxious, feeling slowed down or restless, trouble falling asleep, waking up too early, sleeping too much. Well, oh, man, I can hit the pillows right now and I'll be out within 10 minutes. Plain and simple. Talking very slowly, feeling unable to find anything to say or forgetful a lot. Well, Zoe was saying I'm having long-term COVID and brain farts. Could be. Trouble concentrating or making decisions. Oh, I can make decisions if I had money. Feeling unable to do simple things. People say to me, well, look at you. You're bipolar. Is what my therapist is saying because Chloe's doing the chores. No, I'm telling Chloe, you owe me $70,000. You do the chores. She doesn't want to do them. She wants to say she's too disabled. I tell her, go to a group home. She gets mad, and then that's that. Lacks in interest in almost all activities. The point with me is Chloe thinks I lost activity and interest. The thing is when she rides me all the time over the stupidest stuff, I lose interest because, frankly, I don't am motivated on the grounds that she won't shut up for me to have some quiet time to do stuff. Feeling helpless or worthless or thinking about death or suicide. I don't think of death or suicide. I just think if I'm going to fall over dead, it's going to be usually my heart giving up because I ate too much. My husband basically died of a heart attack, so I figure if anything's going to happen to me, it's going to be heart or stroke related, caused by Chloe and stress. So, but anyways, I can go on down the list, but those are like 5 different types of disabilities that I noted for you guys that Chloe literally, borderlines, like I said, is borderline for schizophrenia and bipolar. Now, you can be schizophrenia and bipolar. They call it schizoaffective disorder. Fortunately, the doctors thought Chloe was that too. But, the thing is Chloe won't open up to her symptoms. So borderlines are one of those that think, oh, well, I don't have a problem. It's everyone else. Oh, look, Rita, the true problem is, and I'm going to give an example, okay? Let's give an example, okay? For example, what if I told you out of love that she's afraid, right? She's afraid she's going to be replaced by Zoe. So she reads a message and she says, oh, Zoe said, she doesn't want to talk to her again, leave her alone. I say, okay, I believe it because, haven't heard from Zoe. But then Zoe gets on and says, no, I didn't say that. Chloe's like that. But Chloe's the type of person, for example, will sit there, right? And she'll make up an excuse. Like the other day, I went through my video, fast forwarded through the comments, right? Chloe said something to Higgins about Higgins' cause of depression because Higgins won't pay me. That's Chloe's way of saying, look, Higgins, Rita got you on SSI. You owe her. Really saying is, you owe her, you need to pay her. Well, Higgins, hypothetically, if Higgins watches this video later, Higgins is going to say, why should I pay Rita? Well, Higgins should realize by now, talking about mental illness, Chloe's trying to angle for Higgins' money. See, I'm just joking with Higgins about gift cards. She's literally angling for money. Think of it. She turned around and told the advocate, this lady the other day, meth head, you want on disability, you're going to have to pay Rita 90% of your Social Security check to her, your retro check, and she'll get you on it. That was Chloe's way of conning. I didn't agree to it. Literally. Well, if and when meth head gets to me on Instagram, when she's going to message me, I'm going to say, look, I didn't agree to it. 90% no. I mean, literally. Right now, she won't qualify anyways because she's trying to work at a grocery store to make ends meet. You're working, you're not disabled. So, but Chloe's like, another con artist. That's what Tony would say. Another con artist, not just conning Higgins, but conning meth head, who supposedly assaulted Chloe. So Chloe gets more money by not doing much. But what happens? Nothing. Anyways, where was I? So Chloe, of course, like I said, is trying to do the con route. And so she said on the video that Higgins, I'm depressed because Higgins didn't pay me. Well, Chloe's depressed because Higgins didn't pay me. And she's using that against him so she can take that money and be a con artist. You see? Chloe's basically the biggest scammer. Now, you could sit there and say, well, how's Tony and Zoe fit into it? And Pee Wee, right? Pee Wee gave me a lot of stuff. Chloe's like, well, good riddance, bad rubbish, you know. I told Chloe about Pee Wee's family issues, you know, with her aunt-in-law and everything else passing away and everything else, you know, and other things, you know. And I said, I wish Higgins, I wish Pee Wee well, you know. I don't mean any ill will. Well, Pee Wee thought I was I'm supporting the left. I'm neutral, but Chloe's like, well, goodbye to bad rubbish, right? Fortunately, Chloe's happy about it, but comes to someone like Zoe. Zoe makes Chloe look like a bad thing. And I'll give you guys an example in a minute of Tony. You know, again, Chloe has her opinions on everything. You know, she doesn't want me to have friends. Okay, so for example, Zoe made Chloe look bad, right? Zoe made Chloe look bad. Chloe did not apparently want anything delivered to me when it comes to booze. She thought it was her dad wearing a dress. So Zoe is her dad wearing a dress. Zoe's tranny, her dad playing with me to get to Chloe. That's Chloe's thought. So Chloe does anything she can, right? Now picture this, right? Picture this. She is what she is, right? So she sits there and is upset that Zoe made her look bad. Zoe turns on YouTube and says, oh, you get your license, I'll buy you a ham radio. Chloe gets mad. We don't know if it was a joke or not, right? Not a joke or not. Then Zoe sends me booze. Chloe's mad. Chloe can't even carry out her promise for a scanner. She just keeps pushing it off. Yeah. And everyone around here is the mentally ill. Zoe's mentally ill. Higgins is mentally ill. Tony is mentally ill. Chloe's opinion, everyone's mentally ill but her. But she's just a normal tranny woman. Well, think of it. I read you guys the definition of ODD, intermittent explosive disorder, bipolar, schizophrenia. I don't want to rate you schizoaffective, borderline, antisocial. There's more. I think there's more cluster personalities, but honestly, I just can't remember all 23 or 27 diagnoses. I had it somewhere written out a long time ago, but it was a long time ago. But a lot of people say, oh, you know, Rita, I'm worried about you, you know. And Chloe's like, oh, yeah, that's your borderline or bipolar. She claims I'm bipolar. No one knows what I have, okay? But you know what? I try to do my best. The only reason why I have problems is because of Chloe. There you have it. So, you know, today's been a good day. No comments. So, you know, oh, wait. I just noticed someone. Tony. I ain't been commenting because someone's coming to be at the house. I'm cleaning full bore. Yeah, well, you know me, Tony. I'm about to take a snooze anyways, brother. But I'm hoping you get good news. Not because you offer me a gift card, because you really deserve to move out from that terrible area where you have a policeman giving you hell. So, anyways. Glad to see you're okay, Tony. Hello, Rita. I've been watching very informative. Well, yeah, I mean, literally. So, the question you have to ask yourself, Tony, you know, since you're not going to be answering comments because you're cleaning the place, is how informative was the diagnosis symptoms of borderline, the symptoms of ODD, oppositional defiance, the symptoms of antisocial, the symptoms of intermittent explosive. Now, from your point of view, being my friend, which you are, and thanks again for the offer of the gift card. I'm not, you know, if you sell your house, that's great. I would probably put it towards a new scanner Or if I had enough money, I'd buy the top of the line scanner that I deserve because I've been put through a lot, that would be like $700, but I don't think someone's just going to plunk down $500 for a scanner for me, or $700. So, but anyway, what was your opinion? Since I know you're pressed for time today, and I'm trying to make the questions relevant to Chloe as an example. What do you think literally about the antisocial personality disorder, the oppositional defiance, the borderline, and the intermittent explosive? I mean, do you think the doctors are right, or do you think the doctors are wrong? I mean, literally, do you think me reading the symptoms equals to you learned a lot? You said very informative. So, and then my second question is, do you think the doctors are right or wrong that I'm an unmedicated border or bipolar? So what do you think of that? Am I, in your opinion, bipolar, or do you think the doctors were spot on when it came to Chloe's diagnosis? I think she had like 23 or something, 27. Let me see if I can find the other cluster things, other personality disorder. All right, so personality disorders. All right, let's look at this for a second, because I think, here we go. Types of personality, symptoms of personality disorders. For the full list, there's 3 clusters, A, B, and C. A is disorder tends to have difficulty relating to others. Okay. Usually shows patterns of behavior most people would regard as odd and eccentric. Others may describe them as living in a fantasy world of their own. Distrustful and suspicious. That's paranoid, all right? Cluster B personality disorders are struggles to regulate their feelings and often swings between positive and negative views. If I was right, Chloe's a cluster B. This can lead to patterns of behavior such as described dramatic, unstoppable. Example is borderline, where the person is emotionally unstable, has impulses to self-harm, and has intense and unstable relationships with others. Cluster C, persistent and overwhelming feelings of fear and anxiety. I think that's what Higgins has, cluster C. The person may want to be close to others, but lacks confidence to form a close relationship. Yeah, okay, so the list of personality disorders. Cluster A, paranoid. Paranoid personality disorder. Let's just go through cluster A, cluster B, cluster C. I think you guys will find this to be very interesting. Some of it was what they diagnosed Chloe. Paranoid. This is one that she had, who was diagnosed one time. Thinking other people are lying to them or trying to manipulate them. Feeling they cannot really trust their friends and associates. Worrying that any confidential information shared with others would be used against them. Yeah, like the advocate the other day, getting her to sign a release. Now she's paranoid they're going to use it against her in a court of law. Thinking their hidden meanings and remarks most would regard as innocent. Worrying that spouse or partner is unfaithful despite a lack of evidence. Yep. Schizoid personality disorder. I love this one, by the way. Appear cold and detached and avoid making close social contacts with others. Other features include preferred to take part in activities that do not require interaction with others, like online. Having little desire to form close relationships, including sexual relationships, except for when they want to wake off. Being uninterested when receiving criticism or praise. Having a limited ability to experience pleasure or joy. Schizotypical personality disorder is like that poor social skill and delusional thoughts and behave in unusual way. A, attached undue to misguiding significance to everyday events such as thinking newspaper headlines or secret messages to them. Believing in special powers such as telepathy and the ability to influence other people's emotions and actions. 3, having an unusual way of speaking, such as long, rambling, vague sentences or going off on a tangent. And experiencing excessive anxiety in social situations, even they have known for a particular person or group of people in a long time. We already went through antisocial, basically the cheap version is lack of concern, regret, or remorse about other people's distress. That's Chloe. Irresponsible and disregard for normal social behavior, Chloe. Difficulty in sustaining long-term relationships, Chloe. Little ability to tolerate frustration and to control their anger, Chloe. Lack of guilt or not learning from their mistakes, Chloe. And blaming others for their problems in their lives. Like I said, they want to blame everyone in my inner circle except for themselves. Borderline. We already know that one. That's part of Chloe. So, hystonic personality disorder, displaying excess emotion yet appearing to lack real emotion, sincerity, Chloe. Just dressing provocatively and engaging in inappropriate flirting or sexually seductive behavior, dresses like whore. Moving quickly from one emotional state to another, Chloe. Being self-centered and caring little about other people, Chloe. And constantly seeking reassurance and approval from others, Chloe. So that's another one they diagnosed with. Narcissistic, I love narcissistic. That's another like hystonic. Exaggerating their own achievements and abilities. Thinking they're entitled to be treated better than others. Think of it. I want to see what Tony's got to think of this. Exploiting other people for their own gain. Lack of empathy for other people's weaknesses. And looking down on people they feel are beneath them while they feeling deeply envious people they see as being above them. Yep. Now finally, this cluster C personality is part of the thing. Avoidant personality disorder. Appears painfully shy, socially inhibited, feels inadequate, extremely sensitive to rejection. Chloe. Unlike people with schizoid personality, they desire close relationship with others, but lack of confidence and ability to form them. Dependent personality is another one that they diagnosed Chloe with, which was it's basically the clingy. It's the clingy disorder. Basically, finding it difficult to make decisions without people's guidance. I try to guide Chloe, and she doesn't make the decisions anyways. Needing others to take responsibility over what they should be their own important life choices. Well, Chloe makes her own life choices, but when it comes to chores, she doesn't give two craps. Not being able to express disagreement with other people, she just expresses it. Finding it difficult to start new activities due to lack of confidence, going to extremes to obtain support and comfort. Yep, that's Chloe. Feeling helplessness and uncomfortable when alone. Chloe. Urgently needing to start new relationship once a previous relationship comes to an end. Yep. Having an unrealistic and constant fear they will be left alone to fend for themselves. Chloe. And the OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. Love this one. This is like Monk. Being a workaholic, that's me. Being so concerned with completing a task perfectly, they have problems completing it. Having an excessive interest in lists, timetables, and rules. Having a very rigid rules about issues such as morality, ethics, and how a person should behave in daily life. That's me. Hoarding items that seem to have no monetary or sentimental value. That's Chloe. She hoards all the trash. Trash. Being unable to delegate tasks to other people. Chloe can't delegate anything. And finally, dislike spending money as they think it's always better to save for a rainy day. I'm semi like that, but still, the thing is trying to save for a rainy day doesn't work when you have a Chloe around. Jokingly aside, pun, insert pun here. So, let's see. I hate when this thing makes double things. You like delete it, it takes like 10 minutes, and then it's like, oh yeah, we deleted it. So, anyway, I'm gonna go back, check his earbuds in. So, anyways, I want to get Tony's opinion this morning. So, oh well, thank you, because therapist thinks I'm a. Remember what Zoe said? She was upset. I'm not a normal woman or trans woman. I don't think of sex. I think of video games, music, movies, books, ham radios, and scanner radios. And the occasional bun, which I think of him every day. But to my therapist, I'm not normal. Normal people will just look the other way when it comes to Chloe, letting Chloe do what she wants. Me, all I want. Let me tell you a story, okay? Tony loves my stories. Let me tell you my personality. Let me go to the bathroom because I think you're going to love this. So the other day, okay, this is a funny story. All right, I want to tell it. So the other day, I'm going to tell you guys this story, okay? Hopefully Tony's still listening because this is a funny story. So the other day, I was watching. Oh, he's a little guy, isn't he, this morning? He's having fun. So the other day, right, I'm going to tell this. So let me tell you the story, okay? With or without Tony here. So the other day, I was minding my own business and I was watching this cartoon, right? I think it's like Thrice Upon a Christmas. You know, it's a Disney thing. Let me look it up real quick. I want to explain it to you. See if they have it right there. The plot line is funny, okay? Mickey's Thrice Upon Christmas, okay? Let me tell you the story plot line, right? The plot. So first you have the ballerinas on ice. You know, you got Daisy and Minnie Mouse going after, and then the end, Minnie Mouse falls and hurts. Well, then Daisy comes to her rescue and says, you know, I will always be there for you. You know, they're competitive. The second one is Christmas Impossible. Huey, Dewey, and Louie basically decide to go to the North Pole on Uncle Scrooge's money to change the list so they can be on Santa's good list. When they couldn't find them on the good list, they decided to put in, because Santa knows everything, and they almost ruined Christmas for the North Pole. Then they cleaned up their acts to clean the mess up they made at the North Pole. And then in the end, they got into Santa's room with the list. And instead of putting Huey, Dewey, and Louie on it, they said, we're unworthy. They decided to put in, you know, for example, Uncle Scrooge. And he was happy. And then Santa gave him everything they wanted anyways. But then they were like, what are these? They're like, oh, these aren't candies. These are earplugs. They put them in the ear because Uncle Scrooge. But they got a letter from Santa saying sometimes it takes real strong ability not to be selfish and think of others first. Well, they thought Uncle Scrooge is never on Santa's good list, and he's trying to explain to Santa, you know. So what happened? They put Uncle Scrooge on and left Huey, Dewey, and Louie out. That was the list. Now, the third one is Christmas Maximus. Max and Goofy and, you know, popcorn making machine goes haywire. Max tries to stop the machine and the popcorn filling his clothes next to his legs. He becomes embarrassed after having his clothes in front of his girlfriend. And as Goofy tries to stop next, you know, reveals they have the same kind of teeth that Goofy and Max have. They all laugh and make some snow angels on the roof with all the popcorn. Now, the last one is my favorite, Donald's Gift, right? The fourth one's Donald's Gift. The fifth one's Mickey's Doggone Christmas. But the fourth one's my favorite because Chloe reminds me of it. So it says here, Donald becomes increasingly annoyed by the joyous people. And at home, he is annoyed to hear the same Christmas carols on his radio. When Daisy and his nephews arrive, Donald becomes annoyed. They want to go soon after he returns home and doesn't want to come. But Daisy drags him out anyways. You see, the thing that Chloe says is me is, I'm fixed on a radio scanner, okay? But to me, Christmas is around the corner. To me, growing up, I grew up wanting peace, peace. So to me, Chloe looks at me, right? Chloe says, if there's any Disney character, I'm not Uncle Scrooge, I'm Donald Duck. I was like, I don't want to talk like Donald. She says, think of it. It's your personality, right? So Donald Duck goes out to the store, and he's pissed. Store's out the line. He's trying to squeeze out from the humans and everything, and he goes and people, and finally gets out, and then this guy's sitting there, the Salvation Army ringing the bell, and he pulls out $1, and it's in his beak, and the guy says, thank you, and then he says, my bus, I'm losing it. Why was he daydreaming? He's daydreaming, seeing this thing. He's like, oh, yeah, hot chocolate. And he's got this vision of him sitting there. Now, this is the life, and he's got the cup. So then all of a sudden, he's at home, and he's listening to this radio, and the radio is playing the same Christmas carols, and he's becoming bah humbug, a hermit. And he's like, oh, yeah, this is the life, hot chocolate. And he turns his radio off, peace and quiet. It's Donald Duck. When Chloe says that's you, you want peace and quiet. Yeah, I don't want to be bothered. That's my true meaning of myself. It's a true definition of a hermit. If anything, I'm not normal because I want to be a hermit, right? So anyways, they drag him to the mall. So while he's sitting there, he's getting upset. So the story pretense goes Drags him to the mall. Donald gets a cup of hot chocolate, a giant hot chocolate, like the biggest hot chocolate. Discovers various objects seeming to play the same Christmas carol, We Wish You a Merry Christmas, causing him to be annoyed ever more. Donald thinks he's a complete piece inside a secret room. Secret room. Finds an animatronic singing We Wish You a Merry Christmas again. Donald immediately wrecks them until he notices he's destroyed the show at Mousie's that Daisy, Huey, Dewey, and Louie are also in the crowd to see. Dewey tricks Donald into being heartbroken by saying Donald's not their uncle anymore to avoid getting in trouble with the public. Daisy agrees to this and leaves with the boys. After he's thrown out of the mall by a mall guard for his lack of Christmas spirit and destruction of Mousie's show, Donald walks home alone while feeling guilty for his lack of Christmas spirit. Which means if I broke something like that, I probably wouldn't care and make my humbug. Or I'd be in jail. Anyways, he finds Christmas carolers having trouble singing We Wish You a Merry Christmas, to which he urges to mentor the performers singing. When Daisy, Huey, Dewey, and Louie arrive, because they're across the street in a diner having hot chocolate, Donald apologizes to everyone for his selfishness and joins the townspeople convened around Christmas tree, happily singing We Wish You a Merry Christmas. The fifth one was about Christmas was ruined because Pluto wanted something, and it was funny as hell, and so anyways, so the story goes, Chloe looks at me and she says, "You're Donald." "How am I Donald?" She says, "You're Donald." I said, "Why am I Donald?" She says, "You are. Think about it. You're a hermit." She says, "You are literally a hermit." That's what she said to me. "You're like hot chocolate. This is the life." Yeah, what I really want in life is peace and quiet. That's the truth. Anyways, I thought I'd share it with you, Yeah, so anywho, I was looking for something. There we go. So Chloe said she wanted to have someone donate, quote unquote, somehow for Christmas time, my stocking, a Donald Duck stuffed animal. She thought I would be better suited for Donald Duck because that's my personality. However, I wouldn't mind Uncle Scrooge. Scrooge McDuck. Nice. I never got on Santa's good list. Yeah. I like that, Scrooge. I'm always talking about money. I want to be selfish and rich. But anyways, apparently Chloe thinks my personality is Donald Duck because, the whole, I want peace and quiet. Oh, yes, this is the life. Hot chocolate. Let's see. I got my earphones in listening. Love the vid you teach me. I hope you understand, I'm trying to teach people what borderline is. Now, a lot of people think, as I'm talking to Tony while talking to you guys, I'm trying to be cheerful about hot chocolate. This is the life. I really want peace. I don't want people bothering me. That's the truth. When I want to talk to someone, I'll email them or do a video on YouTube. But otherwise, I just don't want to be. I don't want. Like last night, Chloe wanted. She demanded Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer show with the dentist help, and she wanted to watch again. That Santa Claus, where Here Comes Santa Claus Coming to Town, it's like 1972. And she's like, "Oh, well, we should watch Nightmare Before Christmas." Well, she sit there and she's like, turns around and she says, "I want to fucking leave this place and move." I said, "Oh, okay, cool." She says, "You're too hard to please." Too hard to please someone who fucking, oh, sorry. For the people understanding, borderline people, let me put it this way. The freaking people like Chloe. See, I'm trying to be clean in this show, not swear today, because it's Sunday. Turns around and says, "I'm freaking hard." "Oh, really? Oh, you don't know what you want for dinner?" No, I actually pulled a good one last night. Did you hear my story, Tony, about my pulling a good one? So last night, Chloe's sitting there. And she says, I'll make you burgers since your chicken's frozen, right? I said, okay. And I'll help myself. What did I do? I pulled a doozy on her. I think I'll just do this. So I'm in the kitchen. I opened up those cheese sausages, those fully cooked cheese sausages. You know, the ones I bake in the oven. I put cheese sauce on. This time, I just ate them cold. They're already fully cooked. So it's like, how can you stand eating cold, fully cooked cold sausages? Simple. It's food. Had my popcorn, had my cheese sausages. What did she do? Well, at this point, I finished dinner and finished the show. Then she was going on about in between. She wants to pause, but she wants to watch Nightmare Before Christmas. Okay. While she's sitting there, say you're going to bed. You're so impossible to please. You're going to bed. I'm communing with God. Oh, yeah, I forgot your God's prop laying my head on a pillow. She's sitting there. She stops and then does the dishes, puts stuff in there, does the dishes, put things in there, keeps playing. Soon as the show's over, well, I'm going to bed. Okay, cool. I get up like 4 hours later. Oh, look. Peaceful. My peaceful times right now where I don't have hot chocolate. Well, yeah, it's on Disney Plus. It's called Twice. So unless you have Disney Plus, you won't be able to watch it, Tony. That's the thing. You have to have Disney. I have Disney, so I watched it. Oh, yeah. Hot chocolate. Oh, yeah. Hot chocolate piece. You know, that one's funny. Maybe I can find it. See it on YouTube real quick. See if I can find it. Because YouTube usually does. But you'll have to watch it later when the live shows. Not, you know. Oh, yeah. Here it is. Hold on. Yeah, there's part 1 and part 2. Let me turn my headphones on for you, Tony, real quick so I can get it free. Because this is they broke it down in parts. So, but if this is right, I want to hear this anyways. No, here we go. The first part right here. All right, that. This is too funny. There's part 2. I like this first part.
And then the final, oh, there's part 4. Anyways, there you go. I think part 3 is the final part, or is there burn? See, this is something I mean, Chloe watched last night. She claims it's me, I tell you. Oh, yeah. Anyways, you guys can find part 4 and 5. This was pretty funny because, you get thrown out of the mall after and then, everything else happens. You can find part 4 and part 5 on the bottom part if you're on a phone, or the right-hand corner. It's pretty damn funny, you got part 4 and part 5, and it is pretty damn funny because, he's like, quit being selfish, and it is entertaining, but, with me, Chloe says that's completely and thoroughly me because she thinks, I am one of those that I like my pieces in quiet. I'm like, hot chocolate. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that is me. By the way, while I'm getting prepared for my slowdown of logging off soon, Tony's listening to music or my channel. Chloe wants to get me a Donald Duck let's see. I don't think there's nothing wrong with you, Rita. For Chloe, everything you said seems to be right about her. I think she should be locked up, Lowell. I don't think there's anything wrong. Sounds right. So, if you just look at that one, there is other stories, but I find the Donald Duck one to be, my personality, Chloe's like, oh, that's you, really. If that's me, then when can I have my hot chocolate? All I want for Christmas is peace and quiet. I mean, literally. I remember last Christmas, I had to make a prime rib for me and a ham for her. Or was it a turkey? One of the two. I had prime rib for me and turkey, I think, for Thanksgiving. So you figure that out. So, for some of you out there watching my channel, like I said, for borderline people and preppers are people that are living off of your dime. When they say goodwill to men, peace on earth, no, they're basically saying, give me your effing money. You're going to buy what I believe in. We're going to have civil war. Oh, no civil war. Well, you're going to give me money and I'm going to give you World War III, something like that. They're just going to keep making the false news and they're going to get paid for it because that's what they want. They're going to make false news
and you guys get to suffer. The viewers are knocking the door. Knocking the door? Oh, yeah. The viewers. Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. I'm going to make the bed up. You let me know how it goes. I'll still be here for a bit. We wish you Merry Christmas. We wish you Merry Christmas. We wish you Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Hot chocolate. So, first thing I'm doing this morning is, let's see. Can I actually turn the camera? Let's see. Yeah, here we go. See if this works. So, I'm going to be making my bed and talking to you guys at the same time. So, here we go. So, for you guys to see. See, the problem with fitted sheets is they literally do not fit my mattress. Pee-wee and I were talking about this, right? I mean, literally, look at this, for example. See this? Mattress looks semi-squished, right? This is a pillow top mattress, right? But if you look at the pillow top mattress sitting on top of a hide-a-bed couch, that mattress is getting compressed. I mean, it's literally basically like getting compressed. I mean, at the end here, you can see the springs. And the springs sometimes can cut me wide open. That's why I'm very careful getting on and off the bed. So once the sheet's fitted, the way I can fit it, because I have to make the bed every 3 or 4 days, then what happens is, basically after that, I start putting the blankets on one by one after the sheet. See, my husband was a Tinkerbell fan. This blanket has been with me since I was 3 years old, by the way. I want to share with you. See? Doggies. See? Dogs. 3 years old, I tell you. My sister liked horses. Apparently, my mom thought a Cocker Spaniel dog suited me just fine. You don't make blankets like they used to, like this. Back in the day, you know. Then, my husband, besides Tinkerbell, by the way, these are really nice in wintertime. One of my prepping tools I'll tell you about. Then, this is fleece to Tinkerbells, please. Then you got this. Little kitty witty. Little kitty witty. See? Hello, kitty. Then, my husband's, since 2005, Hello Kitty comforter. Look at this thing. Ward. Watched so many times. Look at that. You can barely see the Hello Kitties. But there's a Hello Kitty. So what you do is, so look at all this. Okay, so you guys are wondering, okay, how does Rita do this? I'll show you. Like once a year or twice a year, we wash our bedding. We have to take to the laundromat. So, because it's just so big. This thing has been through so much. The Hello Kitty comforter. And then you got this. Husband bought this in 2013. It's got one hole in it, by the way. It's getting old, but it's comforter. See, he called it my royal comforter. It looks like something the royals would use. He chose it, by the way. Then you have the next blankie. This comforter, what we call the dinky comforter. It's getting up there since 2020. It's been washed 3 times, and I'm telling you that this comforter has become flat. But you say, how do I do things? I'll show you. See, with 2 comforters or 3 comforters and some blankets, you stack them up. This is how you stay warm in the winter time. Then, how do I do it? I'll show you. Okay, so, comforters are all on. Now you're wondering. Then, you put the pillows down. But you don't put all the pillows down at once. I'll show you. These pillows have been around for 30 plus years. Flat as hell, too. Some call it the stale pillows. But thanks to Sister Pee-wee, the other pillows are like 25 years old. I'll explain Sister Pee-wee. I love Pee-wee dearly, by the way. This was made by my mom for my husband. This was made by my mom. I use it as a pillow. For me, she calls it my skunk blanket. She made this by hand. That can be thrown on if you want to throw a blanket. Now you're wondering what's next. Well, I'll show you. Hello, kitty. You're like, okay, we're almost done. Finally, the royal pillows of Pee-wee. Pee-wee gave these to me, so they're my royal pillows. See, look at this. Chloe saw these the other day. Just want to try them out. I said, absolutely not. And then finally, to make this all worthwhile, I do this. So, I sleep with a toasty wool blanket. There you go, see? Look here. All made up, see? And that, everyone, is what a blanket let me see how this fits. It's been a while since I played with this. There we go. So as you can see, that's how I do my bed. So I use a wool blanket to sleep in. And as they say from Santa's, the Easter Bunny here is being really naughty today. Aren't you, naughty boy, making all that noise? Ah, hot chocolate. Let's pray that Tony, who's got his earbuds on, listening to me anyways, probably his phone's in his pocket so he doesn't hit anything. He'll probably run to the bathroom to make a comment. I know what Tony is. But in the meantime, he's trying to sell his house. So let's pray. Let's do a early Christmas prayer for Tony today. I will start. Early Christmas because Christmas is soon. And let's just pray for Tony. Oh, Heavenly Father, it is our humble Sunday. As your servants aren't supposed to be working on Sunday, I'm doing this YouTube video to explain to the viewers about borderline personality and other cluster A, B, and C disorders, as well as talk about semi-prepping. And I'm not really working, I'm just taking it slow. But because it's a Sunday, and I know you are gracious, and I'm going to be watching videos soon on movie reviews for the rest of the day until Monday evening or until big news happens. We pray today for Tony and his family. We pray today that you will bless Tony well and the viewers like what they see and they sell their house today. So please give Tony your blessing. And please, from the bottom of your prophet's heart, me, your prophet, that you will bless Tony with the sale of his house today. That would be great news for everyone around. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. So, hopefully God delivers my sincere message. Tony wants to get out from the thing anyways. Sorry, I was talking to God. We converse back and forth, different means, and that's why I chuckled, But hopefully he sells his house. He's entitled to sell it. So, for all of you out there, I want you to think about what I said. And if you do like my content, you can always donate to the email addresses. And here, for a gift card if you wish, or here for a gift card if you find my information useful. Like I said, I'm not like these people that keep telling you lies for prepping thing like World War III is going to happen or we're going to all die. I mean, if a guy preps, then we're going to all die from nuclear war, then what's the point of prepping? Everyone, ask your question that. I mean, Chloe might be mentally screwed up in the head, and she lets all these people take residence in her house, in her head. Sorry, in her head. But honestly, she does have that question. What's the point of prepping if we're all going to die? What is the point? So, tonight's special is I got my clipboard somewhere, and I'm going to read. I guess I'm not reading. Oh, here it is. Got my clipboard. I'm going to try to knock down in the next, days. Chloe's like, well, why don't you try your game as soon as you're done with your video reviews? I will try. I will try as much as possible. Can't believe the other night we watched Polar Express together. Chloe's like, the only movie I know that has hold on. Has Christmas shopping is, because I always get motivated Christmas shopping. It's one of my times a year, I got all my Christmas shopping almost done except for Tony. Tone Bug didn't tell me what he wanted. Otherwise, I'd send him a package of coffee from my island and just say, here, drink this. See, I told Tony he was going to do that. He's going to pop to the bathroom. I knew Tony too well. Yeah, well, you also got to remember praying for you to sell it so you can have a better life in a new house. And two is, I'm just hoping Tony would be generous, like he said, which he doesn't have to. I'm not holding it against him. Because, I really do want a new scanner before Christmas. But, they have closing costs and everything else. It takes time. I mean, literally buying a house is not just like paying cash for it and saying, give me the title tomorrow morning. Or, if you're financing, it takes time. So hopefully they like it, they buy it, and Tony says, here you go, but it'll be Christmas time anyways for a new scanner. By the time I get my new scanner, I won't need gift cards anyways. So everyone wins. My thing is I'm sincere. I really hope he does. He doesn't like his neighbor. I wouldn't either. So he's like, thank you for praying for me. That was very thoughtful. They seem to like it, prayers. I popped to the toilet to message you. See, I told you he was going to pop to the toilet. He probably got his phone in his ear, so he's got like earbuds in, and he's got his volume low, but his wife knows what he's doing, and he's just sitting there nodding. This is what Tony's probably doing. We like the place. This place looks great. Meanwhile, I'm doing an impersonation of his people buying his house. He's got it in the pocket. He's like nodding, His wife's looking at him, scowling, like, show him the toilet. And then afterwards, his wife will be sitting there. And hopefully Tony's been married long enough. He knows how to speak wife. She'll be like, oh, so our house is sold. Are you thinking of giving Rita a gift card? And he'll be just like, or she'll be like, are you thinking about going to the store? Maybe he's got to go and get a bottle of vodka. I don't know if they have liquor stores there or they sell from the store. He might be just nodding like, yeah. So, let's just pray that, he's probably sitting there speaking, his wife speaking to him, and he's nodding, I showed Zoe the other day that joke. Are you thinking about going to the store? That is, you don't answer no. You basically go to the store. I'm telling you it's funny, but still, remember what I said, everyone. Today I was talking about prepping in the first part, which was like up to 39 minutes, 30 seconds. And from 39 minutes onwards, it was all about borderlines. People need to realize what borderline is. It's cluster B personality disorder, And Tony, of course, it was great him coming in for a minute and learning. He literally loved the fact, that, how can I say it? He loved the fact that he was learning something today. I mean, I'm here to educate you guys. Of course, Zoe, being Sunday and not being around, she's busy all till Monday. She said she doesn't know how I have the patience of a saint. Well, that would have been given to my beloved husband, everyone, Aaron. He taught me. He had a patience of a saint. When he died, it came to me. But anyways, I love that video I watched with Chloe the other day. I sent you guys the links, parts 1, 2, and 3. 4 and 5 is just the parts of it. I can put 4 and 5, but the thing is you guys can click on 4 and 5 yourself. But the first 3, funny. I mean, Chloe's like, "You're a grump at Christmas." No, Chloe's making me a grump at Christmas. Well, me, all I want year round is peace and quiet. Hot chocolate. Why do you think she thinks someone like Zoe should buy a stuffed? Zoe, she could get me go to Wrigley Stadium because I can't order through Wrigley Shop. They got a jersey and a hat that would be perfect for me. Because I'm a Cubs fan. Zoe's turned me into a Cubs fan. Anyways, the story goes, okay, I was watching this TV show, Cartoon with Chloe, and they have like 5 sections. Section 3's, section 4 is Donald, right? And everyone's singing, "We wish you a Merry Christmas," right? Anyways, you guys heard it earlier. So Donald, all he wants is peace and quiet. So his nephews come in, and he's always grumpy. Like in the episode where he's with Uncle Scrooge, and he's they're at the mansion, and Scrooge is like, "You got to be good to get on Santa's list. That's one thing I didn't know. Don't be selfish and greedy like me." And they're like, "We want to be rich and greedy and selfish like you, Scrooge." Well, Donald, of course, is angry. He's sitting there like, and Daisy's holding like, "They're just boys, Donald," and he's like, "You ate all the cookies." Well, that's me. Chloe thinks my personality is Donald Duck, So she's like, this video is about you, Rita. You're sitting in your chair. Hot chocolate. All I want for Christmas. And well, for me, all I want is world quietness, peace, quiet every day of the week. And my hot chocolate, I like my coffee. Coffee. Don't talk to me, coffee. So she's like, someone needs to get you a stuffed Donald to remind you that you're Donald Duck. Well, you know what? If I'm part of the Duck Clan, then Zoe's Daisy Duck. Which I should say, I should Google that real quick. What is the personality traits of Donald Duck? Let's compare him with me. This is pretty fun today. Donald Duck. Dappy. Huh. Donald's most famous trait is that his short and often explosive temper. He's also sometimes portrayed as more crafty and cynical than other characters such as Goofy or Mickey. Oh, okay. Uncle Scrooge. Okay, what's the Donald gets drafted. He was in the Navy. Personality traits of Scrooge McDuck. Personality traits of Scrooge McDuck. Scrooge is grumpy, greedy, and mean, and behaves badly with his nephews, Donald. But he's also entrepreneur, adventurous, and most importantly, he started at the bottom. Stingy and greedy. I saw the Christmas movie, a Christmas Carol, that Jim Carrey doing he's Jewish, so he did the Christmas Carol, right? That one with Donald Duck and everything, and it was like, Goofy was his partner, and Scrooge was Scrooge, and then there's Scrooge and Marley was Goofy, you know, and then you had Cratchit being Mickey Mouse, and Mickey Mouse had a son, little Tim, Tiny Tim. Tiny Tim was his mother was Minnie Mouse, you know, and it was pretty funny cartoon, you know. But I can't see myself greedy and stingy like Scrooge. Well, maybe I am. I mean, think of last night, you know, the whole I pulled off the whole dinner thing. Oh my God, that was funny. I'll reiterate it once more for you guys downstairs. Last night, right? Last night, I'm sitting there. Frozen Cornish game hens. Now, Zoe was around. She'd be like, ooh, Cornish game hens sounds yummy. So, they're frozen. So, you know, after my YouTube channel, I sat down, relaxed on the bed, and I was watching cartoons. And Chloe's like, I'll make some hamburgers for you. Okay, cool. I'll have some too. That's when I decided, you know what? Cold sausages that are fully cooked will just be fine for me. You know, sausage, the cheese bratwurst, better cheddars like Higgins eats. She said, how can you eat it cold? Simple. I don't want you tapping into my hamburgers. My meals are mine, not yours. And at that point, I was stingy and stubborn and greedy. Well, maybe. Let's just see if Tony's back from the toilet on the loo. Tony's funny, you know. Let's see. Speaking to you soon, just waking up, saw there's no rest for the wicked, eh? Hello, Zoe. How are you today? Going out for breakfast, but can hang out for a bit. Really? You're going out for breakfast? You're always doing something. You know, you should save some money, honey. You know, save some for a rainy day. We were already talking about borderlines today, so, you know, let's see. My may not text as much if half asleep. Well, don't text much. Just drink your coffee. Hot chocolate. The borderline cover. Well, yeah, we were talking about the actual mental illness, what caused. Apparently, Chloe's got a fracture in her life because she claims her stepdad abused her. Her mom didn't believe her, and they put their golden child ahead of Chloe. So Chloe's been fractured, and then, you know, Chloe thinks the world owes her. She's been fired. She's been shipped off to California to be homeless. She's been a whore. She's done a lot. So technically, you know, with me, no, I had last night, like I said, the sausage thing was pretty funny. Yeah, how can you eat that cold? Simple. I don't want you touching my hamburgers. You know, firsthand, Happy Sunday. Do you help? You do more comforters on that bed than you can shake a stick at it. Martha, well, at least you saw that. Yeah, but I use my woolly blanket to keep me warm. That thing keeps me so toasty. Hell, I could sleep with this in my nightgown, which everyone asked me, has this been washed? Yeah, it was washed recently, but still, I like it. This has been around me since 1998, people. Yeah, I got a couple Cornish game hens. Cost me like $5. They ran out of the stuffed ones for $2, so I had to get non-stuffed one for $5. See? Cornish game hens. There's two of them. Oh, and before you ask, Zoe, my side is going to be these for tonight's supper. Brussels sprouts. I'm going to saute them, I think. That's why I got. Oh, which, by the way, talking to Tony this morning, you missed it, so I'll tell you again. So, story time for you. So last night I asked for my receipt. Turns out I didn't authorize salt and pepper. She claims salt and pepper is for manicottis. I've never seen her put salt and pepper in my manicottis yet. And she bought herself a $3.50 aloe vera drink. Yeah, really pissed me off. Came out of my dime. You know how it is. We were talking about that. That's where the antisocial disorder comes in. Antisocial personality disorder comes in. She was diagnosed with that, and ODD, oppositional defiance. We were actually talking about I don't want to go into details, but Tony literally said, you know, that ODD and antisocial personality disorder and borderline. People say, what does borderline mean? You know, do you know what borderline means, Zoe? It's borderline between on the border on one end for schizophrenia and the borderline on the other for bipolar. But because the moods fluctuate so much, paranoia and everything else, it's been diagnosed borderline. Maybe you didn't know. Well, my bed, I like to make my bed because, usually sit on the end of it playing games. So the bed shifts a bit down and then I got to go make it up again. All right. So let me explain borderline while you're waking up, having your coffee. I might have a cup of milk. So, what is borderline personality? Okay. Borderline personality symptoms. Basically, they have strong, it's like a love-hate relationship, okay? Well, let me explain this real quick to you. I'll make it simple, okay? Symptoms of borderline is an intense fear of abandonment, even going to extreme measures to avoid real or imagined separation or rejection. Pattern of unstable, intense relationship is idolizing someone, love, then hating that same person within 5 minutes. Or doesn't care enough about them, or is the person like me is cruel. Rapid changes of self identity and self image that include shifting goals and values. And seeing yourself as bad, Chloe considers herself a spawn of demon, Satan, or the daughter of Satan, or she feels she shouldn't be existing at all. Periods of stress related paranoia and lost contact with reality, lasting for a few minutes to a few hours. That happens every day. Um, Impulsive and risky behavior, such as gambling, reckless driving, unsafe sex, spending sprees, binging, binge eating, or drug abuse. She has problems at times with spending sprees, booze, and binge eating. Like last night, she went and bought something to eat and belched in my ear on the phone while she just finished it. Or sabotaging successful by suddenly quitting a good job or ending a positive relationship. Suicidal threats or behavior of self injury. She actually does self injury, self harm. Often in response to fear of separation or rejection. She does that. Wide mood swings lasting from a few hours to a few days, which include intense happiness, irritability, shame, and anxiety. Ongoing feelings of emptiness and inappropriate intense anger, such as frequently losing your temper, being sarcastic or bitter, or having physical fights. That's just that. Now, the other diagnosis they gave was symptoms of ODD, oppositional defiance disorder. Now, if you don't know what ODD is, that's Chloe too. So Chloe has it's part of mood and anxiety, conduct disorder, and attention deficit. Some kids have that are borderlines. But so let's just do this because they keep giving me the child one. Yeah. All right. So it goes like this: ODD in adults. Oh, great. They gave me a survey. I don't want a survey. Let's just do this one. No. Okay. Here we go. Perfect. Often loses temper. Often argues with family and coworkers. Actively defies or refuses to comply with rules and laws. Deliberately annoys people. Blames others for his or her mistakes or behaviors. Easily annoyed by others and angry and resentful and spiteful and vindictive. That's all Chloe too. And then the other one is anti-personal social disorder, right? The DSMI, right? Anti-personal social disorder. Failure to obey laws and norms by engaging in behavior which results in criminal arrest or would warrant criminal arrest, Chloe. Lying, deception, and manipulation for profit or self-amusement, Chloe. Impulsive behavior, Chloe. Irritability and aggression manifests as frequently assaults of others or engage in fighting, Chloe. Blatantly disregard safety of self and others, Chloe. Pattern of irresponsibility and a lack of remorse for actions, exactly, right? Now, so let me just read you the symptoms for this one, right? Goes like this. There was something I read to Tony earlier, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, here it is. Here we go. Found it. Okay, so disregard for right and wrong. Persistent lying or deceit to exploit others. Using charm or wit to manipulate others for personal gain or personal pleasure. Tony said extremely. Chloe. Arrogant, a sense of superiority, being extremely opinionated. Chloe. Recurring problems with the law, including criminal behavior, Chloe. Reported violating the rights of others through intimidation and dishonesty, Chloe. Impulsiveness or failure to plan ahead, Chloe. Hostility, significantly irritability, agitation, aggression, and violence, Chloe. Lack of empathy for others, lack of remorse about harming others, Chloe. Unnecessary risk taking or dangerous behavior with no regards for the safety of self and others. Poor or abusive relationships, Chloe. Failure to consider the negative consequences of behavior or learn from them. Remember that song I did the other night, Got to Live and Learn, Joe Public. And being consistently irresponsible and repeatedly failing to fulfill work, chores, or financial obligations, me. Then it says adult with this personality disorder is aggression towards people and animals, Chloe. Destruction of property, Chloe. Deceitfulness, Chloe. Theft, Chloeness, and serious violation of rules. Yeah. So, with all that, antisocial personality disorder as well. You see? Yeah, well, there you go, And then you asked me how I have the patience of a saint. Oh, no, stop that way with Aaron. Mm-hmm. So, opposition defiance disorder. I read you that as the second one. Borderline was first, opposition second, and antisocial was third. I'm not going to go into intermittent explosive disorder. That's pretty much ODD. So, if you look at those disabilities, that's all Chloe diagnosis. No, thank you. I don't want a group home. My nephew, supposedly the alcoholic, after losing his mom last year, runs a group home for autistic people. No, thank you. I know all about it, but I wouldn't have the patience. I'd have more time in my cave than basically taking care of people, literally. I mean, but you look at the thing with the antisocial, she doesn't want to do anything. She thinks as a borderline, she's higher above everyone else. So she doesn't think she thinks she's entitled for freebies and handouts. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, So this morning, Zoe, I was doing an early morning edition talking about borderline personality, and we got into the other subsects of cluster A, cluster B, and cluster C. Chloe I read like 10 different types that they diagnosed her as. With all these stacked up, they just rubber stamped her for disability. Mark? Yeah, I'm out of StreamYard. Let's want to pay $25. I haven't paid it this month because I don't know. Mark wasn't around, so I didn't pay it. If anyone asks, my preferred beverage is milk, but if I go through a gallon of milk a day, it'd be probably expensive as hell. So, the point is when you look at borderline people, you look at Chloe. And there is a subset of borderline called narcissistic and power borderline. Power borderline for people that want to control everything. You can't do anything without their consent or permission. Narcissistic borderlines are the ones that only think of themselves. Yeah. Which is most borderlines because they think that they're entitled and nothing else. Think about it. And they break their promises with their subsect with antisocial thing. They have no regret for the law. They will use the law to their advantage to get even with their people. Look at supposedly Amber Heard calls the police, makes a story about abuse from Johnny Depp. Okay, hypothetically, that's what borderline's did. I've heard APS, CPS, Capitol Police, Sheriff coming out to investigate things that Chloe's accused others of doing. And I was like, I don't know. I like milk. No one knows. That's the thing, Mark. But since you're here, no one knows. She's got a lot of mental illness. Like I said, borderline personality borders on one end of the spectrum of schizophrenia, and the other end of the spectrum is bipolar. It's her personality. She's clingy. She's got a disorder where she clings to people. But she's also, as Tony would say, a thief. A thief. My bed's looking more and more toasty every minute, you know. She's clingy because she doesn't want to leave. Okay, she thinks that if she gets help, she can stay. She thinks if she got a meds, she could stay. She thinks, she thinks of grandiose ideas. Last night, she said, first of the month, she wanted to buy a tent and move into a tent during winter time. Grandiose ideas. See, she talks sometimes to herself in the shower. For example, borderlines will sit there and sometimes like multiple personality. I mean, think she told the policeman the other day that she thought she had multiple personality because she doesn't remember spending $33 a month. I don't know what I bought. I forgot. Maybe I have multiple personality disorder. My husband had multiple personality, or as they call it, what was the other term for it? Dissociative identity disorder, DID. Oh, well, she was in the shower the other day, right? I'm out here. You guys are all around. And she's sitting there and she drops the razor. She says, if you drop the razor again talking to someone else, then I'm going to hit you. And next you know, you hear whack, whack, whack. And she whacked so hard. And she was hitting him. She says, do it again and I'll hit you again. Razor got hit. See, I told you I'll punish you. And I'm sitting there going, oh my God, what am I listening to in the shower? So she's the chatty part is the narcissism. She basically wants to chat about her stuff. I'll be sitting here trying to watch a movie, right? And then she'll call me her ex-roommate, Cactus Blossom. Oh, you're just like Cactus Blossom, right? That's her anger. You're sitting there, you're pausing the movie. Well, I'm pausing it so I can listen to you. I'm giving you my attention. Cactus Blossom. Next, you know, pause. Then 5 minutes later, play. Eventually, you know, she'll get the hint. Movie time, not gab time. Well, why do you think Chloe called me Donald Duck? I'm not diagnosing myself. I just said, you know, Chloe claimed the other day I was watching a show with her, right? Story time again. Again, I'll tell it. Donald Duck is grumpy because he hears "We Wish You a Merry Christmas." So he goes home and he hears his radio, you know, and it's playing the same song over and over that he's heard all day. So what's he do? He's sitting there in his lazy boy trying to have some hot chocolate, and then his nephews come in, and he's like, I refuse to go. Well, instead of seeing this this Christmas show, right? He goes and floats into this shop that makes hot cocoa. And he's like, I'll take a big hot cocoa. And that's like this big. I mean, it's huge. And wherever he goes, he's hearing and he's getting irritated. So he goes into a room, flips the switch, and there's this mechanical "We wish you a Merry Christmas" thing, and he breaks it. And then his nephew say, I don't know who he is. He ain't our uncle. We don't know him. Never seen him before. Well, eventually he gets him back at the end of the show. But Chloe's like, that is definitely you. You want your peace and quiet 24/7. Ah, hot chocolate. So, so Chloe thinks of me as a person who just wants peace and quiet. And so she's like, that's you. You're Donald Duck. Yeah, okay. I want my hot chocolate and my peace and quiet. I mean, before you showed up, Zoe, I was telling Tony a story about my mom. We'd have the power out. I'd have the percolator on the wood stove. She'd come out and I'd be sitting there and I'd be like, coffee. Mom, you want a cup? Oh, power's out. We'd just look at each other. After 4 cups, she'd be like, this is good. Thanks for making it. You're welcome. I can't get into work today. She was a waitress. No problem. Click. Mom always thought I was borderline too, but I don't show it. But anyways, back in the day, I could have as a kid with my problems. But I mellowed out with hubby. But anyways, the truth is, I'd sit there and I'd have my coffee and I'd be like, peace and quiet. And then, Mom knew I slept days. So she's like, oh, kid, you want me to man the stove while you sleep? Sure. Sometimes, at nighttime, I'd stay up just for her and I'd keep that stove going. Sometimes she'd come out and she'd be like, why is my door open? You want to freeze? Oh, yeah, power's out. Nice and toasty. The best present my kid can ever get me, a wood stove. Hot coffee. Oh, those were the days, I tell you, when those power outages and massive snowstorms. That was entertaining, And so, hot chocolate. Donald Duck. Well, how would you feel if I went shopping for Zoe? An experiment here. And I went shopping for Zoe. And Zoe says, here's my credit card. Go buy stuff. So I go out and I get everything on Zoe's list. But then I go and I buy a bottle of booze for myself, some Pepsi, maybe a radio scanner, a ham radio, a new TV, a laptop, and a desktop. And Zoe goes through receipts and she says, hey, Scrooge, you bought a laptop, a desktop, TV, scanner radio, ham radio, a bottle of booze, and a Pepsi. Oh, and 100 boneless wings. And I say, well, I didn't think you minded. That's Chloe. Plain and simple. You like Scrooge going over there. Well, how would you feel, huh? Would you be angry with me? Would you go through your receipt every time? What if I bought stuff that I wasn't supposed to and I didn't give you your receipt? And you were like, read it, receipt, honey. What? Oh, they didn't give me one. That's my husband's way of saying, got away with something. Let's see. Beating yourself. Hold on. What is Zoe saying? I want to answer these. What do you say to self? Dang, you. Stop diagnosing yourself, really. No, I didn't diagnose myself. Therapists claim I'm bipolar, unmedicated. My main psychiatrist said they're all full of crap. Beating yourself up sounds awful. Yeah, it is. Sorry to say. You may be disabled, but you ain't mental. And you still desperately need new glasses. Well, my advocate the other day, I emailed once a week. She emails me like a week later saying there's no news on the glasses front. Yeah. Never seen anyone who looks so close at the receipts. Well, trust me, when you see $3.50 purchase for aloe vera drink, or you see $5.50 used for a salt and pepper by Morton set, or you see $2.50 each for Reese's peanut butter cups. Or was it $3.50? I can't remember. It's expensive here. Big cup and then a regular peanut butter cup. You got to ask yourself, did I authorize it? No, Santa didn't. So who deserves the coal for Christmas? Not me. You like Scrooge going over the expenditures? Well, I have to. You see, I got to make sure I can get everyone Christmas. 70% of my Christmas shopping's done. The only ones I got to do is Colleen, Chloe's mom, Poppy, and Zoe. And Zoe hasn't made a list yet. So, figure she won't mind if I spend a little extra on coffee, salami, and coffee cups for her for Christmas in a giant. So, I had an idea for a stocking the other day. I should have wrote it down for myself, but fortunately, I can't remember what that idea is. Well, so let's see. Rita makes me laugh when she reads close up. All grumpy and funny as hell. Well, I try to be grumpy. Sometimes I feel like I should just be Ebenezer Scrooge and say bah humbug to everyone. She needs new glasses, Tony. Very true. She can't see. Scrooge McDuck. Did I ever tell you how legally blind hot men taught me how to run a cash register at the Goodwill? Best job ever. I'm just as bad, though, but I can't see long distance. The wife keeps nagging me to get an eye test. Yeah, and the wife probably also speaks wife to you. Like, are you thinking about going to the store? Are you thinking of going to McDonald's? That's her hint for I want McDonald's French fries. Never told Zoe. Told me, Zoe, we better get out of the toilet if you would think I fell down the hole. Well, at least it's all about goodwill because I can't see Zoe copying my stories. Because if she copied my stories, I would want a chunk of the money every month for the rest of my life for her book sales. The raise, I don't think it's enough. That's the truth. I don't think the 8.7% cost of living is enough. You see, honestly, the cost of living increase right now, the expenditures year to date, 17%. A lot of stuff's over 17%. So if you look at the 8.7% tone or mark, then that basically what it is they gave you 50% of 17%. So what if next year the cost of living is, say, 40%? And they decide to give you 20% cost of living increase. They're still cutting it in half, you see. And then 2024, or what is it, 2025, let's just say it's 80%. They'll just give you a 40% increase and say, yeah, we are meeting your quota when you're not. Because frankly, if you look at it, they're always dividing it in half. No, I don't want to write my own stories. You see, I'm too damn lazy. No one wants to read my books anyways. See? Alas, what I write is my journals and hope like hell Dinky can sell them when I'm dead. Because basically I write my journal to her and send them to her once a year. And it's like, alas, I jumped out of bed, ran to the shitter, took a dump. Oh, sorry, took a poop. Which reminds me, I got a joke for you guys this morning. Why did Tigger look in the toilet? Tigger. I'll tell you. Because he's looking for poo. Why was Mickey Mouse in space? Because he was looking for Saturn. No. Because he was looking for Pluto. Sorry, Pluto. Well, I don't care for money. I think money is the root of all evil, truthfully, myself. I mean, honestly, I could be poor and be happy, truthfully. There's only one goal in life I want. I told Dad that, and he's just like, oh, well, maybe when I'm done paying off your husband's debt, I'll give you gift cards for you to buy it. Meanwhile, there's people out there, rant time, so we get to hear me rant over coffee this morning. Or there's one guy got massive donations last night, massive donations for his super chats. White male talking about a Great Depression coming. Wow. Talk about BS. That's why people like my channel. People hate my channel because I don't sugarcoat it. I don't say, oh, yeah, we're going to have civil war. We're going to die. No, I tell people Wait and see. Wait and see. Rockstar level hilarious, just like you. Well, I can't write your stories unless you get paid, Donald Duck, though. Chloe would have had me lost in a boating accident before we finished. Well, Chloe's the type that doesn't want me to be having friends. Why do you think she doesn't want me at YouTube? Hey, boo boo, how you doing today? Hello, mommy. Okay, so this is fresh coffee that was ground. What's this? This is the stuff that's almost empty. Alright, that makes sense. That's that morning joke. So, currently, the current coffee that's going to have to be used will be this stuff. Now, I shouldn't be drinking coffee this right before a nap, so I'm going to try to restrain myself. Couldn't believe Fanny last night. She's like, Higgins just has a sense of humor. No, Higgins likes to annoy people. I mean, literally, Higgins claims he might have fibromyalgia. Yeah, that's an instant rubber stamp on disability insurance or SSI. Oh, fibromyalgia, really? You sound, what the hell was that? Yeah. Unlike Zoe, I like my coffee strong. This is the San Juan Island espresso roast. Question is, do I turn it on or do I not turn it on? That is the question. I'd have to get me a cup, Chloe would have lost me when we were talking about getting kicked off the island. Phillies are in the playoffs. Oh, good. Didn't even know my Phillies are in the playoffs. Scrooge McGrump. Scrooge has to have a female. Maybe I'm Rita McGrump. No, it's actually Scrooge McDuck style, Survivors, right? Oh, yeah. How'd the Mariners do? I should go look that up. Let me go look at the MLB site real quick. MLB. They're in the playoffs, huh? Cool. Let me see. So we have Phillies, New York, Houston, Phillies, Cleveland, New York. Oh, I guess my win. So let's see here. So we have Phillies versus San Diego, and then Houston won against Seattle. So Seattle's out. Oh, well, you know what? Phillies are going to be great. So Phillies win. They'll go to the World Series. That's gonna be great. New York's been kicked out, it seems. St. Louis is kicked out. So San Diego and Phillies. And then Houston's either going to be Cleveland or New York. Interesting if it was Cleveland versus Houston and it was Cleveland and Philly. That I could see happening. Houston, I could see too happening. However, I can also see the Phillies going back. So it's either going to be Philly or San Diego. Let's hope the Phillies win. That'd be great. I love the Phillies. Phillies is my all-time team anyways. Yep. I'm sorry to say, but someone won the Mega Millions last night. Otherwise, or 2 nights ago. Otherwise, I would have won it. I forgot to buy a ticket this week. Otherwise, if I had the money, I'd disappear. I'd be taking Zoe to Alaska and leaving Chloe to rot somewhere. She can basically be, I may be selfish at times, and that would be one of them. Otherwise, if I was a millionaire from writing, sorry to say, Zoe, Chloe wouldn't get a dime anyway. She doesn't deserve it. And you'd get it. You'd deserve it more than Chloe. So you spending it's one thing, and me and grin and bearing it. No, I'd be spending it with you. Actually, I'd probably be frugal like Scrooge McDuck. And Chloe and I can spend. Chloe is not part of my spending my millions. Only Zoe is. Chloe doesn't get jack. Chloe's already put me through hell. Do you think I really want to give her any more hell if I win the Mega Millions? No. Chloe could live in a little shanty town and a shack in the middle of nowhere in the slag heap. Sorry, I'm being selfish here for once. No, I'd only be Scrooging it for me. You'd be special. You'd get it. Definitely unexpired cow juice. Yeah, I have unexpired cow juice. No. I mean, it'd be like you, okay? Here's how it would work, okay? First thing I do is if I was a millionaire, if I became a billionaire, I'd go shopping. Okay? I'd go to New York. I'd be like, oh, here's some money, Zoe. Go to Fifth Avenue. I'm going to go to these places in New York that sells model trains. Oh, I found this place that sells the biggest video game emporium in New York. They should have everything I need. You'd be like, why do you need model trains? Oh, by the way, while you were shopping for clothes, I went into this place called Radio World. Ended up buying this ham radio, that ham radio, and a new scanner, and this and this. Oh, I'm ready to take the train back to Chicago. I got everything. Oh, because I'm a billionaire and I rolled my money in and made more money in my businesses, and I'm an entrepreneur, and I got so much, I've made a deal so I can own the Cubs. So I'm going to be the only owner of the Cubs. Just to see what Zoe's got to say at that point is I'm the owner of the Cubs. I mean, literally, that's the thing. The funny thing is you want Scrooge, okay? You want a freaking Scrooge. You want to really write a story. Write a story about Higgins, okay? Tony says he's a freeloading bum. I mean, literally, look at it. Or I think I have fibromyalgia like my mom. Okay, cool. Then he's like, I need to spend my money on my taxes. I was telling everyone earlier, the reason Chloe attacked Higgins is because this is how Chloe thinks, okay? She thinks Higgins owes me money. Higgins owes me money for getting him on SSI. And that money should go to me. And then she can go and take that money and go foolishly spend it. You see? That's what borderlines think. Why do you think I'm just like, put it into a radio or something? You see, she can't use the radio. Well, what if the book... Never mind. I don't want to dash your hopes. I'd speak my mind, but then I'd look like a butthole. What is it, Mommy? Hypothetically, and this is just a hypothetical, Evo, what if she's bankrolling on this book and then the banking system crashes that we're prepping for? Or what if World War III happens and it's nuclear? Or what if Civil War happens and it... I mean, you got like 4 possibilities coming down the pipe of all these damn dipsticks. One, we're all going to die. World War III, prep now. Well, again, Chloe made a good point the other day. Why prep except for natural disasters and certain things? If this non-American prepper is telling us that he's got intel that we're all going to die from Canada, China, and Russia. Or no, Russia and China. Sorry. And then he turns around and says the banking collapse is going to happen. And then we're going to have civil war on top of it all. So civil war, nuclear war, and a banking collapse. So the ones that need to be strong and survive is the preppers. I'm starting to really get pissed off. And then yesterday, this guy's talking about banking collapse, Great Depression, and he's getting hundreds of dollars donated to him. Think about it, hundreds of dollars. Now, think of it from my point of view. Coffee. And what happens? What happens? He's getting massive amounts of money. Even Fanny was here last night saying it's BS. I think she said it yesterday and the night before. It's BS. We could be hurting, and people are donating their hard-earned money to give to some guy that's sugarcoating everything and lying about it. I've never lied to you, my friends, yet. Higgins thinks I have, but look at him. He listens to this guy that's telling him he's going to have a major depression and we're all going to be going hungry unless we get enough food for the rest of our lives. I mean, think about it. Hundreds of dollars donated. The guy made probably $1,500 to $2,000 just on his... He does live 2 days a week, and the guy brings in probably close $5,000 or $6,000 a week. And you tell him that, all right? So Chloe calls him a video whore. I do videos because, as Fanny said, you got to diversify. Right now, where is the news for prepping? Do we have a railroad strike? Nope, can't talk about that. Do we have a nuclear war? Nope, not there. We have civil war? Wait till after the election. Do we have, because I don't know what's going to happen. Are we going to have a banking collapse? Stock market crash and banking collapse? Highly unlikely. All these things that they're bankrolling on, I say just prep just in case. These guys are full preppers that want to give their hard-earned money to some dipstick who doesn't deserve a dime while he sugarcoats everything. And then I saw one prepper the other day going, I came across this prepper named Mary Sky, and what a dipstick. They don't understand. No one wants to listen to them because they're weird. Okay, cool. That's fine. But you know what? It pissed me off because people are realizing that, maybe the non-preppers are realizing nothing's going to happen. And then all these people, we're going to have a bank, or our banking system's going to collapse because Social Security is giving 8.7% increase. We don't get 8.7. No, because some of you work still and pay taxes on your Social Security or your YouTube money that you get for monetizing. Me, I don't monetize. I can tell you clearly right now, my monetization is what? I need 1,000 hours or 4,000 hours. I've already superseded the 4,000 hours again. I haven't superseded the donation or the subscribers. You need like 4,000 hours and 1,000 subscribers. My sister's son, no joking here, thinks he can make a living instead of being a chemist by doing everything at home on YouTube. I mean, literally, if me and hubby was only getting free cigars on our free cigar channel with 600 subscribers, then other people were not getting any free cigars, and they were monetizing and buying their cigars and reviewing with 100,000 subscribers. Me and hubby was doing pretty good, okay? Fortunately, it pisses me off that you see some guy plopping down 300, 400 in one session, twice a week. I mean, literally, I'm sorry to say, but there's a time and place to give people money. And right now is not the time or place when everyone's griping about the economy. Oh, the economy is bad. You don't see me sitting there going, I made a joke the other day to Zoe. I said, Yeah, you're going to go to King's and order me a bottle. Okay, she made a joke back. I bought the last two. You buy some. Yes, Mommy. I bought some, my wifey. I bought some right here. Evan Williams. Tastes just like cherry soda when he put it in regular Pepsi. See? Need to get another bottle. This stuff's pretty good. Never felt so good. Chloe thought I was going to drink it all in one night. You know what? I had a couple drinks last night, and I was like, you know what? Zoe ain't around. I'm going to have a couple drinks. You see? Yeah. Yeah, well, the reason I'm frugal is because I have a Chloe, you know. Art and booze. I'm not into art and booze. My husband was he always did oil paints and water-based paints. I remember moving this giant 4-foot by 4-foot heavy wood thing, you know. It was like a wood frame thing, you know, and it wasn't canvas or anything. But he was painting on it. He was actually painting the Aztecs. He got it finished, you know. And someone said, "Can I have that?" I said, "Yeah, sure. I'm not going to keep it. Should have kept it. It was my husband's." But you know what? The lady still's got it hanging in her thing at Quincy. She says, "It reminds me of Aaron. I miss him dearly." And I'm like, "Yeah, I miss hubby too." Yeah, I would say hubby had a strong thing for art and booze. He always was painting something. And he was always keeping cases of booze hanging around his house. I don't know how many times when he died. Sorry, not when he died, but how many times that I'd go to his house to clean it. And I'd open up the underneath the sinks, right? He's like, "Don't open that." I'd open up after he's dead, cases of gin. Ooh, free booze. Open up his closet, cases of scotch. Ooh, free booze. Open up his closet and in his hallway, the other closet. Ooh, look, rum, free booze. Open up his bathroom closet. Ooh, look, cases of bourbon, free booze. Open up his other closet, like 3 or 4 in the room, opening up vodka. Everything he had. He had vodka, gin, Canadians, bourbons, rye. Neighbor would sit there and the neighbor would look at me one day and she's like, "Gee, Rita, you're an alcoholic." No, this was Aaron's. I found it one after cleaning his apartment. Manager's like, "Oh, free booze." I was like, "Yeah." Didn't even know he had it. I knew he bought cases when he got paid, but he did it too. He wanted to be a great host, so he'd have every type of booze. So when he died, I ran into Aunt Barb, the one who owns the liquor store, contractor. And she said, "Yeah, I couldn't believe how many bottles he bought." "I know, I found it all in his house." She says, "Oh, free booze." I was like, "Oh, you're thinking like me now. My booze, get your own." I must have drank for like 4 months straight. I remember Patty half the time taking me down the alleys in Quincy so I wouldn't get pulled over from the police. I'd walk mopping Blizzard and I'd be like, "Oh, yeah. You got a flask on your Rita?" "No." "But you want a drink upstairs?" "Don't mind if I do." "You got any Dr. Pepper?" Yeah, I do. I got Dr. Pepper right upstairs too. "Good. Mix me up a drink with pleasure." She'd be like, "Man, Aaron's got a lot of booze." "No, Aaron's dead. I got a lot of booze." Free booze. You're a piece of artwork, Rita. The title is Art with Booze. Must wear sailor cap. Do 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 do. Now listen to a tale I'm about to tell you about. It's a tale of many. We were on a 3-hour cruise, a 3-hour tour. First is up is the first mate. Her name is Zoe. Zoe. And the skipper too. The millionaire and his wife. The millionaire is Tony and his wife. Then you have the movie star, the professor and Marianne here on Zoe's Island. I spend money on art and booze. Okay, I get it. I get it now. You're talking about um, trading places, and other movies that talk about getting in the stock market, invested in ugly art. No, you can't be Ginger. You can't be the movie star. I'm a movie star. No, you get to be a female version of Gilligan. Hey, Skipper, how are you? Oh, great. I get to be Ginger. No, Ginger's, I don't know who Ginger will be. A professor for that? Maybe we'll make Mark the professor. The Phillies are playing the playoffs, Skipper. Come on. A sexy, hot Gilligan, okay? Female Gilligan. We'll call it Zoe. And we'll make it Zoe's Island. I mean, come on. I have to be creative somehow. Oh, and you're insisting you're cute? Well, what about me? I must be chopped liver if I'm a female version of the Skipper. Must not make coffee. Must not push button. What? Marianne's not cute? So you're saying Marianne's not cute and you are? Okay. I was just coming up with some story themed idea, I guess that blew up in my face yet again. Boop. Anyways. It's almost 5 hours in, trying to withhold not making coffee. So, it's just Zoe commenting. That's Mark's not commenting. Scrooging it? Is that all you call that, screw? Philly's Mark must have left. Zoe's commenting and Tony left. Better get out of the toilet before the viewers think they fell down the hole. Well, where's Tony? Am I going to get a Phillies hat if they go to the World Series? Maybe I will, but frankly, I don't know. Should I get a Phillies hat? I really want a Cubs jersey. I found this jersey that was cool, and I found a jersey hat. You can only pick it up at Wrigley Stadium. That's why I was hinting at trying to find a way to send some money to Zoe, because these guys won't take money orders. You got to actually pick it up at Wrigley. I saw it the other day. Yeah, here we go. So it's called Wrigley Sports. It's in Wrigley Stadium, right? I saw this, let me see. I used to have one, so, I knew exactly what I wanted. I used to have the Bulls a long time ago. Here we go. Is that it? No, that ain't it. This is it. See, look at this. This is what I wanted right here. See, doesn't that look awesome? That is what you gonna get one that zips or one that doesn't zip? Yeah. I wanted the one right there. That's what I wanted. I also like this one. I wanted that one too. So I'll show you the two I was thinking of, right? This one, and this one. These two look awesome, I tell you. Those are the two I was looking for. And this one, there's three. So I opened up that one, and then this one, and then the other one. See? That's awesome. And then the last one is this one. And then I was going to show you the hat. Then people can't say I'm not a Cubs fan because I actually was looking at these. These were really great, And finally this one. See, and I'll show you the hat too. The hat was cool. Yeah, like this. See? That was cool right there. And then pair it with this, and you got some really great hats, you see. Phillies hat, I'll have to look for it, Mark. Give me a minute. Let me see if I can find a Phillies hat. I don't even know my hat size, Red. Gotta have red. Definitely red. Gotta have red. There we go. That cuts it down immensely. There we go. 143, 72 items. Can we speed it up? 96 items. That's fine. That gives me 2 pages. And then you want to get it by low versus high. There we go. I like low price versus high. Yep, so those are the Philly. That's the Cubs hats. So I was like, those look pretty cool, Zoe's probably sitting there going, really, that's what you wanted? Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Those are my decisions. They won't let me. I got pick up, and I ain't taking the train all the way there. Okay, so Philly's hat. Dude, they're showing all these. What about... here we go. Cut that down a little more. There you go. 131 hats. That is awesome right there. Right there. Got any better looking ones? Yeah, the blue one. No, there we go. Red. Pure red. I don't like the adjustable hats. Whatever happened to the 7 1/4 hats? I used to have the fitted hats, the starter hats. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's perfect right there. Royal blue. Yeah, the blue ones and the red ones. Those are perfect. 2 of them for $50. I can see myself doing that. Yeah, I was thinking of a Phillies talking. Maybe that's what it was. I can't remember. I don't like the green. Red's perfect. Red and blue. Yeah, I found it right there. Yeah, love those. Those are awesome. Anyways, got hats chosen, so we'll just have to wait. I'll buy it when payday comes around. Yes. You are the funniest. Are you gonna get the Phillies hat? Smiling ear to ear, go Phillies. Make some coffee. If you can't drink coffee, can't drink booze. What can't drink just water? I have a brother in Pennsylvania. Great team. What can you drink? I meant to say. Love the Cubs blue too. It's difficult to message when talking to people and hiding my phone. Nice. Cubs, Phillies. Are you talking about baseball? That hats are adjustable. No, their hats are adjustable, yes. Nice hat. We like the merchandise. You look good in it. My favorite will always be the captain's hat. Cubs hat is nice for the embroidery alone. I just couldn't remember. I had this idea for Christmas, a Christmas stocking for myself. Dinky's like, oh, do you want one? No. But then I'm thinking to myself, the stocking is personal. I went with the Cubs. 2 Cubs stockings that were 3 to 4 feet tall and like 2 feet wide. So Zoe gets this one. See, I wanted to make sure the stock, the other day I messaged Dinky. I said, I might get a stocking myself. She said, okay, you're paying me next month anyways again. So we're all good. What do you want? I said, I don't know. She said, you just wanted the standard? No, I want a jumbo, 3 foot. I want a 4 foot tall, 3 foot wide stocking. She says, what do you plan to put in it? I'm gonna have Zoe put in a ham radio and a base station scanner. It'll fit right nicely in there. She says, "Ooh, good thinking." Ooh, you see, but problem is she can't make the stocking for me because I don't have a design. She said I'd have to hang it on a nail. So I thought about taking some loving time with you all and making a poll, trying to figure it out. What was it I was thinking about? I don't want a camera on my stocking because, cameras, that's a fun hobby. And I don't think having a radio on my stocking would be, I don't know, practical. I don't know. Dinky's sending her ears out as when it's finished, she wants to do it. But if it isn't finished, well, she said you can email her or I can forward the thing to her. I just don't know. So last night I was listening to Chloe squabble it, right? And she says to me, Zoe's going to laugh at this. She says to me, what are you looking at that for? That show looks crappy. Oh, you've never seen the original Taxi. That was pretty funny. Mom said shows like that kids weren't supposed to watch back then. Well, then your mom basically raised you wrong because I like Taxi. Hell, I watched Different Strokes, No, I'm not going to even go there. I had a 7 1/4 Indians hat. My brother Michael stole the damn thing. I do have my Mariners coat, though. My starter Mariners. That's why I chose starter, because starter's made in America, and those coats, I love my Mariners coat. Remember Mom getting a $300 coat on sale for $30, wrapping it up for me, and she says I couldn't pass it up, kid. Still fits me today. What's that noise? Taxi was a great show. Yeah, I was also looking at a Cheers, too. That was on Roku, too. You can find a lot of free shows if you're looking for it. What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? Well, you didn't choose a pricing thing, I thought about just sending you coffee and being done with it because I don't know what you want. That's the thing. See, with me, let me tell you a Christmas story, okay? It's always like, uh-oh, got my coffee. I'm going to listen to Rita and stories. What's that noise? I was looking for another TV show too. I just couldn't remember it. This is the life. Peace and quiet and coffee. Okay. Let me tell you a story. So when my mom one year was buying Christmas gifts, Christmas morning, she gave me a stocking filled with apples and oranges and walnuts, cashews, and a couple items, stocking stuff. A lot of cashews. She says, "I'm sorry, there was only one present under the tree for you." So I said to her, "Don't worry about it, Mama. It was a video game I enjoyed." See, she had to use all her money for my nephew and niece because my sister was poor, right? And then my sister got a picture of her father, which she's never seen, flipped out, took my prime rib, took my ham, took my turkey, took all the presents, and left. That Christmas, I remember clearly sitting at my wood stove going, I call it my wood stove, it was my mom's. I bought it for her. Fireplace is going, and I said, well, that was rough as a cob. My mom said I didn't expect it. I said, I didn't even get my prime rib I paid for. She said, you didn't get your turkey or your ham either. I says, well, no dinner for me. She took everything. I said, why could you? I didn't think she would. Yeah. So I opened my game and I played it. So my sister didn't talk to her for like a month. Then one Christmas, my mom came to me again. Same story. Sister did the same thing a year later, 2 years later. Might have been 2 years later. Yeah, 2 years later, Aaron was with us, hubby. This time, hubby turned around and I said, Mom, yes, give me the key. What key? The key to the freezer. Okay. What are you doing? I'm locking it. You're going to cook this turkey, then she's going to take it all. Okay. So then, because I had a refrigerator in my room, big prime rib divided in two, stuck in my refrigerator. Sister didn't even get in there. My room door was closed. She takes the turkey and leaves. Mom's like, what are we going to do with that kid? She took all. Oh, don't worry, Mom. I got a backup. They left. She says, I couldn't get you a present this year because it wasn't in. Don't worry about it. What, you got something up your sleeve? Yeah, Aaron comes out with the prime rib. They're already gone. Cooks it all up. We have dinner anyways. Next day, Mom says, can I take some to work? Sure, go ahead, Mom. She says, I wonder how your sister's feeling. I don't know, but I had my prime rib. I'm happy. A couple days later, Mom drives up to me and she says, oh, there was a sale at the store. More prime rib. You want some? Yeah, okay. We go and get it. And then she drives over to this place. It's like a movie theater. I can't remember. A movie store. Rental movie place. Next to it, it's got a built-in video game. So she walks in, talks to the guy for, I don't know how long. Comes out. She says, Merry Christmas. These came in, right? There are games that I wanted because I got a guide for it. But, I mean, literally, then about 3 weeks later, my sister says, oh, yeah, that turkey was really good, Mom. Too bad you didn't get it. Mom says, well, you screwed yourself over this time. Rita was one up to you. Oh, Rita's retarded. She can't do it. Oh, that's funny because for Christmas and New Year's, we ended up having prime rib. She's like, what? Oh, yeah. Rita basically had it in her refrigerator in her room. Oh, she was madder than a pistol. We didn't hear from her till like, I think it was April, May or something, right before Mother's Day. And it was like Easter. We had Easter prime rib too. They didn't even come around for it. She was that pissed. I turned to my mom. I said, "Are we sure my sister doesn't have mental illness?" My mom's like, "Maybe. I don't know." Literally, it was funny, I tell you. It was the funniest thing in the world. I mean, literally, Mom and I, we went to Steak and Lobster for Mother's Day. Sister's like, "It's Mother's Day. You want to come and take me to dinner, Mom, since I'm a mother?" No, that's all right. Rita took me to dinner already. I'm full. Prime rib and lobster. My sister wanted me to give my Social Security checks to her because she needed to take care of her kids. I was like, I ain't going to get paid back. The hell with it. I paid Mom, and then I still took care of Mom to a point. Oh, those are the days, I tell you. Can't say the word colored, Tony. It's considered, black better. There's strange noise there. So, did those people leave, Tony, or are you still in the bathroom? Couldn't remember. I was trying to find Gilligan's Island. Let me see what she say. Small stuff for stockings, no price. I can put a lot in. Zoe, pay attention. I'm going to say this once. I want it to ring a bell in your head, okay? Ring a ding-a-ling in your head, so pay attention. And no, I'm not calling you names. That was an accident. And I was upset by wings, so I pony up to Mississippi. Pay attention. Your stocking is 3 to 4 feet tall, 2 feet wide. You tell me, and you're getting 2 of them, so you tell me what cannot fit. And you say get small things. What do you want me to send you? 4 boxes of Satsumi oranges and be like, Think about it. Think of the dimensions. 3 to 4 feet tall. I want it 4 feet tall, 2 feet wide. So 2 feet by 4 feet. I didn't ask for no standard stockings. I asked for the jumbos, and I paid for the jumbos. So I want you to think about that over your hot brewed coffee this morning. My sister wants me to have my cousin Dinky is making one with Ebenezer Scrooge for. I'm gonna take a poll real quick. Here we go. Look, in this country, you don't say black, you say African American. You don't want them to leave too soon, Tony. You want them to basically look over everything and say they're going to buy it. You see, I already did the prayer for you. But since Zoe's here and Mark's here, we'll do it again. Oh, Heavenly Father, we humbly this Sunday morning, while we're all having a good chuckle this morning, we humbly ask you, in your righteousness, to bless Tony and his wife and have Tony's house sold so he can move out from his rotten neighbor and he can live somewhere else and be happy. And with this prayer, I close it by saying, please let these people buy his house today. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. And before Zoe asks, there's a financial thing tacked to it. You see, if I do 2 prayers, Tony gets a sale. Maybe there'll be a scanner for Christmas. See, I'm being funny there. Actually, I'm not the type that wants to be a freeloader. So I just threw that in there for everyone to laugh. By the way, Tony, another thing I've got on my personal goal list is I need a new TV and TV stand. And a new laptop and desktop. And a radio scanner. Now, the stocking's not big enough to hold a new TV, just to let you know. Well, tell them the truth, man. I mean, literally, if they're worried about that, just tell them the truth. The cracks have been there for 20 years, and the house has been standing for 100 years. I mean, what more do they want? I mean, literally, if you really want to get out of it, they're trying to probably get a discount. Apparently, he's viewing it. I don't know anything about how they work in England. $3 months. Then I got to wait 3 months for my scanner. Trying to throw some humor in there for Tony. Well, when I win the Mega Millions, I don't need no stinking loan. I'm buying a piece of property. Zoe and I are going to build 2 little cabins, one for her and one for me. I don't think she wants to share one cabin, but who knows? And each cabin's going to be 1 room. I might make mine 2 because I'm the owner, and it's going to have everything we need in it. Hell, I'll even make an add-on to the 1 trapper room cabin that I'm building. I'll make sure she's got her own private toilet. Hey, Mommy, what about the tub? She can have a standard bathtub. My house, I'm going to basically be 1 trapper room with a wall divided, built in for a bed. And then the corner is going to have my bathroom. And my toilet, it's going to be a composting toilet. And then it's going to have a shower stall. The water tank is going to be heated with the wood stove. You can do those. And then in my bathroom, I'm going to have a jetted tub. Now I got to wait for Zoe to be a feisty woman, too. No, I'm going to build the cabins by hand with an axe and a wedge. I didn't say I'm building a tiny home. I said I'm building a cabin by hand. Don't you understand? Axe, wedge, build cabin. Or if you want, I can actually have a 1-room trapper cabin made, hire a cabin maker, and cut down all the logs. But I'm making sure I get with a bathroom, a shower, a sink, and a jetted tub. Zoe can have a shower and a tub combo. At least I get to use the jetted tub in mine. I'm not putting a hot tub. I said jetted tub. You see, there's 2-person jetted tubs. I'm putting it in my bathroom as a private thing. If I'm going to build a hot tub, I'm going to put it as an in-ground, maybe an in-ground or enclosed hot tub room outside on my patio. It'll be like in the back for me to have my wine and my drinks while I'm in my hot tub. See what? Uh, 3 months to sell a place. Come on, Tony. It shouldn't take that long, man. Yeah, well, I hope it goes sweet. You want to move anyways, don't you? So I'm praying for you. Don't make me do a third prayer. So, Zoe, you see those videos I sent you on the scanners? That one was really, really good where he's talking about buy only what you need. I loved how he said that. Buy only what you need. Well, yeah, you better pray for a sale. Remember what he said, his house sells. There'll be a gift card for me. I don't know how much a gift card, but, I'm hoping for a new scanner. See, I'm basically being funny now. I'm being funny now because I am Scrooge Rita Stash Scrooge McDuck. I'm trying to help him with a sale. Well, I'm not praying for your book to be successful. That's extra and a cost. And I'm not praying the Phillies go to the World Series. That would just be too stupid. So, oh yeah, did anyone vote? Let's see. We got Donald Duck and all of the above. Huey, Dewey, and Louie, and Scrooge McDuck. So, okay, we'll keep it going for a little longer. What would make fun Christmas? Makes sense. Email came in. Heard something go boom, boom. Yep. Trying to find an eBay gift card. Gift cards fit nicely in stockings, by the way. Did I ever tell you guys that? Stockings, you can do e-gift cards, you can do physical gift cards. Physical gift cards would be great. And you can buy it at any... Maybe it was Snoopy I was thinking about. I don't know. Snoopy, maybe? Maybe that's what I was thinking about the other day. Snoopy. I love Snoopy, I was thinking maybe a Snoopy stocking. Snoopy with his doghouse, maybe? I don't remember. Might have been Snoopy. It wasn't Care Bears. I love Care Bears. Care Bear. And it wasn't Pikachu. I think he's always talking about Pika. And it's like, no, and what Pika? think about Snoopy here. Might have been Snoopy I was thinking about. Should have wrote it down. I was just like, hey, whatever. Might have been Snoopy, Christmas stocking, Snoopy waiting for the mailbox, so the mailbox and opening it with all these presents. Oh, that reminds me. I saw something the other day I need to find out about. It's on TV, actually. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was this. Let me see. It was like, I saw it at Costco, I think. Oh, there it is. $45. Does Amazon sell one of these? Because if Amazon does, I'm definitely going for this. They sell something. Oh my God, that's great. So I saw this last night on TV, right? It's called Advent Calendar for Dogs. Every day you open it up, 16 bags of dog treats and 8 dog toys. It has 24 days of Christmas. So Advent Calendar for dogs. Advent Calendar for all right, let me see here. Ooh, this looks nice. Is that all they have? I could buy this for Zoe. That would be funny as hell. This would be too perfect for her. Ooh. This would be perfect for Chloe's mom. Found Christmas right there for her, and I didn't have to do much. An idea came up and took shape. Oh man, this is great. So before you guys ask me, I came up with some great ideas. Okay, for one, the Body Shop Share the Joy Advent 24-piece gift set. So every day you get Advent calendar. I like Advent calendars. 24 little beauty items packed with lots of head-to-toe treatments, keeping you in that beautiful body. Prepared all season. 24 body things. Looks like a perfect thing to put in a stocking for Zoe. Kind of costly, but Then there's this one. Perfect for Zoe, too. The Golden Girls TV show. 12 days of socks. So he's like, what? Then there's this one. The Vadham Tea Advent Calendar. 24 varieties, 5 tea bags, and holiday gift box. 120 tea bags. So every day is a day of tea. That'd be perfect for Chloe's mom. And then you have the Women's Harry Potter Snow Globe. 15 days of socks. See, those are little ideas I come up with since Zoe isn't telling me what she wants for Christmas. There's tea, coffee, salami, coffee cup, and socks. See, the problem with me is I'm too simple. That's the real problem in the world. That's really cool there. The 24 days of Christmas Advent for dogs. I saw that last night at Costco, and they were opening it. And I was like, oh, yeah, that looks great. Anywho. We're taking a poll. That's what the hell it is. Sleeping. So, does any moderators want to basically put someone in their place? So, I don't know why you're here, Eve, but welcome. If you don't like my channel, you can leave. We were talking about Borderline earlier. Then the moderators came in this morning. That's why I haven't gone out yet. So, you know, you got me, you got Zoe, you got Mark, you got Tony from England. I'm the administrator. So, moderators and I were talking about different things about Borderline this morning, prepping. I was just getting ready to have coffee. We're also doing a poll because, you know, my moderators, some of them get Christmas presents for me for doing my job, their job. And so because of it, we were talking about Christmas stockings this morning, trying to figure out what one would be personality good for me. Couldn't think if it was Snoopy or DuckTales. Yeah, so yeah, there you go. Thanks, Tony, for tuning in. Yeah, so did they buy your house yet? Oh, yes. Some people like to complain, right, Tone? The funky Tone Medina. Is Tone Loke short for Tony Loke? I wonder if that was Tony Loke. Anyways, some people just want to complain. You know that? Anyways, give him the benefit of the doubt, Tony. You know? So glad you're here, by the way, Tone. People want to leave. Zoe's leaving anyways. You're still around trying to sell your house, right? So anyways, we tackled a lot today, didn't we, Tony? And Mark, your question's been answered. Is Chloe sleeping? I'm from the UK. Christmas tree is up early. Oh, Christmas tree, it's always up. It's year round. I am into Christmas. Since Zoe's not around, I can change my hat now. Can't I, Tony? And welcome from the UK. So you're about what? 240 there? There you go. Wasn't being rude. Sorry, it came up. Oh, yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you. Welcome. I'm not rude either. I'm only rude to moderator Higgins half the time. He claims I'm rude anyways. But then again, you know, you got Zoe, who's the duck. I'm the polar bear. Chloe's the wolf. Tony's the tiger. They're great. Have you had your Frosted Flakes today, Tone? How's it over there, by the way? Tony's from UK too, by the way, Eve. Let me tell you, your prime minister is really doing a bang-up job. Sorry, I can't stop laughing at that one. I wonder how long she's going to last. Probably not long, the way things are going. Oh, did you guys see the latest news this morning or last night? Oh, my God. It was on you guys over in England. Tony's going to probably send it, really? So apparently, get this. The newspapers are running a poll. They want to have anyone who has a complaint send it in, right? And this is how I read it. Okay, don't mind me. I might have misconstrued it. But my understanding is they want everyone on board to change Camilla, Horseface is what you call it, her, Tony, or him, to not Queen Consort, but Queen Camilla. And so they're like doing a poll or something. Yeah. I was thinking, you got to be kidding me. There's only one queen in my heart, and that's Elizabeth II. God bless you guys over in England, too. You must be struggling right now with your loss of your queenie. But I'm telling you, Queen Camilla, I mean, look, the last time there was a queen title besides Elizabeth, I think it was Queen Mary or the Queen's mother. who held the title. And there was like, what, 3 or 4 queens at the time? There's the queen's mother, the queen's grandmother, and, they all had the title queen for someone. Like, my husband was the king, and he died. My son took over, and when he abolished, then my son took over, and his wife was queen. So there's queen, queen, and queen. It's like, how many queens are there living in Buckingham Palace at one time? 4? See, I know history really well over there, so, to give her the queen title makes me kind of disgusted. And I thought maybe you'd like to shed some light on the subject, Tony Tiger. Yes, Diana, I remember her dying. I remember sitting outside in my motorhome. My mom's boyfriend came up, and I had a 35-foot executive motorhome, 1973. You had 440 Dodge, Tony. And I'm sitting in it. My mom comes in. I said, "Oh, did you see the news?" "Oh, no. What is it?" I said, "I was using the aerial TV antenna on the roof." "Oh, what was it?" "Well, Princess Diana died." It was like day after my sister's birthday or something, on my sister's birthday. She says, "Oh, that's going to be hell over there." She said, "Everyone in the world loved Diana. She was the people's princess." Yeah, there was this movie about Diana, right? There's 2 sides of it. One was Diana, and then you had the other side. Basically, Tony Blair was trying to push for Diana, to, when he got into office, to have the flags lowered, and the Queen's like, she's not an HRH, so she doesn't deserve that title. Well, apparently between Tony Blair and the British people, they spoke, and they made their voice loud and clear. Now, if I was the British people, I'd basically be like, nope. We're not having Queen Camilla. I think the monarchy's broken. That's what Tony and I talked about, Eve. I think it's completely broken. By the way, Eve, just to be on the same page, okay, since you're a new member, or you're joining to see the show this morning, I want to be very clear that if you hear Tony call me Her Majesty or Queen or my Queen, don't worry about it. Yeah, ever since Queen Elizabeth died, I've been bestowed the title the Queen, apparently by Tony. So, how? The chief. How? That's what I said. She was the people's princess, the world's princess. And the Queen of England was the queen of the world, pretty much. Now, I personally think the entire monarchy and the institution of the monarchies are falling. I mean, they're outdated, antiquated pieces of, literally. By the way, did you guys see that report? Oh my God, I was reading this morning, right? Oh God, that was an interesting story. So there was these analyzers, right? We talked about world news too, Eve. Analyzer sitting there, and this analyzer's talking about Xi Jinping getting his 3rd 5-year term. He's hoping to get put in as dictator for life, China, right? And he's talking about wanting to be the #1 military in the world and all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, if you basically cause war for every other country in the world because we're having an oil crisis and eventually we'll all run out of oil. Oil is not unlimited, so we might have a world war on oil, World War IV, the war on oil. There was a video game about that years ago. It was like World War IV, the war on oil. And to me, I was like, you got to be kidding. So he's got all these things, right? He's talking about communism's not dying. It's going to get stronger. And I'm like, really? Last time I read, there was 5 countries in the entire world that's communism? I think Cuba's one of them, Venezuela, China, Russia's capitalism. And then you got Vietnam. So, but you know what? I will look to see because, Tony, one of the things Tony likes about his queen, supposedly, is how knowledgeable I am. All right, so anyways, what countries in 2022 are communist? Okay. All right, so current communism is, Only 5 countries are commies. See, I was right. 5 countries. China, I was right there. Vietnam, Cuba, 3 of them. I forgot North Korea and Laos. So, and Venezuela's, is. So, but anyways, apparently there's only 5 countries. Most notably in the Republic of Soviet, today's communist official form of government is China, North Korea, Laos, Cuba, and Vietnam. Capitalism. So there you go. There, Laos and Vietnam. So I got 3 out of 5 right on my list. So you can't complain. 3 out of 5 ain't bad. Carmela. She was the world. In fact, and horses are better looking. The Queen's death didn't bother me, if I'm honest. A little odd of being British, but I think many secrets hidden me. Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly, Eve. I'm gonna say honestly, Eve, you're right completely. The Queen has so many secrets behind the walls. No one will know everything. I mean, look, for all we know, the Queen of England with the Prince of Wales, with the former Prince of Wales, King Charles now, and Prince Philip, they could all have combined their powers to have Diana killed for all we know. I mean, the rumors is the rumors, but I've heard so many damn things. I mean, look, some say that Harry lost his noodles after his mom died, and that's why he's a rebel. But then again, look at Willie. Willie's like a subservient little robot, and I think and you know what's funny is Willie wants that crown so bad, right, Willie? Fortunately, the problem with Willie is they're raising their kids. Willie and Katie is raising their 3 little bambinos to grow up that there might not be a monarchy. And I think, what was it, the Denmark queen, the one that stripped her grandkids their titles? There's actually, after Denmark's queen dies, I think Denmark's going to go to a democracy, I think. That leaves Norway, Sweden, Finland, and the UK to be. I mean, there's like, what, five in Europe, monarchies, 5 monarchies. Monarchies are dying off. I mean, think of it. You guys are paying you know what I would be royally pissed off about the most, even Tony knows this. How Willie inherits $1 billion, which he doesn't have to pay taxes on. And old Charlie ends up getting, 37 billion tax free? But you guys get to fit the bill for everything else in the damn world. Is that fair? No. You wake up in the morning in Wales, bless Eve's heart, and she gets her electric and gas bill, and it's way more. What is old Charlie doing? He's got his unlimited gas, unlimited electricity. Everything he has is free because he's the king, the emperor of the UK. Well, I believe she was killed too, but I also believe, no offense to you, Eve, that your queen, I told this to Tony, I think she was poisoned. I mean, look at it. Old age was on her birth certificate, and they say, oh, she didn't really. Charlie was there with Camilla. They could have poisoned her. Willie was there with Katie. They could have poisoned her. Harry was running across the UK trying to get to her, and she was dead by the time he got there. First, the timeline doesn't make sense. Queen basically is told by doctors to rest. Okay, so I played a game. I watched some TV. Sent Chloe out for pancakes. Ate my pancakes. Told Chloe, oh, by the way, before she left, the Queen's sick, so she canceled something. Chloe says, oh, she'll come back. I said, she's dying, is what I'm figuring. Chloe said, oh, she'll be fine. After pancakes, I looked on my news feed. Queen of England died. When I said, here, read that. She says, that's when she stayed quiet for a bit. She's like, oh, my God. I said, yeah, oh, my God. I said, yeah, oh, my God. I said, yeah. Then my father-in-law thinks I'm an insane crackpot, by the way, Eve, because, oh, you think the Queen died of poisoning, so Charlie could take the throne. He looks kind of evil. I mean, think of it. She was in bed resting. Then she ended up dead. Then he's now king. All hail King Charlie. Right. Well, hold on. What you guys are talking about? Let me just end the poll so I can basically, you guys have answered the question, so thank you for answering it. So, I guess the Donald Duck and all of the above. Okay, cool. Hold on. Let me see here. True Eve, I thought everyone would agree. Quite surprised. I believe she was killed. I agree too. That's what the wife said, Eve. Many secrets, many. Oh, yeah, I say it too. I mean, they're hiding so many things. You don't know what's going on. Also, believe we would be better out at the amount of money to fly the Queen. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what I was just saying, Eve. I mean, think of it here. You do know, because I'm American, okay? They say it costs approximately, like, what is it, $4,000 every 5 minutes or something. It's close to like $1.5 million an hour, Eve, to fly the president anywhere in the United States on Air Force One. It's like they got rid of it so Charles got his turn to be king before he dead himself. I thought it was ridiculous. I couldn't stand her. I'm sorry. I agree. Look, we can all agree to disagree, Eve. I mean, literally, I look up to your queen, but I don't understand your political system. A lot of people don't understand my political system. Last time I explained to Tony how it works, with Congress and the Senate, and then it's me and the believe Diana ain't dead and is living on an island somewhere. I believe that. Well, you do know me being a monarchy historian, the Queen of England, or the head of the British Empire, doesn't need a driver's license, doesn't need a passport, can kill someone and get away with it, by the way. They can murder anyone they want and get away with it due to the fact that they're the king. Anyone else in the royal family gets murdered, they get to go to the high courts, if you didn't know. I mean, think of that. I mean, that's and I agree with Eve completely. I will agree with Eve completely. Presidencies, prime ministers, queens, kings, etc. They're all greedy buttholes that spend too much of the taxpayers' money. I mean, think of it. Like I said earlier, Charles is living comfortably. He's going to have heat and everything. You guys are going to freeze more likely or pay exorbitant amount of money for your heat this year. Hell, I'm going to be spending a lot too, but you get my idea. It's going to either be eat or heat, plain and simple. It's like Zoe said earlier, when I was making my bed up, Tony was semi-watching. I basically had a lot of comforters on my bed. That's how I keep warm. I literally will have my room down to like 20 degrees at night Fahrenheit, and I'll be like, and with a wool blanket on the top, I'll be like, oh yeah, nice and toasty, peaceful in my bed. I mean, literally. Eve, if you haven't done it, I'd like to brief you on a couple things that you might be wanting to be interested in. Tony's been very, very helpful too, or at least he's happy with the knowledge. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, Eve. So if you haven't, put some food and water away just in case something happens, because frankly, one of my specialties on this channel is I don't, as Tony would say, Tony will confirm it, I don't sugarcoat anything. So with the United States going through a political power struggle between Democrats and Republicans, there could be civil war. With Russia threatening nuclear Armageddon, you got to prepare in case of nuclear war. And what was it else I was prepping for, Tony? Oh, yeah, emergencies, natural disasters, etc. And the third one, excuse me, that wasn't ladylike. The third one was prepping for banking collapse if the stock market crashes. So those are things that we talk about here because it is serious news around here. Serious everywhere. Of course, unlike some people believe, I'm not here to make a living off of YouTube. As Tony heard me gripe about it earlier, these dipsticks, there's CP, who's got so much intel that we're all going to die of nuclear war. Well, my opinion and my question to everyone here again is, if we're going to die of nuclear war, why prep? Enjoy life to the fullest. Now, the other guy thinks there's going to be a Great Depression. So he's banking on a banking collapse and everything going down the toilet. Again, we'll wait and see. The third guy's saying there's going to be a civil war after the election. Well, oh, and sorry, Eve. Bun Bun's making noise again, so I'm sorry if you hear him. Hey, Boon Boon, what's up? Yes, everyone likes the rabbit. Today's his day. His cage gets clean. I would prep just in case. That's why I say, to all my people. And for some of you out there that's just tuned in and likes my content, and I'll throw this out there again. It's no need to do it, but I will give you my email addresses if you guys want. No pressure to donate to gift cards to Amazon if you wish. You don't have to. As Tony knows, I give my information freely. I'm not here to mooch, and I'm not here to be like these guys that get super chats of $300-$400. Now, one guy last night, Tony, he must have made like $6,000 in a freaking week, not including all his views. Yeah, son of a gun. I don't know how he can lie through the teeth of the people and get that much money. It reminds me of Uncle Scrooge. Money. I'll just tell them that everything's going to hell and they'll pay me. I think sometimes, Tony, people don't like my content because of who I am. I mean, I don't sugarcoat anything. That's the truth, See? What do you guys think, huh? Waiting to see what Tony's got to say. And Eve, hey, what's up, huh? Yeah, no, you don't get any coffee. See how cute he is? He's so good. Hey, what's up, Boomer? Everyone likes the bun. Oh, yeah, he literally got super chats. 300 here, 400 there, 500 for some guys. I mean, they were just donating. He does it like twice a week, and he gets more money on his live super chats. I do chats, and I keep it open for everyone. Free content because I'm not a mooch and freeloader like these guys are. I think the prepping community is going to fail. I honestly think the prepping community is going to fail, Tony. That's why I keep telling you, prep like your life depends on it. I mean, literally, let me tell you what moderator Fanny said last night and the night before, right? We also talk about internal politics, Eve, about how I run my show at times and what moderators say. So Fanny said, Tony, that people that are donating that kind of money is going to screw over everyone when they're basically got no money and they're basically going hungry because they're just throwing money away like it's nothing. I mean, the wealthy like Uncle Scrooge wouldn't throw that kind of money away on anything. Yeah. I have a bunny and I have a service dog, Boppy. He's sleeping with Chloe. It was bad this morning again, Tony. I got up this morning, right? Getting ready to do this video, which is already 5 hours. Then I go into the bathroom to use the toilet, right? Turns out he left a couple of hard logs on the floor. I was like, Chloe, you didn't take him out. Nah. Yeah. I have a dog and a rabbit. And my rabbit's a Dutch dwarf, so he's a mini rabbit. It's going to be heat, and I have a daughter. I think there's a new world order in place. There could be. I mean, I would just prep like your life depends on it, and if it's just you and your daughter, take care of your daughter too. Tony's got a son, if I remember correctly. But yeah, Tone, I'm telling you, it was disgusting. I mean, literally watching this guy just throw money away. It was like $150, $300. I was like, $99.99, $99.99, $49.99, $99.99. I'm sitting there going, oh my God, what am I watching? I mean, I was telling Zoe the other day, I give my information freely. I could be on 8 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours, 24 hours. You don't see me sitting there, please donate. Nope. I throw my email address just in case someone wants to donate, but I'm not a mooch. Fortunately, these guys are just like, oh, yeah, we're going to have a banking collapse, Great Depression. We all got to prepare. And if the poor can't prepare for it, let them die, blah, blah, blah. Chink, $99.99. Chink, $99.99. Chink, $99.99. And I'm sitting there going, And Chloe said jokingly, "What are you doing wrong? I don't have the subscribers. I'm not like this guy that's got 200,000 subscribers and he keeps getting 30,000 a week every week, or 30,000 plus a month. I'm just sitting here trying to give everyone a heads up of what's going on. But you know what? I've had white males come to me. Your channel sucks because you're a weirdo. Cool. I'm a weirdo. I like being a weirdo. Weirdo Rita. Oh. Well, my roommate's got borderline personality disorder, antisocial, whatever it's called, ODD, oppositional defiant, and like 23 other diagnoses. That's why she's on Social Security. Yeah. So, and with Tony, he knows what goes on because my roommate likes to treat me like crap. I mean, literally. By the way, Tony, did I show you the refrigerator was cleaned? I don't know if you saw it, but damn, that fridge is clean. Look at this. It was overflowing with like 20 dozen eggs. And Chloe kept picking them. Look at this. Clean, man. Got some Cornish game hens in here too. Those little chickens. See, I told you could buy them. See? Little chickens. That little poultry. Baby poultry. Oh, Tony, did I tell you the story last night about the cheese sausages? Oh my God, that was pretty damn funny last night, right? Chloe's offering to cook me hamburgers. I said, no, I'll do it myself. I want to warm up my sauce and put it on my hamburgers, my Thousand Island, and make it count. Taste just like McDonald's, right? Oh, well, you can make it and I'll eat them. Who offered you to have a hamburger? Well, I thought, you thought wrong. I'm not here to support you and feed you, roommate and all. She's got her own money, right, Tone? So I cooked up some fully cooked smoked sausages with cheese in them, cold. She's like, how can you eat them? Simple, it's food. Well, how can you eat it? Simple, it's food. You're a woman and you're eating it. Simple, it keeps you away from the hamburgers. Well, when you do have hamburgers, I'm having it. Buy your own damn hamburgers. Yeah, you see, I played on that one. She was angry after she did up everything she needed. She went to bed. Oh, yeah. So, it's funny, right? Tony, did I tell you the story what she said to me last night before I took a nap? So she's complaining about how I should watch more Christmas movies. She's like, you need to watch The Nightmare Before Christmas. Fine, I put it on Disney. I'm Disney. The remote. And then she says, you know what the problem is with you? And I'm like, half out of it. What? What's the problem with me? Tell me. I'm curious. I'm a woman. You can tell me. You're too hard. I need to move out. Please, dude. That'd be the greatest present in the world. She looks at me. You really want me to move? Yeah, why not? You're telling me I'm hard. Well, look at your food. You'll eat cold sausages. That's to keep you from eating my hamburgers. And then she looks at me. She's like, you're hard. You're picky when it comes to dinner. I go out twice to the store to get food for you. And, well, whose fault was it that got frozen little chickens? You could have eaten pot pies. Maybe I'll have pot pies tonight, is what I said. But no. Then I said, grab manicottis for Sunday. Oh, okay, whatever, right? She's all like, you'll probably not have manicottis on Monday. Nope. When manicotti comes, I'll eat them. Fortunately, the problem, Tony, is she says I'm too hard. I'm too picky when it comes to decisions, right? Too hard for food, too hard for movies, and too hard for everything else. Well, let me just say, I said to her, half asleep. And she's like, you're going to sleep. No, I'm actually communing with God. Actually, I was sitting there talking to God. How do I get through this? God's like, don't worry, you're going to take a nap. Okay, cool. But then, she's sitting there squabbling about it hard, right? So I looked at her, Tony, and I said, you know what the hardness is? You asked me for guidance. 15 to 30 minutes, kitchen clean. Give me a bucket of water, I'll help. I'll have it done in 20. Oh, no, that's my job. Give me a bucket of water and some cleaning solvent, and I'll clean the bathroom for 30 minutes. Oh, no, that's my job, right? I give her ideas. You can clean the bathroom and the kitchen in one day in the hall. Next day, do your bedroom. It'll be done. But she says she doesn't know where to start. Well, I gave her the ideas, right? There's borderline people. Then she says, I don't know what to buy first for Christmas. I gave you an entire list. You can go straight off and then hammer it out. What you do? Delays everything. Puts it on the back burner. Then Christmas comes. People are sending me presents. She's like, I don't got anything. Did you send anyone any gift? No wonder why. Your mom sent me presents. Your dad sent me presents. Your grandma sent me presents. Everyone around me sent me presents, and I sent them presents. What are you doing? I don't know what to get them. They make a list. You just go through their Amazon wish list. Oh, they want tea. Okay, tea sent. Oh, this one here wants coffee. Coffee sent. Oh, this one wants a box of chocolates. Okay, sent. She's like, I don't know where to begin. No wonder why someone's failing. No offense. I'm not trying to belittle anyone with mental illness, Eve. I'm just, this is what I got to deal with on a daily basis for border. And then, as Tony knows, trying to steal some hamburgers. Start at the beginning. I already started at the beginning. I already told you the story. I basically went with sausages so she wouldn't touch the hamburgers. But you know the whole story. I mean, literally, you heard Zoe today. I'm like Scrooge McDuck looking over the receipt. Like, well, how would you feel if you found out you had like $8 charged yesterday for stuff you don't use? Do I use salt, pepper? No. Do I drink an aloe vera drink? No. That there's form of theft. That's how I see it. Yeah. Start at the beginning. How many roommates do you have? I have one. One roommate, one dog, and one bunny. I live in my living room. She's got my offices turned into a storage room. So my bedroom's right here, see? There's my Christmas tree. Right, Tony? And then if you turn around here, I just made my bed up, see? So I'm going to sleep on, what is it? 10 or 12 pillows tonight. I love my pillows, by the way. Those pillows are comfy thanks to moderator Pee-wee. But yeah, I got my box fan going as usual. And then my TV is going in the corner. I need to get a new TV eventually, you know. Barely. Can you even see the TV? Yeah, you can barely. But yeah, that's my bedroom right there. I made up the bed while talking to Tony earlier. You know, at the time, Tony was displaying his house to someone. So I was like, okay, I'll make the bed and then prepare for sleep. It's always hot here for me. I mean, currently it is 60 degrees, with the weather is supposed to be 75 today. Eve asks, is it hot? Well, let's just say, have you ever heard of the term, Eve, an Indian summer? If you haven't, that means they extend summer in certain parts of the world. We're getting an Indian summer this year, which means when the sun hits the window, that's where you can see the glow of the window through the blinds. When the sun hits the window, the room hits up about 30 to 40 degrees, I think, because I'm in the basement, so this is all concrete. So concrete basement equals heat, which means a little later, before I take a nap, the window will be open to bring in it, drop the temperature about 30 degrees so the cool air can come in. And before anyone asks, Tony already knows this, but since you're new to the channel, I'll show you something in a second that might be of an interest to you. Anyways, we're having an Indian summer this year for some damn reasons. Ooh, those look nice. Yeah, but a little expensive in my opinion. You know, I've always wanted at Christmas time a new smoking pipe. You know, I'm a pipe smoker, if you guys didn't know. And frankly, I was thinking about a new smoking pipe the other day. Someone asked me the other day, what do you want for Christmas? I said, oh, I want this smoking pipe. They said it's $160. Well, they're not cheap. They're made in Ireland. It's like my Danish pipe. That costs like, what is it, $800 each? Me and my husband each had one. Yes, Eve, I was married. No longer married. My hubby is no longer around. But anyways, let me just show you guys this if you haven't seen it. That is a really nice pipe, though. I should see if there's any deals at that website. I haven't been there in a while. But anyways, let me see. And then I'll show you a website too. The website's really good. There we go. So this website here is very special to me because on an Indian summer, this is everyone claims is the best place to be in the United States. Yeah. So that's all I need to say about that. That's all I have to say about that. Mama went to heaven just like hubby. And I lost my Zoe to a boating accident for a while. I can't pull off Forrest Gump that well. All right, so 160. This is only 124. What happened, dude? They're running out of stuff now? That's the weirdest thing in the world. Oh, here we go. 145 bucks. That's on sale. Sweet. 145. Is that the only one they damn have? Oh, no. That one there is the 160. Yep, there we go. So they have that one and that one. They don't have the other one. I'm looking for the other one. Yeah. Watson. I love. Yeah. Okay. I'm done. Yeah, on that. Raining here. You're 16 degrees Fahrenheit. Zoe's back now. Zoe came back this morning, and then when you were out showing your house, she left. Remember? She said she's going out to eat for brunch. You're telling her to save her money, you know. What if the banking collapse happens? She doesn't have enough food to survive on because she ate out all the time. Remember the other day she left us on her TV and went out and got her bottle of Tito's vodka. That woman's funny, I tell you, Tony. Yeah. Zoe might be back after a little brunch. I don't know if she'll be back. She has a message on Instagram. Then again, I haven't checked Instagram this morning. Remember, she said, I got to go for brunch. Let me go look it up and see what she said in the comments since I have the full comments available. She says, okay, this breakfast turning into brunch. Be right back, phone. Smash like, got a shower. She says, be back in a few hours, but you do you. And thanks for the coffee with Rita video. Great way to start the day. Ducky says gator out or later out. Gator means later. So she left and then, that's what she said. So a few hours. I could be up for a few more hours, guys. If that coffee runs out and I'm half asleep, you might see the Rita fall asleep show too. Hell, I don't know how many times I've fallen asleep on YouTube. Higgins would message, Rita, you're sleeping. Whatever. You guys get to see the unedited swearing, spitting, spitfest show where I'm basically either swearing like a sailor, Currently it's 9:15 in the morning, sweetheart, and I've been on for 6 hours and 15 minutes, so I've been up since 3 in the morning here, 3:15, if you want to get technical. So I've been here since 11:15 a.m. your time, so it's 5:15 there, so, or no, 4:15. Sorry, it's 4:15 there. Before you know, I know your guys' time really well. You guys are 8 hours ahead, so I'm 8 hours behind you. So Zoe's 6 hours behind you guys. And Mark's 5 hours ahead behind you. Time zone's weird, So did the people leave Tony? Did they say they're bye? Or are they still thinking about it? I'll give you guys my email address so you guys could email me if you have any suggestions or comments. You guys can email me. That's also for some of you viewers out there that's watching this long video like you usually do. And you email me and you say this video is great or this great video is awesome or, here you go. Sometimes someone will email me, but here, add this to the preppers stockpile list of funds, gift cards. So if you guys want to contact me for any reason, you can. Keep giving this to Tony, but he has no email. My username is Aries Sky Rita Lee, by the way, everyone, on my channel here. So that's where you find me on Twitter and Instagram. I'm not on Facebook. Thank God I'm not on Facebook. So if you want me, I'm on Aries Sky Rita Lee at Instagram and on Twitter too. So just to throw that out there because we're all having a nice little interesting discussion. Well, I will pray make an offer, Tony, because you know me. The more gift cards, the better. See it be funny again. Email is so easy. You set up a Gmail account, right? Or Yahoo or AOL. And you set it up to your phone, right? You can set it up to a phone. Like, for example, my phone, right? Let me turn my phone on. I'll show you. Okay, for example. So my phone turns on my phone tablet, right? And by the way, it's got a pin on the bottom, see? So what you do is, I use this at home as a Google Voice, even though it's cracked. See, I was hoping it never cracked, but, it still works, okay? So let me show you what happens, okay? I should clean this, too, while I'm thinking about it. So I'll show you what you do, okay? Once you get an email account programmed, right, on your phone, you just go into, like, Yahoo and AOL. I think I can do AOL here. Anyways, you go to your apps, right? And I think there's an AOL app. Maybe there is. That'd be cool. You got mail. You got mail. You got mail. Oh God, that would be too damn funny. You remember the old AOL thing? You got mail. Anyways, let me look real quick. I'll say so. For example, right? For example, okay. So for example, you go over to. I use Blue Mail for my email, right? So Blue Mail is right here. It gets my email. It just has all my email program. Blue Mail. See, Blue Mail is right there. It says Blue Mail. Yes, I have HBO Max on there too, I think. And then if you want Yahoo, you go to Yahoo Mail right there. There's a Yahoo icon. And then if you don't want Yahoo, you go to the Play Store. And then what you do is you go to AOL Mail. Let me just say AOL Mail. Yeah. And it'll tell us. Yeah, here we go. News, mail, and video. Install the AOL app. Okay, so you install the AOL app right there. And it'll download the AOL app. So you get your AOL right there on your phone. And then you're done. Yes, I like AOL. Remember AOL being the number one search engine at one time. That was really cool, back then. You got mail. Anyways, I use Mailbird for most of my email stuff, from Mailbird itself. But, you can go to Mail too. So it just depends, Okay, so it says installing. So it'll install it. And then we'll be set to go. So, this needs to move to the other page. See, I don't like when my icons are moved around. Okay, so where's my new app I just installed? Huh. And then you just look for the AOL thing, right? With Tony, like I got Yahoo here. Trying to find out where AOL went. Huh. Meet, voice. Well, that's weird. Doesn't show my AOL anywhere. Did it install it? That's weird as hell, I tell you. I feel like I'm basically being a child right now. Let me go into Play Store and look again. Oh. Okay. So it's a blue box, but it's not showing me anywhere. Oh, there it is. Just installed it. Now it's telling me Christmas countdown. There's a new Christmas countdown. We all need to be happy about it. Right. Christmas. I will sort it. Gmail should be on his in the UK and set things up. I'm useless with technical things. Email is easy to set up, Tony. I mean, literally, you can't basically, I have email like crazy, but I also have two Gmail accounts, one for my husband and I, and one for my main account for things. My husband's and I have to go log into that real quick just to see. Me and my husband had a joint channel, Nope, nothing. Guess his friend Josh is being a hermit again. Josh. Kind of worried about him. Schizophrenic, They all crack. I'm too old-fashioned to understand they all crack. Haha, I must have an email, otherwise my phone wouldn't work, but I don't know how to log into things. I will sort it. Well, do what you wish, man. I'm just saying, I put AOL in, but I haven't set it up yet. Hello, Booner. I have a lot of email, but then again, my main email for my prepping thing is for gift cards and for people to send me messages here. So my main email address isn't used. This is the San Juan Island Prepper. I live in San Juan Island. So if you saw that link, Eve, I live on an island. So if I go a mile away, I'm there at the ferry terminal. Of course, being on an island kind of stinks at times due to the fact that the Indian summer is basically 70 something. I want to look at the weather report this morning. The weather today for the San Juan Islands is going to be 75 and sunny. Currently, it's 59 degrees in Chicago, 52 in Lansing, 59 in Quincy, 59.7 in Moses. I lived in Quincy for 11 years. Or was it 13 years? No, 11 years. Hubby died. And then here, it's toastier over here than on the other side of the mountain. So today is supposed to be 71, which actually goes up 5 to 6 degrees higher. So I'm looking at 75 to 76. So the 10-day forecast we're out here, everyone, just to be curious, is going to be today's high is going to be 73, they say, but actually it's going to be like 75 to 78. So then it's supposed to be 60 degrees Monday, and then slowly drop down to 59 as a high, which is highly unlikely unless we start getting rain, which this has been an interesting weather pattern for October so far. For fall, we're getting nothing but sun. But tomorrow it's supposed to be cloudy, and it's supposed to drop 11 to 15 degrees, and then raise itself up 4 degrees on Tuesday, and then 4 degrees on Wednesday, 4 degrees Thursday, and then drop 4 degrees. And then by Sunday of next Sunday, a week from today, it's supposed to start. No, they say Friday is supposed to be rain, and then a week from today is supposed to rain and continue raining, which might be an interesting thing. We're still on fire watch. Don't burn because it's so dry out here, blah, blah, blah. But we're on an island, so, it's pretty peaceful. Anyways, you guys got to know how to contact me, so, Well, that's fine, Take your time, Kimosabi, because, my toasty bed's going to be calling me eventually. I don't even know why I brewed the coffee up. Maybe because I thought Zoe was going to stay. And so she's like, I'm going to brunch. If she's going to brunch, she could always pick the phone up and order some food and have it picked up by Chloe for me. Wouldn't mind chocolate pancakes for breakfast. So, Eve, just to let you know, I always make jokes, so I don't expect a handout. Okay, even though I'm disabled, I was just throwing it in there because she went to brunch. So I thought maybe she'd just pick the phone up and order something. Tony and I is always joking about that, right, Tone? Uh, what am I doing in America? I live on an island, as I said. I do photography. I like model trains. I like video games, music, movies, books. I'm working on some books right now to buy. Fortunately, the book reviews I've read, everyone gives solid reviews, but for a prepper standpoint of view, the pictures alone are not worth their weight in paper. I like movies. I watch a lot of movies. Christmas around the corner, so I'm watching Christmas movies to keep my spirits up. Um, what else? Um, Politics. We're all waiting to see what happens: nuclear war, civil war, or a banking collapse. That's what we're all talking about, right, Tone? Frankly, I don't think any of it's going to happen. And rumor has we're supposed to have a blue wave. But in the meantime, we're supposed to all be prepping anyways. Excuse me for 1 second. I got to go disappear for a second. Anyways, got to empty my cup. Now I got to find my keys. Because I'm going to have to send Chloe out to get some cherry today, I guess. Okay. Anywho, there we go. Got my cup. Got my keys. Keys has got an opening device in the bottom of it, so I can just open cans up like it's nothing. So what's going on there? Well, we have our election coming up. That's why everyone's talking Civil War, Eve. Can't believe that all these hill jacks thinking that they need to prep. I'm not saying that, a lot of them are hill jacks, but the ones that are, I mean, like I said with Tony, some of them are making more money than I can see in a year. I mean, they're basically lying to the people. Oh, we're going to have a banking collapse, really. How does these guys know there's going to be a banking collapse? What if there isn't a banking collapse? I mean, I would have basically left those channels long time ago, My channel? Tony, what do you think? Do you think I'm no nonsense when it comes to the to prepping channel, or what do you think? So what's going on? You log off when you want, Rita. I know it's a massive thing, but yeah, Trump's basically they might indict him, throw him in jail. That's about it. But then we have the election. Everyone's worried about Roe versus Wade versus the economy. No one knows what's going to go happen. A lot of people aren't talking, and so in the end, we got to wait and see what happens in our votes and our polling thing. Then in November, if it goes red, it goes red. If it goes blue, it goes blue, and if it goes purple, it's a tie. No one knows what's going to happen, Eve. All they're talking about is Civil War, World War III, and banking collapse. So, I mean, think of it this way. When it comes to, what do I call it, Eve? When it comes to me preaching the truth, I tell it like it is. There's too many greedy people out there trying to make a living on YouTube for whatever reason. Hot chocolate. We wish you Merry Christmas. We wish you Merry Christmas. We wish you Merry Christmas. Yeah, well, Zoe, of course, is out to brunch. And did I check my Instagram yet? I don't think I did. And I try to avoid Instagram at times because, I get sidetracked being a woman myself. I see sometimes interesting pictures. Oh, there's a guy who's messaged me. I guess the guy didn't get the memo on Instagram that if he messages me, he better basically be paying me. Otherwise, I ain't answering the son of a bitch. No offense to my swearing in front of Eve. I'm just not going to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. This guy, I should just block him because, frankly, if he's not going to, I tell everyone in my YouTube channel posts, you can pay me. I'm not YouTube, sorry, Instagram. Not YouTube's different. You guys get it for the content for free. This guy just wants to message me like, "Hey, baby, how are you doing? I'm not your baby, and I don't give two craps about you. You guys don't read my messages. You pay me, or you don't get messages." Hell, even my adopted mother, who's a transgendered woman, said, "Rita, what are you trying to do? Make a living?" No, I'm trying to keep these people away from pestering me. "Hey, baby, how are you today? Do you like men? Do I look normal? No." My answer, leave me the F alone. When they don't get that, then I send them a message, $200 to message me and gift cards. They still message me. I finally block them. I'm like, you know what? You're not worth my time, people. And literally, these horny bastards are always trying to, "Oh, you like men? No. You want penis pic? No." That's why I basically try to avoid Instagram. Instagram can be like, what do I call it? Tony, soft porn. Yeah, they're always doing something stupid. Have you ever heard of that Bill Engvall song? Here's your sign, I'm a Leo. Zoe's Pisces, I think she said. And Tony's a Virgo, right? No, you're a Scorpio. Yeah, and I'm the horse in the Chinese zodiac. I think last year was the year of the rabbit, wasn't it, Ebo? No, it doesn't matter. Horse doesn't come around but every 7 or 10 years or something. I think this year is the rat or something. Let me look it up. Chinese horoscope. Chinese zodiac. Okay, so it tells us what they. Okay, so let's see. 2022 is the tiger. Okay, so next year is the rabbit, then the dragon, then the snake, then 2026 is the horse. So the horse. Okay, and then there's the goat, the monkey, the rooster, the dog, the pig, and the rat, the ox. Yeah, the ox was last year. Yeah. I enjoy reading this, and it's like they talk about the personality of the horse, and then the rat, and then the tiger, and the. Some of these things are funny. Oh, God, I think these funny reading these every day, you know. I think I'm the rooster. The rooster's cool. They're great. Doesn't matter if it's random or not, Eve. It's what you want to ask. Anyone can ask questions here. Usually, no one asks questions about prepping or zodiac signs. They don't. They just sit there and some of them are like, "What am I watching? What is this crap?" You know. But this is the unedited Rita show. A lot of people think it's funny. Some of us think it's humorous. I know Zoe wants me to write my stories in a book. Writing my stories in a book wouldn't be that bad or good. Cornish game hens. That's for dinner tonight, Tony, with the side order of Brussels sprouts. So those little chickens, I'm gonna have butter. I'm gonna melt some butter on the top of it, butter top, and butter the thing in and cook in the oven for like 45 minutes. It's gonna be a tasty meal, I tell you. Mm-hmm. Oh yes, it is yummy. And then tomorrow I'm having cheese-filled manicottis. I'll have the cheese manicottis tomorrow. Before anyone asks, the manicottis are tasty. The manicottis are to die for. Oh yeah, cheese-filled manicottis. Chloe's got to go out today for smoked mods. So while I'm napping, she'll go get the smoked mods, so I can have smoked cheese to go with my manicottis. Smoked cheese and the manicottis. Well, I might have her make me up a second batch this week too. I think we got 2 or 3 boxes left in minutes. Well, we got more than that. So I'm just gonna have Chloe make up several batches of manicottis for me this week. That might be tasty. I know, Tony. Hey, Tony, did I show you this? Let me show you this. Oh, damn. Hold on. Let me move that back here. Put that as a light. Yep, okay. Damn. Can you believe that? Can you believe that, people? I want to show Tony something, right? So I'm going to tell you guys a story. I'm a good storyteller. So I'm browsing Instagram. I know someone who looked cute, so I said, cool, liked it. And then I turned around. Tony's like, uh-oh. And there's this trans woman. Pre-op, right? She's wearing some weird skimpy outfit, trying to show she's wearing a breastplate, which means no boobs. And she's got a garter belt on. And if you look at her picture, it's showing her penis. And I'm like, oh my God. Children shouldn't see this, so I reported it. I mean, I'm sorry if you think I'm, not a nice person, but I don't want to see someone's dong hanging there and be like, I don't need to wear clothes. I mean, how sick is that? Okay, here you go, Tony. Check this out. What do you think? Or how about this? Cheese-filled manicottis. Oh, no. Why do you think I freak? I'm doing it to protect the children. What do you think, Tony? I mean, I don't have many bad pictures on YouTube. Oh, yeah. Did I show you this picture, Tony? This one. Oh, yeah. Here, look at this. I'll show you 2 pics that I think are great. This one. Bless his heart. And Moppy. This is my dog, by the way, if you didn't see. That's my dog. He's a shaggy Shih Tzu. Me when I was a blonde, by the way, Tony. See? Yep. Didn't look too bad, in my opinion. Hubby loved that picture. And in this picture. Yep. Those are the only pictures I keep that I share with people, you know. Right there. See if we can zoom in a bit. There you go. See? You can see the face has been redone completely. And then finally, the picture I was looking for is this one. My favorite picture. Love how Aaron's sticking his thumb out there. See, in the background, he's got his thumb. Before my face was done, but you can see that. Hubby had a thing for redheads, by the way. Love that picture. Moppy is lovely. Yeah, Moppy's cool, man. I reported it. I mean, I literally reported it, Eve. I was not going to let kids see that. I mean, the transgender community, no offense, Eve, is the female to males, they're nice people. Male to females, they'll do the stupidest things to get reported. I mean, literally, why do you think I don't fall under there? I was born both, by the way, Eve, if you didn't know. So I was born intersex, so I'm different. But, you know, my therapist once, she asked me, "You're weird." I said, "Yeah, I am weird. I'm happy." She says, "You don't think like the other trannies about sex." "What is that?" "What, sex?" "Yeah." She says, "You don't think about it?" "Nope." "Well, what do you think about?" "Video games, music, movies, books, radio scanners." Radio scanner. So she said that was not normal. Can you believe that, Eve? I'm not normal. Your husband was a great bloke. Yeah, he was great, man. He was great. Cigar smoker. Oh, yeah. I got an American Bulldog and a Pug X. Pugs are cool, man. Same with the Bulldogs. Yes, I've seen your vids when you was blonde. Yeah. You know, I was a blonde back then. Now look, I'm a gray-haired old lady. Look at this. Gray hair. I guess I can embrace gray hair. Yeah, I've seen your vids. God, you look so different. Oh, I know, don't I? I mean, literally, I look different. My doctor, she did a damn good job in the face, literally. I remember all the vultures, the trannies, Tony. Did I ever tell you the tranny story with my husband, basically what he did? So I'm sitting in a hotel room, right? Story time again, Tony. And I got these done, right? And I posted a picture at a hotel room, a recovery room, had jumbo TV. They would bring me drinks, everything, crackers, whatever I wanted. Anyways, I take pictures and hubby gets me a cab, takes me to the nice hotel. I was in Nebraska. From Washington State to Nebraska. That was a long trip by plane. All of a sudden, the trannies posted, I'm ugly, I'm worthless, I'm a piece of crap. Boobs should have been given to them, not for some freak like me. Goes on and on and on. I would turn around, took my phone and blocked, middle of the night, brink, blocked, block. I mean, he says, you might have lost 1,000 people from me, Rita, but at least you don't have these vultures attacking you. But he goes on YouTube and talks about, we had our own YouTube channel and he was doing the updates on this channel. And he's like, they're vultures, they're predators, Well, when I had face done, same, there's other people acting the same way with the face surgery. Oh, it should have been given to a real woman, blah, 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 on and on and on. So Dinky, of course, I think it was Dinky at the time. Because Dinky was like, delete. I'm telling you, my family wasn't taking crap from them. I had my corrective surgery down below, same thing. Literally, they're vultures. I mean, there's nice people, and then there's vultures. The vultures are the ones that think they're entitled. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, people are always nasty. The male and females are always nasty. I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen nasty male to females, And I had so many nasty people. Wasn't it? What's really bad is, remember I said earlier in the stories about Chloe? She could be nasty too, I tell you. Trying to teach her one day I'm not going to be around. I'll be with hubby. So she said basically learn the basics of cleaning and everything else, Was you interesting? What you want to see again? Let me show you then. I'll show Eve once more. Give me a second. Oh, great. Again? Hold on a sec. Again? Ugh. Had to do that again. Another picture. They were showing nastiness. So, anyways, couple pictures. I keep on. This is my blonde picture, by the way. One of my pictures right here. And then there's this one. Back then, swimsuit. Hubby thought that would be a good. Well, he wasn't around then. That's the new apartment we got. He wasn't around. But yeah, I mean, a lot of vultures back then. Yep, I was trying on swimsuits to go swimming. Yeah, I was burnt by then too. I think I was actually at a pool, if I remember correctly. I was burnt as hell. And then the one that we were talking about, this one, like I said, blonde. Good picture, And then this one's my favorite picture. See? 20 years apart, I tell you. You look at my face now, doesn't even look like that. Rosie right there. Yeah, well, it was my favorite picture. But yeah, it's crazy. But you know what? I never once bragged about it either. That's the thing. These trannies, they get all their work done. They're like, oh, yeah, men want to have sex with me. They live in a fantasy world. I don't even affiliate with them. My therapist thinks I'm crazy for not affiliating. Why should I affiliate with them? They message me, don't you get your face done? Advocate. Well, can you advocate for me? Nope, do it your damn self. Well, aren't you cold? Yep. Advocate. Yeah, people are always not. A world without Rita would be a shit place to be. Never leave us, Rita. Yes, thank you, Tony. I'm not gonna leave. Why do you think I drink? I'm drinking grape juice every day for the antioxidants, help rebuild my heart. Long live the queen. Thanks, Tony. See, I'm drinking my grape juice and my grape juice. Can't believe that fridge is clean, man. That looks pretty good. Now that stench is gone. Couldn't believe how much moldy food we had in there. Damn, that moldy food was bad. Oh, man, the fridge smells pretty good, You look great. Well, thanks, Steve. I bet you look great too, hon. Telling you, a lot of trannies are vultures. There's a lot of nasty people out there, And a lot of people sit there and they email me, right? Even they say, "Oh, we don't want to deal with your prepping channel because you're weird." Well, more the merrier. Then that leaves me more loyal fans that like to be loyal. Literally, let the loyal ones be loyal. Those are the ones that you see. I don't sugarcoat anything. By the way, Tony, it's Sunday, so we won't be hearing from Higgs. He's going to go to his mom's for his chicken dinner. winner, chicken dinner. Well, thanks. I still got a little stubble from time to time, but, it's hard to handle, But, it works, All of it's all gray anyways. People can be very nice. A world without Rita would be a crap place to be. Never leave us, Rita. You look great. Yeah, she does, Eve. You're right. Well, thank you both. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I can still fit into my jammies. This is what? 20, they bought it in 98. Yeah, 1998. So this is a long time ago, people. Look at this. 24 years old or something. I'm still wearing it. Yeah. Do you want to explain to our possible new member Eve about Higgs? Oh God, you can do it better than I on that one. If I do verbally, it might insult him. Oh, so anyways, here's how it works. Eve, Tony's the tiger, Zoe's the duck, and I'm a polar bear. Chloe's the wolf. Now, when Higgs comes in, he's the American honey badger, and he's a honey badger for a reason, okay? And that is he badgers people. If you want the definition of annoyance, go ask him something. He sends me pics. Look what I bought. And he's got like this box, right? It looks like a tin box. It's about like yay big and yay high, and it's just filled with bananas. It's like, dude, you bought up every banana in the store. Oh, I needed bananas. Right. Like the other day, right? Tony, like the other day, I'll tell you a story, Eve. This is funny. So the other day, I'm sitting there talking to Tony. Man, Higgs is the badger. Started badgering the tiger. Tiger swats at him and says, look, the government's onto your shadiness. That's why you're not on disability insurance. Something to that effect. And Higgins goes in. He's like, dude, you're calling me an ass kisser or a brown noser. You're low as a snake's belly. I mean, they were back and forth. He's like, look, Rita doesn't sugarcoat, doesn't do this and this, and you're calling me a butt kisser, you know? And he's just like, I mean, it was like two old ladies fighting or two old nuking it out, you know? It was just downright funny, mate. Oh yeah, and then Zoe, of course, out one night. She's just like, when Higgs calms down, what did Higgs do? He stayed. Zoe left for the whole night. Zoe left. Remember, Zoe left for the whole damn night because of Higgs. And then I said on YouTube, on our live channel, remember Tony? I think it was. If Higgins would just leave, Zoe would come back. But I think Higgins doesn't want Zoe around, so he's like, oh, poke, 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 poke. And then Chloe comes in, the wolf, and says something. Then he gets defensive. But he still stays. I don't know about him, I tell you. You know. I think Higgs likes to annoy people in general, just to be funny. Now, Fanny says, he's there just to, he's got a crass sense of humor. Well, the crass sense of humor is me. Higgins' humor is, I don't know, so. He's a good man. Yeah, he's a good man. Uh-oh. Let me see what. So, let's see here. So, apparently in the Christmas list. Oh, here it is. So, Sister Teddy wants that for Christmas now. Okay. She's always adding something to her Christmas list. Tempted to send her that Uno box just to be like, here, have an Uno box. Damn, that's expensive. Yahoo, she wants. Oh, is that Yahtzee? Oh yeah, she wants Yahtzee and Uno. She wants all that, dude. Wants all that. I could buy a few of them for Christmas. Oh, that one. That one's a good movie. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. So I'm looking at my sister's thing. Emails came in and says your sister added, and I'm like, cool. Yeah, that's nice. So she added something nice to it. That's great. My sister's always adding something, and it emails me. I don't mind. Christmas thing. Yeah, a lot of people see my Christmas video and they said that sucked. Really, my video for Christmas saved a lot of people. I got a few emails saying they didn't think about re-upping their Amazon gift card balance from 0 to $50 a month and then buying all their Christmas present in December. They never even thought about it. Or $100 a month. I mean, $100 a month for 12 months is $1,200. $250 a month. Well, that's a lot of Christmas, and $500 a month is way too much. Can't believe that's not you. That's you. Oh, like I said, I had work done, a long time ago. It makes me realize, of how much I've overcome, the death of hubby. And I remember the day I talked to the surgeon, face surgeon. I said, I don't think I can get down there. And she says, why? I said, my husband died. Well, I liked his humor. Yeah, he had a good sense of humor, didn't Doc? Call me What was her name? Marion. Call me Marion. Okay, Marion. He says, well, Reverend, the insurance doesn't pay. I'll pay for it. Okay. Went down there. Right after I moved in my new place. Spent 6 weeks there. I came home after December, December 15th or January 15th, I think it was. No, I think it was. I went home for the holidays and spent Easter or Thanksgiving by myself. That Thanksgiving sucked. Didn't even have a turkey. I think I had I don't remember what it was, a little chicken or something. Then I left December and I was on the train for 40 hours. On the train, stop and go in a snowstorm. We finally got there, and then I spent 6 or 8 weeks with him. I think it was 6 weeks with him, Christmas into February. I left February, that's right. Got home, neighbor manager was complaining how my unit was cold. Not my problem. I didn't turn the heater on. I left as is. Well, the pipes could have froze. Not my problem. Well, didn't you get the notice? No, I didn't get the notice, and I'm not opening up the underbelly of the sink so the heat can go in. It's not my job. Frankly, if it's a medical thing where you want my electric bill to be that high, then you're paying for it. I actually challenged it. I won too. They said, if you want to follow that, you got to pay the electric bill. Yep. So he's a good man, like I said. I do my best, Tony. I really do. I mean, literally, I do my best. I mean, the thing is, I've been through so much. I've lost my sister last year to suicide, alcohol. I've lost my husband to a heart attack. I've lost my mother in 2010. I went to a funeral for my husband's grandmother in 2008. I mean, literally, we've lost a lot of family members, and I'm still alive and strong. I mean, I remember, what was it, 2008? No, 2007. Was it 2000? Yeah, 2007, right? 2007, I remember talking to my uncle. And I was like, oh, yeah, we're going to meet up. We're going to have some great time, And I talked to him. My mom calls me. She says, Rita, did you hear the news? No, I didn't hear the news. What's up, Mom? I'm coming up there. Cool. Can we see you? Possibly. I'm going to a funeral. Oh, really? Who died this time? Your Uncle Roger. Good. I talked to him a week ago, and he's coming out here. Well, you were the last one he talked to, so enjoy it. Then we have to deal with legal crap, and supposed to have my surgeries then because my uncle left me money, but apparently my other uncle wanted it all for himself and got it. So the courts ruled in favor. I was too weird, and my mom's a drunk and this and that, and he got all the money. So my mom said, let him have it. One day he'll be judged. All right. They was throwing money around like crazy. Eventually, I was like, you know what? No deal. So, it was an interesting time, I tell you. Then, in 2010, my mother died. And then 2016, my hubby died. In 2021, my sister kicked the bucket. And then you look at me and I'm still alive going, wow. I'm all right. Don't worry about me. Ugh. Gee, for a Sunday edition, I'm already done 7 hours, Kimosabi, and Zoe's not been back yet. Ugh. Oh, let's see what this is. 70 sleeps till Christmas. Ooh, this seems great. Let me listen to this for a second. Let me hear this for a second. Not bad. Not bad at all, I tell you, peeps. That's really great. 70 Christmases, 70 days till Christmas, 70 days till Christmas. So, does anyone want my Christmas list? I'll gladly post it in the Instagram page if you guys want to look it over. Donations much appreciated. Just wait and see what Tony's got to say this time. See, I like to throw that in there half the time to be funny, you know. And because the window's heating up now and it's 62, I'm going to open the window, cool down the place. I can sleep with the window open. I just want 32 air. Ah. Hey, Tony, look at this. Look at this, Tony. Oh, yeah. Now we're getting some cool air in here. And my bed's made so I can enjoy a nice nap when the time comes. I got to be up at 7 anyways for my sister. So, I hope Zoe comes back soon. But you know what's the most important thing, Tony? For people to see how crazy I am. That's the main thing, right? So if I send my Christmas list out on Amazon, on the list, you guys can look it over and be like, crap, that's some serious junk. You know, remember, we also have our own YouTube channels, Instagram, our list too for the channel, you know, like tripods and other things. See, this here is the first link I'm giving is the our own YouTube channel link for stuff that could be used. So that link is the Airy Sky Readily channels thing. You know, if you look at it, I'll go over it real quick with you guys to show you. There's a couple gaming chairs in there for helping with my back. And then there's the Kindle Scribe and a radio thing, and then some cameras and some camera stuff. That's it. So, you know, for running, this is more of a professional thing. Then, if you don't want that, I can give you the Christmas list. I set up a list for Zoe to fill since she owes me so much money. Let me tell you, it didn't work. She basically said next month and then next month. My Christmas list is interesting because I'm going to share with you it too. This is a Christmas list. Christmas list here is interesting because, you know, it's got ham radios, all-in-one computers, laptops, video games. I think that's it. Vigi games, and that's it. And I still got some reviews to watch too. But you know, it's got some video games, consoles, and switches, and then a hard drive. Oh, the hard drive went down again. Cool. That hard drive I want to get for Clo. And my shopping list is yeah. Yeah. So, and then I have my other list, which I got to go through real quick. My Uniden and my Midway list. You know, so I'm gonna look at this list real quick. Seems everything's in stock. Nope, that isn't. Everything else is in stock. And then my Uniden list, I want to look at, see about Unidens, because that's where the scanners are. Here we go. Uniden, I'll rename it for 20. Scan. Oh, shit, that went up in price. Yep. Okay. Yep. So, anyways, my unit in list has got like 3 or 4 scanners I'd like to buy so I can actually have multiple scanners running at once, That'll be a great hobby for me, I would get if I could, but I'm not asking for you to give anything. That's the thought that counts, Tony. That's the main thing. I mean, I keep thinking about sending you a pound of coffee and telling you to drink Christmas morning the coffee I send you from my island. I think coffee would be easy to send. It's not, I don't know. I thought about sending coffee to you, Tony. Put you on the Christmas list for coffee. Oh, yeah. Feel that cool air coming in here. The clear, cool sea air. We got 5 people know Zoe and me thinking about a movie soon. I had popcorn last night. That was tasty. Oh, yeah. Popcorn last night was great, I tell you. But, like I said, I got cooled down in place. A little toasty. Too toasty for my liking. Too toasty for my liking. Do, 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 do. So, smoked manicottis tomorrow. Yep. It works. All right. That's what you say, Tone. I would have sent you something, man. It would have worked. Zoe's out having brunch. She probably won't be back till late tonight. Then she'll be mad that she had brunch and didn't come back. It's already 6 there. You guys gotta get supper soon, don't you, Tony? Gotta get supper for you, Toad. Well, thanks for tuning in. Please hit the subscribe button if you wish, Eve. We'd love to see more of you. Right, Tony? Anyways, I guess it's just you and me, Tone. Eve's leaving. Unless you want to go get supper, then I can go and tune into something else. I'm really wanting a bag of chips one of these days. Well, again, welcome to our channel. We always like newcomers. If you want to prep, keep prepping like your life depends on it. You just want some companionship, we're all here too. I'm always on at weird hours, so it just depends on my schedule myself. But and make sure to click the bell notification for new content too. That'll tell you when a new vid's up and running at any time. Yeah. So, yo, good morning. You say something?
I'm going to shower soon after this, so it's supposed to be one bath.
I'm very disappointed in you. You didn't take him last night, did you? I woke up this morning, walked in there, and he left like 6 logs in front of the frickin' bathroom door. Now look, he's like trying to hide. Yeah, you gonna take me? Here, let me show you guys the video real quick. Here, well, he's gonna take you, but before Eve leaves, Eve should see this before Eve leaves. Eve, before you go. Hello, everyone. I guess I'm in the doghouse again for pooping on the floor. Hi, I'm Moppy, by the way. My name's Mop Top. Yeah, put me down so I can go walk and let her.
What's your plan after the video?
TV and relax. Why? The rest of the day will be relaxing.
All right. After I get back in, I'm taking a shower and then I'm going to work on the kitchen.
Yeah, you got to go to the co-op before they close today at 5 so you can get that smoked cheese.
I'm taking my shower and then going to the co-op after.
And maybe you can get some more.
All right.
I don't even know what my balance is. Oh, you got my
phone. I'll see if I do. But so I guess after my shower, I'm going out again.
See y'all soon, Eve. Tell she's ready to take you out. I got you. I got you, Mop. Do. I got you, Mop. You go if you need to. Well, where am I going? It's Sunday.
Yeah. Can't believe I'm mistaking vegetable oil for grape juice.
Oh, did you guys hear about that last night? So last night, right after taking a nap, I was resting, right? Community God. Chloe grabs some juice. Spits it out. And I wake up. What the fuck? Did you throw up or something? She's like, no, I thought this was grape juice and it was oil. Cooking oil. She's like, you didn't swallow any of it, did you?
I spit it right out.
Hopefully
and I washed my mouth out too.
Can you say last night Chloe gets the dumb shit award? Dumb shit.
I switched water around 4 times and I did 2 rounds of mouthwash.
Tony's got the sick emoji with the little tongue thermometer saying oil, lol. So Chloe's gonna take Mop Top out. Yeah, I had to tell you, it was really disappointing last night with him. Got my napping, but I'm due for another short nap before my sister time. Open the window to cool down the place so I can actually rest a bit while I'm sleeping. Probably change my underwear and socks before I go to bed.
Well, she really blew it all over the place. I'm only gonna have a cigarette and I'm coming back in, but you come out with me, okay?
Get her to take a poop and pee while you're out there. Make sure to take a bag too.
While I'm out there, that'll be great. I'll say after my shower, I'll take you for a longer walk.
That'd be fine. We'll probably be napping if I'm still on my nose. You didn't finish that movie, did you?
I was busy washing my mouth out.
Lucky.
Now I think about it, it makes me sick.
Would make me sick too.
It'll make you throw up.
Oil.
I'm buying more olive oil than I use for cooking.
Oh. Oh God, she's up and I get to rest. See, I try avoiding her as much as possible. That's why basically I'm up. I sleep in days because I don't want to deal with her. If you didn't get technical, she didn't even say anything about my bed being made. She's like, you're gonna take a nap soon. How long you been on? There we go. Fresh pair of panties too. Yeah, I mean, literally, she had it next to the chair. She's like, I mean, literally, it was the nastiest thing in the world. Hopefully, she didn't get anything in my damn. Nope. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I woke up like, what the hell is that noise? And she's like, oh no. So I was just like, yeah, okay. Yep, Eve. Hope you have a great day. Like I said, that's Moppy, my child. Anyways, for the rest of the day, I got video game reviews to watch. I want to get the game reviews done before I get on again on YouTube. Wasn't supposed to be on for 7 hours. My list could have been halfway completed today, but I figured we would tackle borderline personality and somewhat prepping. Of course, didn't expect us to have so many people today tuning into the Rita show this morning. It must have been gone for 2 hours before people started realizing the Rita show was going. And then Zoe came in and was like half out of it, wanting coffee, and now Zoe's gone, Hate when someone uses the GD word. Yep. Anywho. Viewers 4. Yeah, so Wow. Coffee time with Rita on the 14th. I got 117 views. Not bad. Not bad at all. Today I got 21 views so far, but that's because people keep coming and going. So when it's over, paperwork. What paper? I didn't say I was doing gaming. I said I was watching gaming reviews. There's a difference between gaming and gaming reviews. I'm going to sit in front of my computer, my Roku, hit the play button, and watch reviews. There's a difference between reviews and gaming. I was going to watch gaming reviews on YouTube. I didn't say I was doing game. Look, I got a list. See the checkbox? I still got to go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages of reviews. This is what I was talking about. Chloe wanted me to get the reviews done, and not get back on YouTube till they're done. Yeah. So this month's goal was to finish up the reviews, So, that's why, No, I don't want to game right now. I should game, but, the server's giving me trouble with Diablo 2. I figured I would watch reviews and Christmas movies. Unfortunately, I'm giving everyone my time because they need to hear what I got to say. Of course, Zoe said she wasn't going to be around Sunday, and yet there she is. So I guess she can't get enough of the Rita Meister. Oh, well, you better get your mortgage loans done, dude. Or you could just sit around and watch me all day if you wish. I mean, literally, I don't know what to tell you, man. Of course, I want some cream cheese, but Chloe, by the time Chloe gets up, cream cheese is going to be, I don't know. So, but if you got to go, Tony, you move and then I'll move. You go first, then I go, Well, maybe you don't need a big house. Maybe you need a tiny house. All I can tell you, dude, is, oh, please charge the battery. It's at, okay. Better charge this. Chloe's going to take 2 hours anyways. So if you're going to do your thing, I'm going to do my thing, Tone. But if you're not going to leave, I won't leave, you see? I don't like to go first. I feel ignorant. You can go whenever you wish, Tone. Oh, I want some cream cheese. Cream cheese, mommy? Yes, there's a sale at Safeway for cream cheese currently. I'd love to get some cream cheese. Yeah, you would say that. What are we going to talk about, Tony? Because I'm running out of stuff to talk about. And I just turned the coffee pot off. So unless you want me to drink another cup of juice, I don't know what to talk about, people. Prepping, maybe? You know what I should tell you guys? I'll tell you a story. Tony loves my stories, all right? I feel like the kid in the Christmas story. You know, Ralphie, what do you want for Christmas? I want a pellet gun. Me, I keep thinking about more scanners, radio scanners. Yeah. I will leave when you, Rita, I'm leaving. Why are you leaving? Well, feel free to go, Tone. Yeah, well, enjoy yourself then, Tone. I guess after this coffee, I'm going to be leaving too, people. Zoe's not around, and Eve left, and there's nothing to report news-wise. Really, this is interesting history.
All right, keep me.
Okay. So now the royal family is throwing a toot fit over the fact that they want everyone to believe the crown is a drama show, right? Funny story. So, anyways, the story goes that they're pissed that apparently King Charles apparently had a meeting. The prime minister is denying, Prime Minister Major is denying that Charles went in and said, please find a way for my mom to abolish, abdicate so I can be king. Fortunately, he's saying it's a piece of crap show that's trying to damage the monarchy. The monarchy's already damaged. Even Eve said that. So, Tony's like, oh, well, I'm leaving. The wife, well, you got to listen to the wife. When the wife looks at you, I mean, look, I looked at Chloe, right? See, I'll show you a little trick. Chloe, where are you? Well, come in here for a second. I'll show you a little trick, Tony. Even though I'm not married to Chloe, I'll show you a little trick that really works.
What is it?
So, when are you taking a shower?
Now?
Okay, and then are you thinking about going to the grocery store today?
Yeah, that's what it's a co-op for you.
Maybe while you're at it, see if they have any cream cheese too while you're out.
All right.
So you got to think about getting cream cheese. Oh, and when are you going off island to the grocery store? You got cream cheese available then. You thinking about going tomorrow?
Yes, I'll go
See, Tony, you got to watch that Troy Zavino or whatever. He says you need to learn to speak wife. When your wife says, "Are you thinking about going to get a bottle of vodka?" That's her saying you're going to the store to get a bottle of vodka. And you don't say, "No." Here, let me find that link for you. Your wife and you will enjoy it.
I'm not the man in the family, okay? So.
Well, you're not a man at all. You're just a roommate. So if you want me to treat you like man, I will. But do I treat you like man? No. I'm just giving Tony a thing. You see, it also works with women too. Women with women, they can sit there and tell their wife, "Are you thinking about going to the store?" And the wife could say no, or the wife could say yes. All right, so here, put that in your toot.
Just go whenever I can.
You see? Here you go. Watch this. This is too damn funny. You and your wife should get an entertainment kick out of this. See, how to speak wife. And the wife's giving him the eye. I wish I could tell my husband, who, if he was alive, to go give me I could look at my husband. I could look at my husband, people, and I'd be like this. And he'd sit there and he'd be like, and I'd be like, he'd be like, and I'd be like, and then finally he'd be like, "What are you thinking about?" I said, "Me think? Well, it's a great day, and let's go to town." We'd go to town. He'd sit there and we're on the bus and I'd smile. And then he'd be like, once in a while when we actually walked in our own little town, we call it a village, they had McDonald's, and it's like, so we go out of town, to go shopping at Walmart. And before we even get to Walmart, I'd be like, he'd be like, and I'd be like, next thing you know, it's either Burger King or Toxic Smell. Toxic Smell is great. And then I'd be like, they'd be like, "Hi, Rita." I'd be like, "Hi. Can I have my usual?" And they would be like, "Sure." And then I'd get done eating, and then I'd go, and me and hubby would catch the bus, and we'd get into Walmart, and I'd be like, I'd do that even at Burger King, and he'd be like, "God, what did you eat?" And I'd be like, "I don't know." He'd look at me for a minute, and then he'd be like, "Oh, God, you didn't." "Maybe I did, maybe I didn't." He'd go in, and I had this little pocket, right? And he'd pull it out, and he'd be like, "Chicken smothered burrito with no sour cream." I had my own way of doing it. "Beef smothered burrito. Steak smothered burrito." He'd look at me. "Oh, God." He's like, "I got to make sure you don't eat chicken and beef." One time we were there, right? And he's like, "I got to go to the bathroom." I said, "Okay." So I wolfed down my beef burger going up. I said, "Hey, So then we get up to Safeway, right, and I had 2 receipts in my pocket for Burger King. I'm like, when he'd sit there, he'd look at me, and then he'd be like, oh, God, you only had beef, right? He'd go in, second receipt, chicken. He'd be like, wifey, hey, I was hungry. He's like, I got to keep you away. So we were at home. He'd make ramen. He'd be like, chicken for you or beef? Piquant. One time I was sitting at home, right? He was sick. I'd be like, you want me to make you something? He's like, yeah, I want some ramen and it's spicy. Okay, I'm sitting there. And he's like, did you have ramen at home, Ivy? Yeah. I had piquant chicken and that, I think that was that spicy red stuff, the Nongshim. Maybe it was the Nongshim black at the time. He's like, he goes into the pantry and he's like, Nongshim black's got beef-based broth. And you had chicken piquant. Oh, God, no wonder why it stinks. Man, ooh, I'm like, I'm good. Yeah, take care, man. Don't forget to listen to that. Print your wage things out. That's fine, dude. Tone. See you later, dude. I'm going to finish this coffee, everyone, and then it's review time for me. So until Zoe messages me, I'll let her know I'm taking a short nappy poo. Wish I had some chips, too. I wish I had some chips, hot. What the hell? Again? All right, so I just emailed Zoe. So, since Tony's leaving and there's no more comments, and I'm finishing this coffee and then I'm going to rest, watch some reviews, I'm going to let you all know to keep checking in with me. A little later, yeah. Got to turn my phone off to print off my wage slips. Sorry, Rita. See you soon. See you, Tone. No, you got to do that. So, for the rest of you out there that tuned in, hope you had a great day. Like you said, it's been a long day, almost 8 hours. So, that's pretty good for a Sunday. You got to talk about borderlines. Got to talk about anything else. We just shoot the poop too. I'll try to do an offline version too for you people interested in BBT. But in the meantime, oh man. I could use for lunch some burgers and fries. French fries. Maybe some waffle fries. Those are pretty damn good, don't you guys think? So, coffee's done. So, no more comments. Zoe's not around. Love you too, Tone. So, the rest of you out there, Tony wants me to get out of here. Anyways, 7 hours, 40 minutes is a long time. I think he's trying to tell his queen to go do something else. I've devoted 7 hours, 40 minutes of my life to you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. So, for the rest of you out there, let's get down to the last part of it. Please add and subscribe. Please post comments, leave feedback, suggestion at the like, subscribe button. So it's fun for your family, including your dogs, cats, bunnies, service dogs, and service bunnies. the bell notification, hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button, and leave the comments nice as all we ask. Thank you, and God bless you in everything you do.